Chapter 201. After Litha's performance, the red-haired girl did the best she could, going above and beyond in her efforts, but failed nonetheless. Lith stayed behind, while the others marched out of the classroom in silence. From their gloomy expressions, one could have thought they were going to a memorial service. After Professor Wainmeyer instructed the Academy's clerks to clean the forge mastering lab and repair the broken equipment, she finally noticed his presence. "What can I do for you?" She was back to being all smiles and niceties. Lith didn't know if it was because the class was over or because she was still overjoyed from his success. Whatever the reason, he found her creepy. "I have a few questions for you." "Shoot." "Today, Professor Nailier showed us your latest creation. I was wondering how many enchantments it possesses and what is its market value." Lith was actually only interested in checking if it had a weight-reducing spell, but he couldn't ask it directly. If Nailier was an awakened one, by exposing her, he was likely to expose himself too. "You really are the greedy type." Wainmeyer clicked her tongue in disapproval. "What we do is a perfect mix of art and magical science. It's not about how much you earn, it's the journey that matters. Money is just a pleasant side effect of our line of work." How can she say that with a straight face after keeping the frost dues for herself? She's shameless. Lith thought. The pot calling the kettle black? Solus sneered. "As for your questions here, you can keep it." She gave him a small booklet containing drawings and descriptions of all the magical items Wainmeyer had for sale. The pricing of most of them was enough to make him weep blood. "I wish I had it earlier. Maybe I can still ask the Crown to give me a few of these things. The reward I asked for would barely cover for the cheapest items." When he found the sword's description, the weight-reducing spell was listed among many others. Lith felt like a burden had been lifted from his chest, yet another was added when he checked out the price. "Maybe if I reveal to the Crown how much I contributed to finding a cure for the plague, they will give me half a sword. I need at least another 2 plagues to be able to afford this thing. Another thing, how does the dagger work? You never explained that part." Wainmeyer slapped her own forehead with her palm, realizing her mistake. "Sorry, I never thought someone would succeed. I didn't want to get your hopes up, just to be disappointed as it happened to your classmates. It's actually very simple. Once you imprint it, activating the enchantment will make the blade turn hot enough to melt stone. It can easily cut through most conventional protections and weapons. It doesn't cause bleeding, but makes the wound unbearably painful and harder to heal. The effect lasts a couple of minutes per activation. With the frost dew I gave you, I doubt it can be activated more than thrice per day." Her apologies sounded fake like a $3 bill, but Lith had to let it slide. "The last question is a personal one, so I apologize in advance for being nosy. I couldn't help but notice that you changed quite a bit from the last trimester." "Change how?" She tilted her head, seeming more flattered than annoyed by his curiosity. "You look even prettier than before. You now wear makeup and jewels." Lith pointed at the gold necklace with several embedded gemstones she wore around her neck and the small silver bracelet around her wrist. "You also smile a lot more." "Well, thank you for noticing it." She giggled like a little girl. "I admit I was a bit too stern before, but you know, love changes everything. I am betrothed now." "Betrothed?" Lith was dazed. "Yes, I know it may seem rushed to a 12-year-old with his whole life ahead of him. But for a woman of my age, there is no time to lose. We want to have children, so we'll get married after the end of the trimester." "Told you so." Again, Solus laughed her heart out, mocking his paranoia. "Don't think I have forgotten about our bet." Lith ignored her remark, noticing instead the contrast between the 2 accessories. "It's a wonderful betrothal gift," he said, pointing at the necklace. In the New World, there was no such thing as engagement rings. The one proposing could provide any kind of jewelry or commodity as a sign of good faith. "That's my protective necklace, page 23 of the catalog." Wainmeyer snorted, quite offended by his remark. "I wear it only because of Linjo's paranoia. He wants us to be ready in case another sabotage happens. It's too flashy for my taste, but it was the most useful if something went wrong during today's lesson. This is his betrothal gift." She extended her slim wrist, showing him the silver bracelet. "And you say I'm a stingy one?" Solus. "On Earth this trinket is barely better than those you would find in an Easter egg. Judging from the numerous runes and magic crystals, it should at least be powerfully enchanted. Even I would have bought something better. Solus was tempted to say, "It's the thought that counts," but she was too afraid Lith would use it against her the next time he had to buy presents. "It's simply lovely," Lith lied through his teeth. "Sorry for my rudeness before. It's just that your masterpiece drew all my attention." He added flattery to make sure she wouldn't resent him for his blunder. "I forgive you. Now go to your room and prepare for tomorrow's lessons." Lith didn't make her say it twice. He had already wasted too much time indulging his paranoia. Now he had a rush. If only he had spent a few more minutes with the professor, he would have seen that despite her smiling and the joy on her face, her right eye twitched uncontrollably, shedding a single tear before returning to normal. Blood Desert, the day before. While waiting for Salark's return, Ligane and Tyrus kept singing, rejuvenating the heaven and earth from the damages that the prolonged experiments performed by the abominations had caused. The barren land had turned into a flourishing oasis. The two guardians could already perceive many animals migrating toward the newborn haven, guided by their innate mana sense. Salark came out of the caverns with her talon, ending hands covered by bits and chunks of a black matter that were quickly turning into smoke. "How did it go?" Tyrus asked, worried by the Phoenix's frown. She wasn't the kind to mull over a victory, more likely to banter about it and demand a celebratory feast. "While you lovebirds were singing about peace and love, I risked my feathers." This bee starred. She took out Pazel's head, handing it to Ligane before it could disappear. "Was very well prepared for our arrival. If it wasn't for the fact that I never underestimate any opponent and brought you along as a contingency plan, the Garland continent would now have only 2 guardians. If this is a joke, it's not funny, Salark. We have killed Eldritch for millennia, and each of them had less power than a single one of your feathers." Tyrus scoffed at the idea of a guardian dying at the hands of an overgrown tick. "A single Eldritch is indeed irrelevant," Ligane said after having stabilized Pazel's remains and studied them for a bit. "But this thing is so much more. The other artificial abominations we encountered earlier were harmless despite their humongous power because they were utterly insane. So many minds could not coexist, so the whole was less than the sum of its parts. This time they used an Eldritch as a base, fusing it with countless artificial abominations. An Eldritch has enough power and experience to beat the other minds into submission. That's why it was able to retain its personality and harness all their powers at once." "How bad is it?" Salark had just finished cleaning herself. "Quite bad, if you ask me. It's still a rough product. It had to spend most of its energies just to keep all the other minds in check, but it's a huge step forward. They have already solved the madness issue. Even as it is, if they put up a squad of these things, even a guardian may not be enough." "What did it say to you before dying?" "Not much." Salark shrugged. "I had no idea his mind was so fragile. I was quite pissed off, so things turned ugly fast. Torturing its soul made his mind collapse and melt in the psychic maelstrom. There is a full lab down there, and it's still in almost mint condition, though." "Make way, please," Ligane asked with a stern expression, making Tyrus grow even more worried. In all the time they had spent together, she had never seen the dragon completing so many sentences without cracking even one joke. It took Ligane a few hours to check and catalog everything. When he finished, the dragon was pleased with his results. "Excellent work in preserving the lab, Salark. Now we know everything but the identity of our enemies." "We do," Tyrus and Salark asked in unison. Since they couldn't make heads or tails of the equipment, they had spent their time playing Litha's game. Chess had become renowned as the queen of the games and the game of the queens. "Yes. Do you want the good news or the bad news?" "Whatever. I'm sure that no matter what I pick, you'll tell us both anyway." Salark snorted in exasperation. "You are right, my fair lady, but this time I will do it because it's vital for you to understand how serious our crisis is, rather than for the simple pleasure of annoying you." His mocking tone told a different story, though. "The first thing I ascertained by examining the lab is that whoever is behind this, they are not awakened ones. Their method to mass-produce abominations is brilliant, but too crude. An awakened one wouldn't need all this equipment, nor to sacrifice so many lives for so little result. Li Gain pointed at the mountains of corpses. They would just use invigoration to call upon the world energy and forcefully feed it to their test subjects. Our culprit is sapping the life force of countless living beings to produce a single abomination instead. Clearly, they have no idea of what a mana core is or how to sense the world energy. How can you be so sure? Tyrus asked. Most abominations were once awakened ones. Can't they have taught to others the secret behind the awakening? Li Gain sneered in response. Even if they wanted to, they can't. Abominations lose all their connections with the world energy after the transformation. Would you be able to awaken someone by using mere words? The answer is no. He didn't give them the time to reply. Sure, abominations can explain what a mana core is or how the world energy affects magic, but knowing and doing are two different things. Also, I'm certain of my assumptions because I'm very familiar with the blueprints of those tanks. Since you made them yourself? Salark interrupted him, shocked by her intuition. Why would I do that? Just like you, I can create artificial awakened as well as true ones. I'm the father of all dragons. If I wanted to take over the world, I would just need to call all of my offspring and take down a guardian at a time. No, I know them because they belong to the Griffin Kingdom. They are the upgraded version of Ardhan Griffin's Immortality Project. Tyrus had done her best to forget that name. King Ardhan Griffin, the Kinslayer, the Soul Eater, the biggest mistake she had ever made. Unlike natural awakened ones, those Salark and Tyrus made were incapable of using techniques like invigoration and accumulation. Their sensitivity toward the world energy was purposely sealed during the process. Having a stronger mana core than the one they were born with made them age more slowly, but they aged nonetheless. Ardhan had been a genius mage that during his final years had focused on studying the limitations of the gift he had received and how to overcome them. His experiments had sacrificed countless lives and almost led to the Griffin Kingdom's destruction. Chapter 202. During his youth, after Tyrus had chosen him as the next king and gifted him true magic, Ardhan Griffin would often laugh at how hard and convoluted fake magic was. Without the countless legacies left behind by awakened ones, most magical advancements would have been impossible. What made fake magic invaluable was that anyone with a strong enough mana core could practice it. As for most things, there was strength in numbers. By standing on the shoulders of the awakened ones, fake mages had improved the lives of all those who lived in the Galen continent and beyond. Thanks to Lakra Silverwing and many others, magical research was possible for fake mages too. Some of them had made discoveries so great to put to shame even awakened ones. Ardhan Griffin understood why the awakened were so jealous of their secret. It wasn't just a matter of power, but also of longevity. A dog could live up to 12 years, a re-up to 40, a monster for hundreds of years, while guardians were seemingly immortal. If all mankind turned into awakened ones, having children would eventually become a crime, forcing the various royal families to cull their own population from time to time. As Ardhan grew old, he also grew envious of Tyrus' eternal youth. He was unwilling to let his genius perish by the hand of something trivial as old age. At that time, she interfered even less in the kingdom's matters, letting humans take care of themselves. After wasting years searching for an awakened, Ardhan had used most of the Crown's and Mage Association's resources to buy his way into immortality. Failure after failure, his project became more ruthless and desperate, using the lives of his subjects to prolong his own. Despite his secrecy, Tyrus soon discovered Arthan's crimes, executing him on the spot and setting the canons that defined forbidden magic. Ardhan Griffin's name became a synonym of madness, a bogeyman used to scare the children and make them behave. It's impossible. Tyrus was flabbergasted. I made sure to destroy all the blueprints and specifications of that evil contraption. I left behind only the parts that could be used for medical research, and even the few fragments left are heavily guarded. Are you saying this is all her fault? Salar pretended to be outraged, pointing her finger at Tyrus while her other hand switched the position of a few pieces on the chessboard. There was no such word as defeat in her vocabulary. No, I'm not. That's cheating, by the way. Ligain put everything back into place with a wave of his hand. What one man can invent, another can discover, especially if he has access to the remaining pieces and has enough talent to reverse engineer the machine. Judging from the result, our culprit is either a rare genius or someone that spent years improving Arthan's madness. We are lucky to have found this place when we did. Losing their latest specimen and all this equipment will set them back for years, especially now that we are keeping our eyes open for anomalies. Okay, enough with the bad news. Give us the good news, too. Tyrus gave Salark a reproving look while making her next move. That was the good news, Ligain replied, shocking them both. Weren't you listening? The setback, the ignorance about world energy and cores, the fact that they can at best create abominations instead of awakened, those are all good news. The bad news is that when the new lab will be up and running, they only have to fix the humongous energy consumption problem and find a way to suppress the psychic maelstrom to be capable of turning whoever they want into the abomination knockoff version of a guardian. After the end of the lessons, Litha's group resumed studying dimensional magic in Uriel's room. It was the only subject they could prepare for in advance since they had no idea what they would do for necromancy or magic crystals. As for their specializations classes, the professors were throwing the books away in favor of a more practical approach. Freya and Floria were worn out both physically and mentally. Professor Thorman is a monster. Freya was still panting, incapable of catching her breath. 3 minutes of sparring, 1 minute of rest, 3 minutes of casting. Rinse and repeat for 2 whole hours. If one fainted, he would just have a healer give them some life force and a sweet drink before starting again. I don't remember ever wanting to take a shower so badly. Floria added, we can postpone our meeting. Clean yourself, get some rest, and get back here. Uriel's proposal was also for his own benefit. He had spent his lesson learning how to handle the array's activation order to alter their effects. The problem was that the slightest mistake caused the arrays to cancel each other, forcing him to start over from scratch. Each array was demanding on his focus and mana since Professor Zhuang had one of his assistants time the casting speed of each student. Uriel had a splitting headache caused by the lack of mana, but was too prideful to call quits first. Please say yes. Daddy needs some sleep. He thought. Thanks, but no thanks. Freya replied. I'm certain that the moment I touch my bed or hot water, I'll fall asleep until tomorrow morning. Quilla and Lith were the only ones in peak condition. Quilla because she had no specialization aside healing, Lith because of invigoration. Despite their fatigue, the training went smoothly. Freya turned out to be a natural at dimensional magic, managing to master Blink before dinner time. Once she was able to cast it successfully 10 times out of 10, she stopped practicing to rest and give tips to the others. The canteen had never been so quiet during dinner. Everyone was either too tired or depressed to speak, even Litha's group. The clattering of the silverware was the only audible sound. Sorry guys, I'm too exhausted to do anything but sleep. I call it a day if it's okay with you. Uriel's proposal was unanimously approved. Freya, Quilla, please escort me to my room. I'm still without a ballot, and had enough of ambushes for today. Uriel faked a yawn, winking at Lith while Floria wasn't looking. How nice of Uriel being your wingman. Solus thought. Lith didn't reply, sighing in resignation instead. Part of him found all that situation insane. Despite his body was one of 12-year-old, his true age was around 40. The more he thought about it, the more the idea of having a high school sweetheart sounded dumb. Another part of him was tired of being alone, a shadow in a world of lights. That part of him was aware that the age gap would never disappear and that the longer he waited, the more excuses Lith would make up to keep isolating himself from the rest of the world. After speaking with Uriel, he had realized how lonely it was to live trapped in a life of duty. No one could force Lith to marry, but he already knew that after the academy, he would be forced to train until he became 16, accumulating wealth for his future travels. Then, He would join the army, starting his quest to find a body for Solus and a solution for his twice lifelong problem. Lith didn't want to start over again, to find a new family, and most of all, to lose Solus. He had already decided that if he couldn't find a way to prevent his next reincarnation, then he would settle for a way to achieve a permanent death. He and Uriel weren't so different, after all, both wiser than their age and living on tracks they couldn't escape from. Thanks for walking me to my door despite your horrible day, Floria suddenly said, waking Lith from his stupor. They were already in front of her room. I don't know how you guys managed to attend your lessons after almost losing your lives this morning. Especially you, Lith from Lucia. She smiled warmly at him, making his dark and light side clash against each other with growing intensity. I wish to one day be as strong as you and be capable to protect all those I hold dear. She unlocked her door and was about to disappear inside when Lith stopped her. About that, there's something I need to give you. Floria turned around, seeing he was handing her a guilty ballot. I had Linjos remove my imprint, so now it's yours. I can't accept it. What if something happens to you? She pushed it away with both hands. To me, Lith chuckled. I faced magical beasts, monsters, and assassins. Yet I'm still here. Nothing in this academy, be it physical or emotional, can touch me, but you are different. He placed the ballot in her fingers, appreciating their warmth. You still have feelings that can be hurt, a mind that can get scarred. It's too late for me. I'm beyond salvation. Take it and promise me you'll have a happy life. Both Floria and Solus were on the verge of tears. The former could only feel the pain behind those words, while the latter was seeing all of Lith's lives flashing in front of her eyes. Floria imprinted the ballot before putting it away in her dimensional amulet. I promise, she said, closing the door behind her, incapable to face him any longer. Was it that hard? Solus asked. Actually, it was. Lith replied. Good. Nothing that's worth having comes easy, remember? Your words, not mine. Their bickering was interrupted when the door reopened and Floria embraced Lith, giving him a quick, soft kiss. Barely a peck. Also, I promise I will try to share that happiness with you. No matter how thick-skinned you have become, you are still alive. Please, don't talk ever again, as you are going to die at any moment. She held him tight for a long second, giving his body and mind the time to react to the sudden turn of events. Once again, a warm feeling spread through his being, like when he was in Alina's embrace as an infant. With that also came the hunger, the violent desire to fill the bottomless void that plagued his existence ever since he could remember. His inner conflict resumed. Part of him just wanted to drown in that warmth, while the other wanted to kill Floria for being a liability, a weakness that could only lead to more suffering. Was my first kiss that good or that bad for leaving you in a daze for so long? She asked, blushing in an adorable manner. Woof! Lith brain short-circuited because of the conflicting emotions, suddenly remembering his lost bet with Solus. Floria chuckled at his nonsensical answer, giving him a second peck before disappearing behind her door. Was it that bad? Solus gloated. Woof! Woof! Lith replied. As most of the happy times of his lives, it wasn't bound to last. An almost inaudible sound drew his attention, making Lith activate life vision, spotting 3 figures hidden behind pillars and corners. Well, well, well. The academy is so clean, yet the roaches are so big. 3 of them at that, he said out loud, making them come out in the open. Without the advantage of surprise, hiding was just useless. It's not the first time you follow us. Why you don't run away as usual? Isn't that what cockroaches do when you shed light on them? Lith said with an amused voice. The 3 students were all taller than Floria. The shorter one was 1.82 meters, 6 foot, high. Yet they were all on edge. Their goal had been the girl all along. None of them wanted to face Lith unless he was tied up and drugged. His background check was intimidating on its own, and the fact that he had just survived the attack of professional assassins was public knowledge. They were 3 against 1, all taller and heavier than him, though. He was also finally without a ballot, so they only needed him to cast a spell in self-defense to have him expelled. At least in theory. I can't believe you gave your ballot to that W.H. Ree even knowing we were here. The leader swallowed a lump of saliva, looking at his companions to gain some confidence. He didn't want to be there, but he couldn't disobey his mother. Lith laughed maniacally. What use do I have for a ballot? The rooms are all soundproof. Why ruin our meeting with a recording device? Lith's pupil dilated to the point of covering most of the iris, making his brown eyes seem to have turned black. The corridors were lit by magic stones, fueled by the castle's power core. In all the Academy's history, they had never malfunctioned. Yet when Lith moved forward, the lights flickered at his passage. Chapter 203. Stay back. We have a ballot. The leader screamed with a high-pitched voice that was hard to believe it could come out of someone that big. They never intended to pick on Lith. No matter what their orders were, it was just too dangerous. After being discovered, they had no choice left, though. Lith wouldn't believe a word they said. It was better taking a punch in the face than a knife in the back. They were 3 against 1 and well prepared for the encounter. They could only hope to scare him away. Do they? So far it's a bluff. They only have some magic rings and alchemic tools. No valid. Solus replied. They had studied it for months. She could recognize a ballot's pseudo-core from a mile away. Really? Lith sneered. Did you incriminate yourselves by recording since you started following us? Or are you going to activate it now? Lith's voice was stone cold. A huge smile had appeared on his face, yet it contained no joy. It was the smile of a predator closing in on a cornered prey. A twitch in the left arm alarmed Solus. I stand corrected. The one in the middle now holds a ballot in the left hand. Thanks to her timely warning, Lith extended his right arm, ripping the ballot off his enemy's fingers with spirit magic before he could even activate it. I said no recording devices. Lith engulfed the ballot in a shroud of darkness, actually sending it in his pocket dimension. He had no idea what kind of safety measures it could have and wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. Lith let the shroud disappear, revealing his now empty hand. You have just destroyed an Academy's property. You are insane. Not only had they just lost their only ace in the hole, but seeing an artifact crumble like that brought the 3 to the verge of panic. The leader of the group was Reinhard Poultice, his mother Duchess Poultice, a leading figure in the old noble faction, and had a bone to pick with Journey Erna's, Floria's mother. Ever since the end of the plague, the Poultice family was under the scrutiny of the crown because of their deep ties with Corn Haytorn, the fugitive alchemist believed to be responsible for creating the parasites and known for being a middleman for the major black market dealers. During her inquiries, Lady Erna's had discovered that the Duchess brother was part of slave trade. Even if most of his victims were dead or missing, he had been found in possession of a new kind of slave collars that could be disguised as a necklace, a ring, or a bracelet. It was by itself a capital crime. So no matter how powerful and influential the Poultice family was, he had been tortured until he had revealed all the names of his accomplices and then executed. The event had been a disaster for the family. Its members were now looked down on even by commoners and cut out from all the major social events. The identity of the royal constable in charge of investigations was supposed to be a secret, but Duchess Poultice still had many informants and friends. She wanted to give Lady Erna's a taste of her own medicine. Her only daughter, arped and branded as a SLT, was punishment enough in the Duchess' eyes. Without a ballot, her son could have always claimed it was consensual SX. It would also help the noble faction's cause, forcing Linjos to take a side between the two families and putting himself in a lose-lose situation. Siding with the Poultice meant making an enemy of the crown, while siding with the Ernas was like admitting his own incompetence, adding the scandal to his long list of faults as headmaster. The lights flickering intensified, while a black fog seeped out of the shadows, making the scene look more and more like a nightmare by the second. Reinhard and his cousins wanted to run away, but for some reason their feet refused to move. The previous warmth Lith had demonstrated earlier had disappeared, only the hunger remained. The abyss inside him kept pouring out its hate, infecting the outer world. Lith's killing intent reached a new peak, forcing the 3 on their knees with just a gentle push from spirit magic. Kneel! Albeit brief, the touch from those invisible hands made the 3 squeal in terror. That was the side of Lith Solus was more scared of. No matter how much love and affection he received, turning back into the same man that had abducted and tortured a young boy was as easy as flipping a switch for him. What made things worse was that the more people he cared for, the more ruthless he would become. Each light that entered his life would only make the darkness inside of him deeper. Usually I don't give speeches, but for you I'll make an exception. I need to send a message, and you'll be the one delivering it. Lith's hand squeezed Reynard's throat so hard that for a moment he thought his eyes were going to pop out of his skull. Then the pressure lessened enough to let him breathe, but not enough to make it easy. At the same time, spirit magic and wind magic pinned the other two on the ground, making them incapable of breathing as well. The scene in front of Reynard's eyes almost made him faint. Through their contact, he could see something that even Lith and Solus were unaware of. A legion of hands made of shadows was gushing out of Lith's body. Only a few were suppressing the three students. Countless others stood still like snakes, ready to strike at any moment. Spirit magic was invisible, yet for some reason Reynard was able to see its true form. Countless eyes of all sizes and colors had materialized wherever light was absent, staring full of curiosity at the unfolding events. The world was watching over its new toy, lured by the unbridled hate that had been offered to it. It's already the second time today that someone tries to take away what's mine. You can't imagine how angry I am right now. Lith used darkness magic to appear more terrifying and water magic to freeze the surrounding environment to scare them out of their wits. He smirked, noticing that the other two had already lost control of their bladders, drenching themselves in their own PSS. These nobles, how can someone be so cowardly? Lith thought. Only Reynard knew the truth. Fueled by the world's will, the tendrils of darkness seeped into his cousins' bodies from the nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouths, robbing them of their vitality. The feeling they were experiencing was akin to being buried alive. Lith lifted Reynard from the neck until their eyes were at the same height, sending him into panic. Half of Lith's face was now covered by Reynard's shadow, assuming ghastly features. Lith's eclipsed eye had become bright yellow with a vertical pupil. The mouth was lipless and full of fangs highlighted by an inner fire that seemed to be burning in his throat. I don't care who sent you. Tell Lockhart, or whoever it is behind this attack, that these kids are mine and mine alone. Lith sent a new wave of spirit magic on the two that were lying on the ground, bringing them closer. He also clenched the hand around Reynard's throat, making him incapable of breathing anymore. Reynard could hear his voice and feel the lack of oxygen, but he couldn't avert his gaze from the darkness running under his cousin's skin, whose eyes rolled backward while foaming at the mouth. The next time I see one of you around them, even if I just smell you, I'll make your worst nightmare seem like a wet dream after what I'll do to you. The other two had already fainted, so Lith could focus only on Reynard, alternating waves of darkness and light magic. His skin would crumble, his life vessels collapse, just to be restored less than a second later. On the outside, it was like nothing was happening, but Reynard felt pain like never before. His whole body was constantly being destroyed and regenerated in a never-ending cycle, yet it left no mark on him. His mind and body collapsed in just a few seconds, unable to bear any more of that torture. Lith left him alongside the other two, putting the ballot in Reynard's hands before going to his room for a good night's sleep. The next morning, the canteen was lively again. Everyone was discussing how 3 students had been found unconscious and hospitalized. For some unknown reason, it was impossible to wake them up. Normally, no one would have cared. Things like that happen all the time. The reason a common event had piqued so much curiosity was that they weren't injured at all. They even had a ballot, but according to the professors, it had never been used. I can't believe it happened just a few meters from my room, and I didn't notice anything. Maybe I could have helped them. Florio was shocked by the news. Uriel scoffed, telling to the rest of the group why no one cared about the fate of the Poultice family. Either it was the consequence of an internal strife to get rid of the rotten apples before the whole household collapse, or it was an act of vengeance from the relatives of their victims. Those guys deserve no pity, Floria. Lith couldn't care less about their background. Even if they came from a family of saints, he would have done the same thing. No one touches my things, no matter the reason, he thought. Solus sighed, wishing he stopped referring to them as objects instead of people. I wonder why the two you didn't roughen up are still unconscious. It has never happened before. It was the only part of the rumor that didn't make sense to her. I don't know, and honestly, I don't care. 3 guys following a single girl at night, knowing she has no ballot. It doesn't take a genius to put 2 and 2 together. Lith regretted deeply not having the opportunity to kill them for good, but he knew about the Academy's security system that prevented deadly injuries. It was the reason why he had used that torture technique. It would leave the victim exhausted and mentally scarred, but the body would remain in perfect health. After breakfast, the group split up for the morning activities. Lith's group rounds of visits were uneventful, allowing them to make up for most of the time lost the day before. They met back with Floria for the first practical lesson of magic crystals. After welcoming the students, Professor Nailier clapped her hands, making a crystalline mass as big as a melon appear on their desks, along with what looked like a rune inscribed wrench the size of a pen. Normally, when people hear the words underground mine and extraction of minerals, they think about rough men with a pickaxe. But for magic crystals, it's the worst image possible. Normal tools have no effect on mana crystals, no matter how strong you are or how hard is the metal. Best case scenario, you can crack one and hope that the resulting explosion will not trigger a chain reaction, making the whole mine collapse. There's a reason why only a mage can become a crystal smith. Nailier picked up the wrench-like tool from her own desk. The students saw the runes lighting up one after the other until a small energy blade formed in the U-shaped extremity. Lith involuntarily quivered. The phenomenon reminded him of the blade that had killed him during his second life. He had never forgotten the pain of dying drowned in his own blood, gasping for air like a washed-up fish. There's nothing to be scared of. That thing is just the magical equivalent of a box cutter, Lith said to himself. Extracting mana crystals doesn't require brute force, but finesse and technique. First, all of you must learn how to power up a mana blade. Pick up your own and hold it in the way that's more comfortable for you. Some hold it like a carving knife, others like a scalpel. Too many like it's a spoon. That's the only wrong way to do it. The class laughed, following Nailier's instructions. It's very simple to use. Inject it with your mana, like if you were trying to imprint it. Many blades appeared, but none remained for more than a split second. For those that didn't make it, just put some more effort. Those who made it, keep it coming. Mana blades can't be imprinted and need a constant flow of mana to function properly. Lith noticed that he was the only one in the group with a mana blade turned off, so he corrected the situation. By using invigoration, he noticed there was no pseudo-core, just mana pathways that redirected the mana into a physical form. Well done, everyone. Now put it down. Our lesson has just begun. Don't waste your energies. You will need them in a while. Lith powered on and off the blade a few times, appreciating the buzzing sound it produced while being activated or swung around. I wish I could say Uriel, I am your father, but the reference would be lost in translation. Lith sighed. Chapter 204. Before starting our lesson, I'll ask you a question. Please be honest about it. It will save us a lot of time. How many of you were too tired to practice the spell on page 22 that I assigned 2 days ago? Nailier's inquiry was followed by prolonged silence. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It happens every year. The first day is all about theory, so students get confident. The second day is all about practice and drains their energies. Take 5 minutes to study it. Despite it being a Tier 4 spell, is very simple. Aside from Lith, Quilla, and a few others, most of the students took out their books and read like madmen. Lith used that time to practice it on the crystal mass. The spell was called Scope and turned out to be extremely similar to a diagnostic spell, but instead of showing the status of a patient, it allowed one to distinguish the single crystals that compose the mass. Just like a mana blade, it hadn't a set duration. Once cast, Scope would last as long as the mage kept spending mana, requiring the constant use of earth and light magic. Invigoration doesn't work on inanimate matter, yet it does on magic items and artifacts. I wonder how I should classify mana crystals. Lith thought while activating invigoration. His breathing technique revealed not only the crystal's outline, but also allowed him to see on their surface a series of lines and cracks, of which Lith was unable to understand the significance. All you have to do for today is to separate the cluster that I provided you into single mana crystals and then cut them into a usable form. Do not underestimate your task. Using the mana blade and scope at the same time takes a lot of energy, while adjusting the blade's density according to the situation requires focus. Nailier closed in to the first row of desks. Use too little mana and you'll get sparks but no cuts. Too much and her blade cut straight into a crystal that emitted a bright light before crumbling. If this was a real mana crystal, instead of scraps of the lowest tier minerals, it would have caused the whole cluster to explode. The force of the resulting detonation would be proportional to the amount of mana stored. That's why crystal smiths require huge fees. The more powerful the crystal, the higher the risks. Since they are risking their lives on your behalf, don't be stingy with them. Never believe to those that offer their services for a reasonable sum. They are either trying to rob you of your crystals or are so incompetent that they will lose more than half during the refining process. If you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. The first part of the exercise was easy. The crystals composing the cluster were big and didn't overlap much. Thanks to scope, the students could discern where a crystal ended and the other began. The mana blade was capable of separating the conjoined sides without destabilizing the structure. Everyone managed to finish their task quickly. Excellent. Now comes the hard part, cutting a crystal into a usable form. In their natural state, most mana crystals are bigger than my fist. If you remember my first lesson, all those I showed you were the size of a walnut. That's because bigger crystals not only are more brittle, but also the mana they contain is scattered along its whole structure. The cutting process allows compressing the mana crystal, making its power focused and more easily accessible to a good craftsman. Let me give you a demonstration. Nailier used scope on a single gemstone and then activated her mana blade again. Her mana was ethereal, passing through the surface of the crystal without leaving a scratch. Yet each time the blade touched the gemstone, it would shrink more and more. The final product, despite she had worked on scraps, was a bright red gem the size of a pearl. Don't get fooled by appearances. A mana crystal is not a rock imbued with mana. It's pure mana that somehow took physical form. Removing even a small chip means making it weaker. The cutting process requires to use the mana blade to stimulate its structure, making it slowly collapse on itself. To do it, you need to use scope to see the keystone points and to make the mana composing the blade as thin as possible. Lith did as instructed, discovering that the spell showed the same lines highlighted by invigoration, but they were fainter and there was no trace of the cracks. The hardest part of the exercise was to keep the mana flow as weak as possible. Aside from healers, fake mages weren't used to such fine control, so many students ended up breaking one crystal or more. Lith's work was progressing smoothly, like for the rest of his group, so he exploited a moment when Nailier was helping a boy on the other side of the class to make an experiment. He used invigoration on the crystal and, instead of applying the blade on the lines, he struck with it one of the cracks. The crystal didn't change its size, but he could sense his mana getting slowly sapped, being absorbed by the gemstone. I can charge these things, he thought. I can turn scraps into perfectly fine crystals. Solus, we have struck a gold mine. Yeah, right? Not to burst your bubble, but even scraps are rare. We never found one before. Not to mention that we would need a plausible excuse for the crystal's origin. Otherwise, it would blow your cover. This isn't a gold mine. More a way to spare some bucks on your staff. Solus's cold pragmatism made Lith mind whimper. The lesson ended in complete success. All the student had managed to cut at least 3 crystals, even though many of them had required several breaks to catch their breath. This is odd, Lith thought. Despite their cores aren't at the level of Uriel's and the rest of the group, how can they be so exhausted for something like this? He looked around, noticing that most of his colleagues from the healer specialization had no such problem. Maybe it's just that their control is really poor. Solus replied, I don't know if you have noticed, but those who destroyed a few crystals are also the same that have yet to succeed to open a warp gate. They must have very low mana sensitivity. There was only so much that even logic could do against Litha's paranoia, but in the end he didn't care for them. His priority was eating lunch and getting ready for the first practical necromancy lesson. White Griffin, headmaster's office. Linjos had just received the latest crown's proclamation reserved for their inner circle, remaining shocked by what he had just read. Linjos used his communication amulet to contact the queen, expecting a long queue, but she replied immediately. Let me guess, you two are calling about the new slave collars, right? Queen Silpha had the annoyed tone of someone who already had that conversation countless times. Yes, your majesty. You know there's at least a mole in my academy, if not more. Those cursed devices allow the traitors to turn anyone into unwilling allies. My situation has just gone from dire to desperate. Your situation? The queen frowned, barely keeping her anger in check. The civil war has been almost foiled, but almost isn't enough. I and the king don't know who to trust anymore. We have to perform daily controls on everyone that approaches us, our children, or has access to sensitive information. It's not just your situation, it's everyone's. I had to inform all my loyal subjects, even knowing that the news would spread panic and distrust. I prefer paranoid officials to dead ones. A slave collar can make a mother kill her newborn child, turn your loving husband into a violent beast with a single word. I need you all to be on your toes, but most of all, to read the damn proclamation until the end. It's clearly written that the slave items found in Lord Polta's possession were just 3 and custom-made. To his knowledge, there is no mass production, but the fact that someone has the means to create them is a threat that can't be underestimated. Did you execute a security sweep recently? Linjos nodded. Yes, one right after the sabotage of the training hall, and another right before the start of the trimester. I checked students, professors, clerks, everyone. I had trash check myself, just to be safe. Someone could always turn me into a sleeper agent. Silpha seemed happy by that news, but after a second her eyes became cold. What about the students? I'm really sorry, your majesty. I've let you down again. What are you talking about? Silpha was genuinely surprised by his answer. I know that the students' grades are at an all-time low, but the promotion rate... I wasn't talking about that. She cut him short. It's the same in all the academies. What? Linjos jumped out of his chair. He couldn't believe his ears. What did you expect? That the other headmasters would flaunt their problems? Off the record, since the threat of the Civil War started, the students spend more time fighting among themselves or following their parents' agenda rather than studying. The Black Griffin never expelled so many students in a single year, while at the Crystal Griffin Academy, they have so many injured that they had to hire new medical staff. Your White Griffin is the crown jewel of the academies at the moment. Silpha's smile perfectly hid her amusement at Linjos' shocked expression. I was talking about the Poultice boys. 3 of them, at night near the girls' dorm. It creeps me out just saying it out loud. What are they doing there? Why have they yet to wake up? Oh, that, Linjos thought, inwardly sighing of relief. Up to no good. That's the only thing that I'm sure of. They had a ballot, but they didn't activate it. It means that either they knew their aggressor or that they couldn't afford to record their meeting. I had them searched. No slave items, but they had several alchemy products on them. Most of them were to incapacitate the victim. Meaning, Silpha didn't like the pause at all. I can't be sure until the alchemic lab confirms it, but judging from the smell, I'd say they were sedatives or roofies. I'm going to interrogate them as soon as they wake up. Depending on their answers and the lab results, I'll decide what to do. Off the record, they're as good as expelled already. After breaking their dimensional amulets, we found so many drugs they could open a pharmacy. Oh dear. Silpha silently prayed for Linjos. The headmaster was about to ask the queen why she cared so much for the Poultice family, when the gemstone on his desk blinked red. His personal assistant had something very urgent to tell him. This better be important, Balthus. Linjos answered with an annoyed tone, bowing to the queen as an apology for the interruption. Royal Constable Journey, Erna's requests your presence. Headmaster. Balthaz was a retired veteran. Not even dragons soaring the skies could upset him. Yet he was squeaking like a mouse. Tell her I'm innocent. I mean busy. As a royal constable, Lady Ernest had an authority second only to the royal court. She was that good at her job that no one, either innocent or guilty, wanted her poking at their personal life. She says it's for official business. Balthaz's voice rose of another octave. What official business could she possibly? Linjo's eyes suddenly noticed the name of a particular student that lived near the site of the accident. Gods, no. I mean, tell her I'll be there immediately. Be careful about what you do and say, Linjo's. Silpha said after he closed the communication with his assistant. She knows about the poultice boys, the roofies, everything. I know what you are thinking. It's a minor offense, but don't fool yourself. Do you know what's a royal pardon? Of course I do. Linjo's felt offended by the question. A royal pardon was a get-out-of-jail-free card for any crime non-punishable by the death penalty. The crown granted a few of them every year to their most loyal servants for their outstanding results. All the noble families had one or more black sheep that needed protection from the law. Most of them would do anything to obtain one to not get their name tarnished. The royal pardon was a leash that kept them loyal and efficient. Well, she has collected 5 so far, but never needed one. Yet, does that mean that she could maim half your staff, and as long as she kills no one, she will go home in time for dinner? Chapter 205. There was a reason why Balthaz was so nervous during his conversation with the headmaster. Lady Journey Ernest had a peculiar hobby that made her a really unpleasant guest. Whenever she was left waiting, she would run a thorough check on the nearest person to her. In this case, Balthaz. He could see her scrolling through his military files, payrolls, and daily expenses. Sometimes she would click her tongue. More often she would look at Balthaz briefly, giving him a wolfish smile. When Linjo's finally arrived, Lady Ernest was already questioning Balthaz about his new house in Dirios. In particular about how he could afford it and pay up all due taxes. Lady Ernest, it's a pleasure to meet you again. Linjo's lied through his teeth. She was wearing a dark blue military uniform with boots at her feet, black leather gloves on her hands, and her hair held up in a ponytail. Lady Ernest was one hood away from resembling an executioner. Look me in the eyes and tell me that my daughter is all right. Her reply was a breach of almost every etiquette rule at once. But Linjo's was a practical man. He could see from her eyes that despite her role, she was just a worried mother. That, and the faint impression of seeing in them a grave with his name written on it, prompted him to give her a quick answer. I swear that nothing happened to her. Lady Ernest sighed in relief. This time Linjo's had told her the truth. Sorry for my earlier rudeness, Headmaster Linjo's. She gave him a small bow. Now I need to talk with the prisoners. Prisoners? Don't you mean the students? Linjo's didn't like that turn of events. I like calling things with their names, Headmaster. Her voice oozed sarcasm. According to the lab results, they were in possession of recreational drugs, but the real mother lode is 5 different kinds of sleep-inducing, memory-erasing drugs. It's enough to arrest them. She showed him the report on her magical silver tablet. It was similar to a communication amulet, but bigger and linked to all the Griffin Kingdom's archives. How did you get them before me? The master alchemists of the White Griffin told me they needed days to analyze everything. In my line of work, I don't have the luxury of time, Headmaster. On the other hand, I have a lot of friends or people that want to be my friends, willing to pull an all-nighter for me. Bottom line, the Pontus boys are mine now. Linjo's found the idea that even inside his academy, there were people willing to go over his head to please Lady Ernest quite disturbing. Yet he wasn't eager to repeat the experience he had had with Lord Ernest, so he warped with her to the hospital. I wish I could leave it to Manohar to deal with her, but I learned from experience that whenever he is involved, I'm the one that ends up paying the price for his madness. Linjo's thought. As soon as they arrived, Journey stared at the 3 youths laying in the beds with hatred, pulling out the medical files at their bedside to understand what was going on. Are you also a healer? Gods? No. I can only use charm magic, but I know a thing or two about the human body. The tone she used sent a shiver down Linjo's spine. Who dares to approach my specimens? An indignant, petulant voice chimed in. Manohar, Linjos roared. How can you call two human beings students at that? Specimens? Don't you have any decency? You're right, Linjos. Back off from my specimens who also happen to be students, midget. I'll not go easy on you just because you're an old lady. Manohar promptly corrected himself. Manohar, the unruly man-child. Journey chuckled, releasing enough killing intent to make every single patient of the hospital wing search for a bedpan. Let me tell you a couple of things, child. First, your disappearing so often every time there's an ongoing crisis has made the Crown very unhappy. Enough that no one would care if I decided to rough you up, as long as I leave your precious mouth and hands intact. It's all you need to cast spells, after all. The rest of your body is redundant. Manohar found himself shivering. Journey's tone reminded him of the times when he was still a child, and his mother scolded him for experimenting with his new spells on the neighbor's sons. Second, whoever puts themselves between me and my enemies becomes my enemy as well. Do you want me to treat you as an enemy? Manohar had learned from experience that he was about to cross over from "you are grounded until you are old enough for the academy to do it again, and I'll spank your ass so hard that even my grandchildren will bear the mark of my hand." He was the archmage known as the god of healing, the one and only royal healer, as well as a genius like the ones that appeared only once in 1,000 years. He had a reputation to uphold, so he did what had to be done. He promptly hid behind Linjos after a hasty retreat. No, ma'am. Please, make yourself at home. If you really feel the need to, please take it up with Linjos. I recommend hitting him in the stomach. It's much softer than the head because he never exercises. Note to self, learn how to emit killing intent for taming idiotic healers. Linjos thought, what's their problem? Why don't they wake up? Journey asked, ignoring his whimpering. That's a really interesting question, Mom. Their bodies are fine. There is no sign of internal or external trauma, no drugs or toxins. It's the first time since. I won't ask again. What's the problem? Journey snarled. Emotional trauma. I think their minds are shutting in because of emotional trauma. Manohar replied from Linjos' back. This is amazing. Linjos was barely holding back tears. Not only he actually obeys her, but she also manages to obtain quick, not convoluted answers. Also, it's the first time in months that we are both in the same room, and I don't look like a fool. What's your treatment? They need time and rest. It shouldn't take more than a week for them to wake up. A week? Journey sniggered. No, they're going to wake up now. You see, there's another way to bring them back. Really? Manohar's scientific curiosity was piqued, so he came out of his hiding place. Yes. Do you know what's here? She pointed out the zones near the hips and the shoulders. Of course, the thickest bundle of nerves that Manohar was incapable of completing the sentence, mulling over the sudden revelation. Exactly. All the most sensitive receptors coming to and fro the fingers, erogenous zones, genitals. I only need to inflict on them more pain than the one that caused the trauma. Journey smiled softly while several needles that looked like knitting tools appeared in her hands. If I were you, I would create a silence zone. Linjos went pale too, rushing for the spell, while Manohar secured a front row seat to better watch Journey in action. That lift from Watsit's name is right. Anatomy is awesome. We should add it to the subjects of the 4th-year healer class. Manohar said with a childish smile on his face. What a guy. He deserves a lot of points. If it wasn't for his lack of personality, I'd say he reminds me of myself when I was his age. A true innovator. Linjos had many things to say, none nice, but chanting the spell kept his mouth busy. What you call lack of personality is just human decency, or at least a pretense of it. If I had 2 Manohars, I'd run away from the kingdom as fast as I can. He thought. The spell was completed just in time. One of Reynard's cousins woke up, letting out an inhuman scream right after the 4th needle had pierced his skin. Journey quickly and painlessly removed them all at once. The temporary relief from pain would only make what was about to come more terrifying. What? Where am I? The boy asked. Journey Ernez, royal constable of His Majesty's service. She handed him her badge and royal ID, speaking with a machine-like demeanor. I'm also the mother of the girl you attempted to RP. As soon as the boy understood his situation, rage twisted her visage in a cruel mask, making him wet himself. With your uncle's criminal record and what they have found on you, it's in my rights to interrogate you how I best see fit. She took out of her dimensional amulet a leather roll that contained a lot of sharp tool of curious shape and forms. So, we can do this the easy way or the painful way. As a constable, I hope you'll pick the former. As a mother, I hope you pick the latter. Gorgas Ponus's fight or flight instinct kicked in and immediately tried to escape, only to discover he was chained hands and feet to the bed. He then tried to chant a Tier 3 lightning, but a fist as small as powerful struck his jaw, dislocating it. Thank you so much. Journey chirped happily. I actually lied before. I can't use these tools on a kid just for drug possession. Or better, I couldn't. Assaulting a royal constable is a capital crime instead. Why do you think I left your chains so loose? She giggled, making Manohar hide again while Linjos felt the urge to puke. Let's play. None remained to spectate the questioning, but Journey recorded everything and used a silencing device to prevent even a single whisper from escaping her control. She had never needed Linjos' help. Journey had simply exploited the situation to put both the headmaster and the healing god to test. Manohar creeped her out. In a way, he was like Journey, but lacked any form of common sense, and most importantly, he had no constraints. I have to get him married. His fear of motherly figures could be our only hope to controlling him. I already pity that poor girl, though. After being persuaded a little, Gorgas told her everything, starting from the 5WS about that night accident to all the dirt he knew about his family and all of his parents' plans. His brother, Sothes, did the same. The problems arose when she tried to wake up Reynard. Even after 6 needles, he was still unconscious. Journey checked his pulse and heartbeat before stopping the procedure. He does feel pain. Simply it's not enough. Damn. To push things further, I need a healer. Otherwise, he may die of shock. I won't let him take the easy way out. When Reynard finally recovered, Journey needed to sedate him to avoid Reynard hurting himself. As soon as he recovered his senses, he went into a seizure like she had never seen before. Much to Journey's dismay, he answered all her questions while under the effects of the narcotic. His story was similar to that of the other 2 boys, but filled with unbelievable details like shadows coming to life or mystical eyes piercing his very soul. Normally, she wouldn't believe a word, blaming his delirium on the shock that had sent him into a coma. Too many things didn't add up, though. The insane amount of knowledge, him surviving an attack that killed an elite squad of the Queen's Corps, his contribution to the plague, surviving a group of assassins, and now this? If this was about anyone else, I would shrug off Reynard's words like a bad dream. I got the feeling that both the background check on Lith and the Queen haven't told me everything. I hate being kept in the dark. Looks like Lith and I need to have a little chat. Before walking out of the hospital, Journey removed all the pain medications from the 3 boys' system, leaving behind a disposable silencing device so that no one would notice their screams. Chapter 206. Lith's group was happily enjoying their meal, exchanging suggestions about how to better treat magic crystals during the next lesson, when Journey Erna's almost burst open the door marching inside. All the conversations suddenly stopped. All eyes were drawn to the badge shining on her chest. Aside from a few students choking on their food, the clicking of Journey's boots on the stone floor was the only audible sound. Lady Erna's exuded enough killing intent to take away the appetite of those she passed along. While most of his schoolmates avoided her gaze, Lith couldn't stop hearing in his head the Imperius march along with a rhythmic heavy breathing. Lady Erna's didn't bother caring for the reactions of the ants surrounding her. She was still high-strung because she couldn't kill the 3 little beastards. She wasn't a fan of due process, judges, and all those technicalities. In her opinion, once she was done with her job, she should have been allowed to take out the trash. Yet she had the utmost respect for the law. Journey had tailored her work life around a deep respect for rules and regulations. There was only one thing that she could do to avoid murdering someone on her way home. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Floria looked at her with a puzzled look. Journey had rarely allowed her daughter to see her in her uniform. She liked to keep her personal life separated from the professional one. "Oh, my baby, thank the gods you are all right." She hugged Floria, squeezing her against her chest while caressing and kissing her daughter's head. The killing intent popped like a bubble, replaced by a scene quite embarrassing for a teenage girl. Floria became beet red, trying to shake off her mother's embrace, but to no avail. She could hear many people sniggering at her. Only once Journey was certain that nothing had happened to her daughter, she let her go. What followed was even more embarrassing. Journey went in front of each one of the most vocal to have found the previous scene hilarious, and after scanning their features with her silver tablet, she listed all the past misdeeds that their families had tried so hard to cover up. RP, tax embezzlement, slavers, traitors. Sometimes the list was long, but she took her sweet time, starting with the most recent crimes and promising them she would take care of all those cases personally. Some ran away in tears, others hid their faces in shame, a few attacked her. The result was always the same: broken bones and new criminal charges for assaulting an officer in the line of duty. When she had finished, no one was laughing anymore. Journey Ernest was a short woman, 1.52, 5 foot high, but in their eyes she had turned into a terrifying giant that no one dared to offend. "Lith, do you have a few minutes to spare?" she asked with a gentle smile after returning to his table. "I have some questions for you and my little flower. It's better if we discuss this privately." Floria blushed violently, while Freya and Uriel had to hold back their chuckles. Their reactions made no sense to Journey, but being teenagers, there were few things about them she understood, so she paid them no heed. How the heck did she find out so fast? Floria's mind was a train wreck. "I didn't even tell Dad that Lith and I are dating." "Sort of. We have yet to have a proper date. Is it possible she has someone spying on me in here?" They went to Lith's room, and when Journey insisted on talking to them separately, Floria almost went into a panic. "What do I do? She'll scare him away. I'll never have a boyfriend. Why does she have to meddle in everything I do?" "It's not a big deal, sister." Freya chuckled. "There are plenty of other fish in the sea." "Yeah, and every one of them will get scared when having a meeting with a shark. I want to see if you'll keep laughing when it happens to you." Floria's retort snuffed out her hilarity. Freya had yet to see Lady Ernest treat her adoptive daughters any different from her own blood. While the three girls were panicking, each fueling the other's paranoia, Journey and Lith were having another kind of talk. "Do you know why I am here?" Her tone was firm, but gentle. Journey preferred a soft approach in questioning a possible ally. She had already contacted the king on her way to the canteen, and he had shared with her the crown's agenda. They knew Lith was an anomaly, like Manohar or Haytorn, but they hoped to turn him into an asset and prevent him from being snatched by other countries. King Marone didn't explicitly order her to leave him alone. It was implied in his wording. Journey was a loyal servant of the crown, but above everything else, she was a mother and a manhunter. She had understood at first glance that Lith was like her, a ruthless killer with no compassion or care for human life. According to his background check, he cared for his family. It was a good start, but not enough. It could have been all an act. She had to make sure that, just like her, he was actually capable of caring. Otherwise, letting him so close to her daughters was too dangerous. Not to mention that once Lith graduated from the academy, she had no doubt he would succeed. He would become a time bomb. She knew that such a menace had to be snuffed out as soon as possible before it became unstoppable, as it had already happened with Haytorn or the God of Death. "Is this an official visit?" Lith asked. If this was about me and Floria dating, she wouldn't wear a uniform. She wouldn't question me, but fawn me instead. Lady Ernest wanted us to date since the second semester. Floria never told me her mother is a royal constable. Damn it. I would have planned things more carefully. Journey nodded. Then it's about yesterday's accident. Nailed in one. Now, since you seem a smart boy to me, I suggest telling me the truth. We are cut from the same cloth. You can't fool me like you do with the others. Lith sighed. There wasn't much he could do about his situation. Floria's mom is too calm. She probably already knows the answers to her questions. She must have interrogated those three. There is no other possible explanation. Lying to her can only put me in trouble. In this dance, she leads while I can only follow. Before he could answer, Journey took out a device the size of a USB pen drive with a small blue gemstone embedded on it. After she pressed the stone, it emitted a low, buzzing sound. It prevents anyone from listening to our conversation, either by conventional or magical means. There is a traitor in the academy. I wouldn't be surprised if one or more of the rooms are bugged. Journey explained, knowing how hard it was to deceive someone like him. Lith only told her the truth, simply omitting the parts about the use of spirit magic. Journey was pleased by his behavior. His story matched what she already knew, and she couldn't detect any hint of deception in his words or body language. However, it wasn't enough. What did you do to send them into a coma? Torture. The shortest, most concise, and satisfying answer in her vocabulary, but she remained expressionless. How? 2 of them with killing intent and air magic. Against the leader, I used something more sophisticated. Constable Erna's log. What follows happens due to my explicit request. It's not an act of aggression. Repeat, not an aggression from the suspect. After Journey spoke those words in her magic tablet, she closed into Lith. Show me, she asked him. It's hard to believe that a 12-year-old single-handedly suppressed 3 men taller and heavier than him. Do to me the same thing you did to the 2 poultice boys, but stop when I ask you to. I don't think I can. Lith replied. The only time I can admit killing intent is when I'm threatened or when I feel a deep hatred. Otherwise, it's painful, like making scars become open wounds again. The answer was a pleasant surprise. Journey had experienced the same thing when she was about his age, learning how to control her emotions at will. For a moment, she thought about pretending to threaten his family, but quickly dismissed the idea. She wanted a confrontation, not a fight to the death. If Lith was even one bit similar to her, only one of them would come out alive before she could explain her reasons. Even then, the Crown would probably execute the survivor for treason. It would be a lose-lose situation. Please try it anyway, she asked. Lith forced himself to think about his father back on Earth, to Carl's death, to all those people that plagued his existence so far. Journey could feel the killing intent rise bit by bit, but it was nothing much. Then she found it difficult to breathe. An air spell was surrounding her head, sucking the air out. Nice trick. I can see those 2 almost die of fright. Now stop. Lith obeyed, still blinded by the emotional pain. Now show me what you did to the last one. She offered him her hand. Do it only once. Lith pretended to chant, and as soon he touched Journey's skin, she felt a burning pain ravaging her flesh with an intensity she had rarely experienced. Yet she endured it without batting an eye, leaving Lith deeply impressed. Do you recall anything about black hands and mystical eyes popping out from the shadows? Her question left Lith flabbergasted. What? No. She stared in his eyes, finding only genuine surprise. Seems that Reynard was really delirious after all. That or one of them is lying without knowing it. She thought. Did you tell Floria about that night? No. He shrugged. There's no point in making her worry about what could have happened. She has my ballot now, so she's safe. As a manhunter and a constable, that was the answer she had been looking for. Lith was able to care, otherwise he wouldn't have sacrificed his safety for someone else's sake. If he really gave Floria his ballot before the assault, then it couldn't be part of a ruse, since the poultice boys had followed them after meeting them by chance. She could easily check the timing. Linjo's was the only one that could reset a ballot. As a mother in search of a husband for her daughter, that piece of news made Journey's heart flutter. She decided not to push him. They were still young, but that was a good sign. Thank you for protecting my family, Journey said, offering him her hand, which he promptly shook. One day, I hope to be able to return the favor. Could you please tell my little flower to come in? Floria barged in a second later, slamming the door behind her. Mom, this is too much, even for you. Stay out of my love life. Journey had no idea what she was talking about, but she had learned that suspects with a guilty conscience would often talk too much, so she remained silent. How could you put me under surveillance? I asked him out 2 days ago, and you already come here in high uniform to interrogate us? We did nothing wrong. You didn't. Journey kept her face expressionless. We just kissed. Once. I have the right to date who I want. I will not allow you to control my life. Floria's face was red due to rage and embarrassment. She was really happy that the dorms were soundproof. She had yelled quite a bit. "Oh, sweetie, that's marvelous. I'm so happy for you." Journey hugged her tight, finally letting her joy out. "I was starting to fear you'd die single. You listened to my advice and courted Lith instead. He even gave you his ballot. Now everything makes sense. Good girl, Mom is proud of you." Floria froze, panic quickly replacing her outrage. "Didn't you know it already?" She squeaked. "No, I just wanted to see you. I'm here on official business for yesterday's accident. I'm glad you choose to share the good news with me." Floria thought she was going to die out of embarrassment, but her heart stood still and the earth refused to open up and swallow her. Chapter 207. The forest surrounding the Lightning Griffin Academy, the night before. Since Linjo's didn't need its help for the second exam, Scarlet the Scorpicore, Lord of the Forest surrounding the White Griffin Academy, had spent the last months performing its annual round of the Distar Marquiate. The Scorpicore would look for magical beasts old and wise enough to be potential candidates for becoming awakened ones, hence turning them into monsters. Scarlet had no obligation to do such thing. It simply felt it was the right thing to do to keep the balance. Magical beasts had a mortality rate incomparable with humans. Dying of old age for them was more a myth than a possibility. Humans kept growing in numbers and power instead. Without new monsters to keep their greed and selfishness in check, there was no telling how bad things could become. Meeting Protector while performing a background check on the mysterious human abomination hybrid cub had been the icing on the cake. Not only was Lith trustworthy according to the many magical beasts he had interacted with, but Scarlet had also managed to help Protector to evolve, securing the county of Lustria for at least a few centuries. If only the rest of my traveling went that good. Scarlet inwardly sighed. This year has started badly, and if it keeps going like this, my fur will turn gray from the constant worrying. During its round, it had met countless magical beasts, and most of them were harbingers of bad news. Or better yet, the same piece of bad news repeated over and over. After consulting with Tarba the Naga, Lord of the Forest surrounding the Lightning Griffin Academy, they had resolved to summon the council. The lords took out a communication device from their respective dimensional amulets. Unlike those Lith and the rest of mankind used in their daily activities, those communication amulets were made out of Davris instead of silver, while the magical gemstone embedded on it shone of pure white light instead of the common blue. "This is a waste of time," Tarba said. The Naga was a monster with the lower part of her body resembling a huge snake's tail, while the upper part could have been mistaken for a human woman if it wasn't for her sky-blue skin and 6 arms instead of 2. She wore an enchanted breastplate covering her torso, and 6 different enchanted weapons were ready at hand, 2 on its back, for where the hips were supposed to be. "Those old farts will never listen to us." Tarba shook her head in resignation, letting her long, silky black hair dance under the moonlight. "If I wanted to hear your whining, I would have just called." Scarlet snorted. "The only reason I'm here is that without 2 communicators, it's impossible to summon the council. Now shut up and let me do the talking. If we have any chance of persuading those blockheads, we need to be calm and confident. So keep your mood swings in check." Tarba clicked her tongue, but she couldn't raise any objection. Being a cold, hot-blooded hybrid, she was indeed moody. There wasn't any magic formula or circle involved. As soon as the 2 mystical amulets touched, 5 figures materialized mid-air. Each of them was the spokesperson of their own kind of awakened ones. Humans, magical beasts, undead, plants, and guardians. The assembly didn't have an official name. Each race would refer to it differently. Humans called it the Guiding Hand, the undead, the Dark Watch, the plants, the Root, the beasts, the Council, and the guardians, another damn sure. None of the 5 seemed happy to be forced to answer the call, except for Ligane. "Looking good, Scar. You are that close to promoting your core to the violet level. Have you considered the idea of becoming a guardian? Sure, you'd have to relinquish your turf forever, but the job comes with many perks." Scarlet took a deep breath to calm its anger. It hated the nickname. Both its skin and fur were flawless. Also, it hadn't missed how the Guardian's untimely remark had made the eyes of the other members of the council burn with envy. The other races couldn't forgive magical beasts for being the only ones capable of becoming a guardian. "Thanks for making my job harder, you scaly idiot," it angrily thought. "You're welcome," Ligane cheerfully replied, almost making the Scorpicore gasp in surprise. "You are always such an optimist. It's not like you have any chance to start with." Scarlet cut off the mind link before giving her speech. "Fellow Awakened, I call upon you in this time of crisis to ask for your help. Someone is ravaging the lands, consuming huge amounts of world energy, and kidnapping countless creatures on the verge of awakening. Humans, plants, beasts, undead. Whoever it is, they do not discriminate. We are all a target. We must find the root of the problem and weed it out. Why should we care?" Inksealot, the king of the liches, snorted through the exposed nasal septum of his skull. He wasn't actually a king. It was a title that had been imposed on him after getting the short end of the stick during the last raffle. It would last for 3 centuries, forcing him to attend those boring meetings and neglect his precious research, while the others were free to mind their own business. "We have meddled countless times in the past. Nothing ever changes. Kill a tyrant, another takes their place. Give them food, they stop working. Force them to obey the law, they revolt, calling you a tyrant. As long as living beings have dreams and ambitions, this world will suck. It is because of those things that the world thrives. Ligane has already informed us of this demon lord, abomination king, master of disaster, or whatever childish title they will self-appoint to themselves. Bottom line, we don't care. Been there, done that. They will throw their tantrum, make an enemy of the world, and then they will fail. No one, no matter how powerful, not even us, can go against a whole world full of billions of individuals. The moment they cause too much damage, all the races will join forces and wipe them away." All the members of the council nodded at his words. "I know that." Scarlet struggled to keep its cool in front of so much blind indifference. "Countless lives will be lost before that happens, though. Hundreds already have. Does none of you care for their descendants? Humans only care about themselves. Protecting them is pointless. Many will die, but more will be born replacing them, maybe even learning from their ancestors' mistakes." Ragu, the human representative, shook her head. "Death isn't a bad thing. They will return to the Great Mother and feed the next generations." Lotho the Treant crossed his arms, nodding to Ragu. "I think," Ligane said. "The session is over. The motion is unanimously approved." Fila, the beast representative, cut him short. With a clap of her hands, 4 out of 5 figures warped away. "Told you so." Ligane patted Scarlet's head. "If you need help, give me a call. I'll send Tyrus, since I can't operate in the Griffin Kingdom." "Ta-ta," he said before disappearing. Scarlet lowered its head, accepting the failure. Tarba placed one of her hands on the Scorpicore's shoulder to console it. "It's not your fault. We all grow more detached and insensible over time. Non-awakened have such a short lifespan that getting attached to them only brings us pain. It's no coincidence that all the races have the same saying, 'The gods have abandoned us.'" Scarlet knew the truth behind those 5 words. Before the advent of fake magic, awakened ones appeared like gods to their own kin. Over time, they would either start to believe they were real gods and needed to be put down, or would experience so much pain, betrayal, and isolation to seclude themselves from the rest of the world. Who needs gods that sit on their hands doing nothing? Scarlet roared, its eyes burning with fury. "I don't need a bunch of indifferent gods. I need allies. Luckily, I know where to look for them." Later, during the necromancy class, Lith knew that something was wrong. Floria had suddenly become incapable of looking him in the eyes without turning beet red, even choosing to sit as far away as possible from him. I really hoped that Mom was joking when she talked about having Dad preparing a betrothal gift for Lith. It would be the second most embarrassing moment of my life. Today would still get the first place. Floria thought. After Professor Zenith entered the classroom, she clapped her hand, warping several rows of rat skeletons along the walls. "As I told you last time, during our lessons, I'll teach you how to animate lesser undead. By definition, lesser undead are all those reanimated creatures that do not have a mind of their own. Creating greater undead is either a crime, since it involves sacrificing someone's life, or ethically controversial. It's the closest thing to slavery, because the undead will have feelings and thoughts of its own, but will be completely at the necromancer's mercy. That's why advanced necromancy is a well-kept secret. In case some of you gets too curious, be aware that researching advanced necromancy, or creating what basically are sentient slaves without the crown's approval, is a major crime. Now let's get back to our lesson. Among the lesser undead, there are skeletons, zombies, crypt crawlers, and many others. Skeletons are the weakest and easiest to reanimate, yet we will start with something small. Each of you has to pick at least one rat skeleton. You'll soon discover that this exercise has two major hurdles. The first is to mark your creature before it becomes fully formed, otherwise it will eat your face. The second and most difficult one is controlling it with your will. Hopefully, by the end of the day, you'll be able to make them move in the direction of your choice. Another clap of her hands, and a hardcover book with only 2 pages materialized on the students' desks. One was the reanimating skeleton spell, while the other was the life mark spell. Unlike other courses, I can't allow you to practice without supervision. It's too risky. Luckily, my subject is simple, so our lessons should be plenty enough. I'll provide you new pages during the following lessons. They will self-attach until the book will be complete. Practice life mark first. Failing to animate the dead is not a big deal. Giving undeath to a raving mad one is, though. While all his class looked at the skeleton with disgust, Lith read the spells a few times until he was sure of having memorized them. She is right. These spells really are simple compared to the others I studied so far. Probably because fake necromancy is the closest thing I ever encountered to its true magic counterpart. It requires will and imagination. Lith reanimated the rat on the first attempt. The problem was that the creature just stared dumbly at him. Lith furrowed his brow, squinting his eyes while concentrating until they were almost closed, but nothing happened. Excellent job. 10 points for Mr. Lith. Zenith said, "You're doing it wrong, though. You can't control an undead with your mind, because it does not have one of its own. You must feel the mana residing in the carcass and manipulate it." Cursing at his own stupidity, Lith did as instructed. Thanks to months of healing and dimensional magic, his mana sensibility had improved by leaps and bounds, but he was still lagging behind the others. They had needed a few attempts to succeed, but now their rats moved without limping or staggering, unlike his own. I still suck at mana sensitivity, but my mana control is in a league of its own. Let me try a new trick. Lith emitted an almost invisible tendril of darkness, directly connecting him and the skeleton. He wasn't using true magic. It could be barely classified as a trick using first magic. The moment the trick and the spell interacted, something unexpected happened. Lith was now able to control the undead at will. The connection allowed him to bypass the sensitivity issue, like plugging a controller in a console without needing the batteries anymore. Fetch! Lith ordered the rat that brought back a second skeleton that was promptly reanimated. Zenith was surprised by the speed of Lith's progress. According to his file, his real talent lied in his open mind as a healer and his rich battle experience. None of them were supposed to help him in learning necromancy. While most of the students were still trying to make their rat move, Lith was now controlling 2 undead at once, making them stand on their hind legs and performing the new world's equivalent of the minuet. There is no reason to hold back anymore. Lith thought, either because of Floria's mom's report, or because those 3B Astard will spill the beans on me during their trial. I'm going to have more enemies than ever. Also, this is but a simple trick. There is no risk in sharing it with the Academy. I need dozens of thousands points to afford some decent equipment. Along with many envious gazes, Lith received a few admiring ones. Professor Zenith's was among those. Chapter 208. Mr. Lith, would you mind coming over here, please? Professor Zenith had him walk to her desk. If this guy is a necromancy genius, I must report it immediately to the Crown. She thought. Each professor had to keep their evaluation to themselves, notifying only the headmaster or crown of a promising talent. It was a safety measure to avoid talented students from becoming targets of the hostility from noble families or the interest of foreign countries. Being a necromancy lecturer, Xenoph would report her observations only to the crown. It was too sensitive a topic for clerks to handle. All academies were known for having more leaks than a sieve. Can you please explain to me how you accomplished that? She pointed to the still dancing rats. Lith told her, making Professor Xenoph burst into a chuckle. Really well played, but for today's lesson purpose, it's like cheating. I wasn't going to teach you that trick until all of you managed to gain a decent degree of control over your undead. Still, it's very impressive for a student to discover it on his own. 20 more points for you. While Lith was disappointed learning he had just reinvented the wheel, Professor Xenoph was relieved instead. I knew it was too good to be true. I can kiss my points goodbye, he thought. Thank the gods, he is just very brilliant. I don't think the kingdom can afford a second god of death. Xenoph thought. Go back to your place and do the exercise properly. Professor Xenoph instructed Lith. Do not explain the trick to anyone. It would ruin my lesson. I'm sorry to send you back to square one, but I'm sure you will thank me later. She smiled gently, knowing how hard it was for someone so young going from believing to be a genius to discovering it had only been a fluke. Lith went back to his seat with a dejected expression. Soon envy turned into snickers and pointed fingers when the other students noticed that he was back to controlling a single rat, apparently suffering from brain damage. Lith was already able to move his rat in the direction he wanted, but every 2 or 3 steps, it would writhe like it had a seizure, prompting the ridicule from his peers. Even Quilla would chuckle from time to time. She said, looking in his direction. But it's too funny. Why don't you try shutting down the other one? It didn't act like that before. During the previous lesson, Professor Xenoph told us that every undead requires focus from a mage. Maybe that's why you find it so hard to control it now. Quilla, you are a damn genius. He gave her a thumbs up while placing his left hand on the second undead and draining the darkness magic that possessed its body. Litha's words made Quilla smile for the first time since Floria had asked him out, while his actions made Professor Xenoph swallow a lump of saliva. Once it's a fluke, but twice? Is it possible for him to have the mana control to be able to take back his own spell? Her face was jovial as usual, but her eyes returned often to his desk. As Quilla predicted, once the second rat was out of the picture, Lith was able to move the remaining undead with more ease. The rat was promoted from brain damage to crippled. The lesson continued, and Lith kept falling behind. He felt like the others were running while he was forced to walk. Damn, I must find a way around my limits. This time I can't pull all-nighters to catch up with them. Think, Lith, think. Normally, when I use necromancy, I always keep my undead under control with tendrils of mana. It serves the purpose of constantly feeding them and makes their reaction time much faster, since I can control them with but a thought. Now I have to control a lump of mana after giving it a body instead. On paper, it should be easy for me. After I cast any spell with true magic, I can always alter its course or form, as long as I can see it. Why should this be any different? Lith drained and injected darkness magic into the carcass multiple times, turning it into an undead and back, while trying to remember the feeling he experienced when a mana passed from him to the skeleton. This is not dimensional magic where I have to constantly manipulate and adapt different mana flows. Unlike a warp step, the undead is stable. I need to feel it just once. Lith kept his eyes closed, repeating the spell over and over, until he was able to feel every drop of mana that came out of his core, manipulating it like it was a new arm. To make things easier, Lith coordinated the rat skeleton's movements with his right hand's fingers. There were no tendrils attached, but thanks to the workaround, he was soon able to move the creature at will. After he got used to the feeling, he reanimated the second rat again, using one hand for each and moving them in unison. By the end of the lesson, while most students had succeeded in correctly controlling a single undead and Quilla was close to perfecting the movements of the second one, Lith had expanded the number of his puppets, needing only a finger for each one of them. Professor Xenoph had never been so excited and afraid at the same time in her whole career, fearing to have triggered the advent of the new god of death. Time passed, and soon the days turned into a month. Freya needed but a week to master the switch spell, completing the dimensional magic course and receiving a griffin-shaped honor badge from Linjos and Rudd to celebrate the new inter-academy record. Aside from Quilla, the rest of the group had mastered Blink, but they had yet to succeed in the switch spell. Quilla and Freya used that extra free time to cram healing magic together, becoming the rising stars of the light magic department. Lith kept forge mastering successfully one elemental weapon after the other, making Professor Wainmeyer so happy that at one point she offered to adopt him. It was a flattering proposal, but he gently refused it. Necromancy helped Lith overcome his mana sensitivity gap, leaving Professor Zenith in awe. He would finish the assignments so fast that she promoted him to her assistant during the lessons, giving tips and suggestions to the other students. Receiving so much good news every day made Lady Ernest feel like she was walking on air. I hope you will now admit I'm always right. She chuckled, reading the latest congratulatory report from the White Griffin Academy. A dimensional magic prodigy, 2 geniuses at healing, and our little flower has finally blossomed as a woman. The future of House Ernest is as good as set in stone. At those words, Orion Ernest spit out his tea in the butler's face, spilling the rest on his own nether regions. The pain coming from the hot tea was nothing compared to the one he felt in his heart, so he ignored it, treating the small burns with healing magic. Do you mean you know what I mean? Orion was beet red from pain and anger. No, I don't. She giggled, sending the butler away. It's never a good thing for a parent to meddle during the initial phases of a relationship. Lith seems quite the gentleman. I'm sure he'll make her first time pleasurable. Orion once again cursed Lith's name and the day he brought the little runt into his house. She's too young for that. How can you say such things and remain so calm? Journey put down the report, looking Orion straight in the eyes. Didn't we start knowing each other intimately when I was 15? She asked with a soft smile. Those were different times. Ages ago, Orion replied, noticing the trap when it was already too late. Are you calling me an old hag? She stood up, scolding him with an indignant tone. No, gods no. Orion hastily retreated. Admitting defeat was his only option at that point, or he would share the doghouse with Lucky for the days to come. You are right. 15 is the perfect age to start dating. According to our little flower, Lith is a very promising healer, forge master, and maybe even necromancer. Journey was back to being all smiles. You could bring him to your forge sometime for some male bonding time. I was thinking we should meet his parents one of these days. Nothing formal, just to say hi and introduce ourselves. Orion Ernest was inwardly weeping blood at the thought of losing his little flower to a brute whose only perk was being so similar to his beloved wife, but he could only nod with a smile plastered on his face. Sitting alone in his office, Linjos couldn't help but have an eerie feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Things were going smoothly. There had been no more accidents, and he received only good news. It was all too good to be true. Linjos was the White Griffin headmaster for 3 years now. He knew the rules of the game all too well. He had spent the first 2 years learning the ropes before finally implementing the changes he had always dreamt about to the academy system. Despite being the trial year, his academy had already achieved the highest number of promoted students per trimester and the lowest numbers of expelled or injured students per month. The healthy environment had allowed many students that had appeared unremarkable at their arrival at the academy to develop their talents. They were popping out like mushrooms in all departments. The random checks for slave items had been fruitless. Members of the Queen's Corps would search and interrogate the staff, but thank the gods every time they would come up with nothing. Yet Linjos couldn't help but worry. According to the reports he received from the professors and the Queen, despite the internal strife having been quelled, all academies were still experiencing an all-time low of the students' grades. Linjos knew that sooner or later, the other headmasters would try to sabotage his academy. With such poor results, they would be forced to implement Linjos' system, losing a lot of face and looking incompetent in the eyes of the magical community. No matter what the Queen ordered, He was certain that they would put their prestige above everything. Many of them were too old to accept the changes and would never accept retirement. To make things even worse, it was almost that time of the year again. Thinking about how much work he had to do with so little time at his disposal, Linjo sighed multiple times before summoning Nailier to his office. The magic crystal lessons were the most appreciated among the compulsory courses of the third trimester. There were no winners or losers. All the students had become capable of cutting and refining low-grade gemstones. It had no homework, since handling mana blades and crystals was too dangerous without supervision, nor was there a rush to complete the task. The most important thing was the quality of the final product, so students would take their time, facing each crystal like a challenge to oneself rather than to the rest of the class. At the end of the lesson, after checking the results of the students' work, Professor Nailier had an announcement to make. Excellent work, everyone. Now I have good news and bad news. The good news is that since the whole class is making progress at such an outstanding rate, our trip to the forest crystal mines has been brought forward. We'll depart tomorrow first thing in the morning. Bring along anything you think you might need in the next few days. The trip was supposed to last only one morning. The sudden change of plans made the class burst with chattering. Nailier raised her hand, silencing them with a quick spell. This leads to the bad news. For security reasons, students and professors alike will move out of the academy until the 18th day of this month. Temporary lodgings have already been prepared. You'll be split based on your household rather than on your gender or academy year. Beware of your seniors and be nice to your juniors. No misconduct will be tolerated. We will keep everyone under constant supervision. Despite her smile, Lith could see it was all a facade. A deep rage was smoldering behind her soothing manners. Something terrible had probably happened to her during her student days. I'm not at liberty to give you any explanation. Just know that this is for your own safety. Dismissed. Nailier abruptly left, clenching her hands so hard she was bleeding a little. Lith was so focused on all those small details that he missed the several glances Floria threw at him, sighing every time she did it. They had much to discuss. Chapter 209. Floria, Erna's, wasn't having the time of her life. Her adoptive sisters were running circles around her in the academy. Her mother called too often with stars shining in her eyes, waiting for some big announcement. Every time she heard from her father, Orion seemed to be on the verge of tears instead. Also, her relationship with Lith hadn't progressed much during the last month, giving her the impression there was something wrong. They were already at their 6th date, and Lith had always behaved like a perfect gentleman, having a deep knowledge of the places they visited together, even if he had never been there before. Floria didn't know about Solispedia, so the idea of him investing so much time and effort for her sake was truly flattering. They would always have brilliant conversations, and while his jokes were a bit odd, Lith managed to be funny or mature according to the situation. The problem was everything else. He is way too mature, but that's actually nice, she would often think. The more I know him, the more it seems I'm dating my parents, though. He is a paranoid control freak like Mom, but without being bossy or nosy. He is also caring and protective like Dad, without being clingy or possessive. I like his virtues and flaws, but while at the start it was nice of him to leave me my personal space and not try to touch me inappropriately, now I'm starting to worry about it. Holding my hand from time to time is the boldest move he ever did. Be it kissing or hugging, he never takes the initiative, it's always up to me. Did he agree to go out with me out of pity, or was it to get rid of Quilla? Mulling those questions over and over, Floria was getting more insecure by the day. She couldn't imagine that Lith was actually a 40-year-old in the body of an almost 13-year boy. He was conflicted between his psychological and physical age. Lith was incapable of approaching her without the fear of being guilty of forcing himself on someone naive and inexperienced. Floria was too embarrassed to seek advice from her parents, and asking her older brothers was useless. Guneen, her eldest brother, had followed their mother's wishes, marrying a girl when he was barely 16. He had never dated someone outside of his own wife. Tullian, her second brother, had almost been kicked out of the household because of his many affairs with maidens from other noble families. I can already hear Guneen say, "Ask Mom. She knows better." Or Tullian, "Push him down on the bed. It would work with me." Being cornered, Floria had sought Freya's advice the day before. Floria knew that she was still rooting for Quilla, but she had no one to turn to. "I never dated anyone, so I really don't know what to say." Freya was really embarrassed to reveal that while she very much liked talking about boys, she knew almost nothing about them. "If I were in your shoes, I would just ask him. If he doesn't like you, then he doesn't deserve you, sis." Floria was moved by her words. She had always thought that, between the almost forced adoption and Quilla, they would only be sisters on paper. Her advice made a lot of sense. So, she was waiting for the end of the lessons to confront Lith magic crystals. Was the last course of the day, and since they would spend the next 3 days working in the mines, they had the rest of the afternoon free. Floria was so nervous, looking for the right moment to talk to him, that she almost flinched when Lith tapped on her shoulder while they were coming out of the classroom. "Since we have nothing to do until tomorrow morning, do you mind coming to my room for a few minutes? We need to talk," Lith said, taking the words right out of her mind, making her swallow a lump of saliva. Saying those 4 words was hard, but hearing them was even worse. According to her brother Tullian, it was the best line before dumping someone, and he was an authority in the field. "I have no idea what the security reasons Professor Nailier spoke about are, but it's likely that Floria's mother does. I don't have Lady Ernest's contact rune, but I'm sure that she wouldn't mind helping me. The last time we met, we parted on good terms." Litha's intentions were completely unrelated to his relationship with Floria, but she had no way to know that. She lived every step towards Litha's room like a death row inmate would while approaching the chopping block. After they walked through the door, Floria clenched her hands covered in sweat, finding the courage to speak her mind. "Actually, I have something to say that can't wait anymore." Noticing the urgency in her voice, Lith nodded, offering her the only chair in the room while he sat on the bed instead. "That's exactly what I want to talk about." She stood up, pointing a finger at him. "Meaning?" Lith tilted his head in confusion. "Why do you always keep your distance from me? No matter where we are, you never sit beside me, let alone try to kiss or touch me. Am I that ugly to you? Are you pity dating me?" Her voice was full of rage, yet Lith could clearly see the insecure teenage girl hiding behind a mask. The new world closely resembled the Middle Ages in his mind, since they were so different in age and social status. He had thought that Floria was content with what they had, never suspecting she wanted something more, like a modern Earth girl. The only answer he could offer her wasn't the truth, but the next best thing. "Absolutely not." He stood up too. His tone was firm as a rock in denying her allegation. "It's just that I've never dated someone your age, so I don't know what to do." Lith scratched his head in embarrassment. He was a late bloomer, never dating anyone before his last year of high school. "Also, being as strong as I am, I'm afraid to hurt you. Last but not least, our height gap doesn't help." He stood in front of her, using his hand to emphasize it. Lith was now 1.65 meters, 5 feet 5 inches, high, but Floria was still taller than him with her 1.77 meters, 5 feet 10 inches. "Do you want me to bring around a soapbox during our dates? Because I feel so dumb having to use a spell, or ask you to bend down." Floria felt so relieved by his answers that it was like someone had just lifted a mountain from her shoulder and another from her stomach. Realizing he was not only younger, but also as inexperienced as her, made her heart flutter. Floria gave him a long, deep kiss while her hands caressed his hair and wide shoulders. Lith was surprised by how good a kisser she had become, needing his sheer willpower to keep his hands on her back instead of going for second base. He had no idea if he would be able to stop there. "What do you want to talk about?" She whispered in his ear, refusing to let him go and making it really hard for him to focus. "This field trip sounds fishy," he replied with a hoarse voice. "I was thinking we may ask your parents for information. It never hurts being prepared for the worst." "It can wait." She shrugged, emitting an adorable giggle. All work and no play makes Lith a dull boy. She had just kissed him again when someone knocked on the door. "Lith? Little flower? Are you in there? Please open up." "Dad," Floria blurted out from surprise. "I told you could wait, damn it. Give them some space." "Mom," Floria panicked, pushing Lith away and sending him but first to the floor. "Yes, dear," Journey's voice replied from the other side of the door. "Take your time. There is no rush." In Floria's mind, those words sounded like, "Put your clothes on carefully. Think about your father." If her parents' sudden appearance was like a sudden cold shower for her, Lith needed a magical one, cooling down his face, hands, and other obvious places to make himself decent. As soon as he opened the door, Orion barged in, sighing in relief, seeing that the bed was still made and all the buttons on the two youths' uniforms were in proper order. "Why didn't you answer your communication amulet? I've been calling you for hours," Orion yelled. "I was busy," Floria angrily rebuked. "Please forgive us, Lith," Lady Ernest said. "I couldn't stop his rampage after he heard the news. The moment Floria missed his 10th call, we were already on our way here. I suppose you know that something is going on." Lith nodded. "Yes, Lady Ernest. We were just about to call you." He reported to them Professor Nailier's announcement and his doubts about it. Excellent thinking. Emotions are important, but in time of crisis, keeping a cool head is of the utmost importance. Journey clicked her tongue, making both father and daughter blush in embarrassment. "Also, it's the exact reason why we are here. By now, most of the students should have been contacted by their parents and informed about the current predicament." "Which is?" Lith asked. "Have you ever heard about the god of death?" Floria and Lith shook their heads. Ilium Balkier, better known as the god of death, is one of the blackest pages in the Griffin Kingdom's modern history. 20 years ago, before either of you were born, he was a commoner of humble origins that had entered the Black Griffin Academy, soon revealing to possess an outstanding talent for magic. It quickly turned out to be more a curse rather than a blessing. According to the Academy's old standards, might makes right, so he and his family were constantly victims of harassment from the noble families. The previous queen ignored all the reports because she considered such behavior useful to her agenda. In her mind, they would push Balkier to seek the crown's support, making him more malleable to her requests in order to satisfy his thirst for revenge and protection. Her brilliant plan fell apart when a few months before his graduation, Balkier's village was set ablaze and his family killed by unknown bandits. It's still unclear if it was just an unlucky incident or something staged by one of the old noble families. What matters is that Balkier didn't care for the crown's promises of finding the culprits, nor for all the flatteries coming from the academies and noble families alike, aiming to recruit him. They tried to exploit his pain of losing his family by replacing it with a new one. After graduating, he disappeared for a few months before returning at the lead of an army of greater undead, exterminating in one night all the noble families in his birthplace. Then he escaped to the Blood Desert while the army and the Mage Association were still busy dealing with his thralls. That night, Ilium Balkier gained the title of God of Death, and the old queen abdicated in Silpha's favor. The following year, the crown received a single word from him: passed. During the night of the anniversary of Balkier's family's death, a whole old noble household disappeared. Not even children or elderly were spared. The only thing left behind was a single word, painted with blood over every single wall, ceiling, or floor. Soon, every year, for the following 4 years, the crown received the same note, and another ancient household would disappear during the night of the anniversary. Then, for the next 5 years, the note contained a different word: present. During the anniversary, the new target became the crown and the Mage Association. Their most notable members would be attacked by legions of never-seen-before undead. We know this because most of the intended victims managed to survive, thanks to the heavy security. The king and the queen survived all 5 attempts, allowing the association to collect a lot of samples and devise new weapons against the new race of undead. Sadly, this is the 11th year, and the note changed once again. Now it says, future. So they think you will now target the academies? It makes sense since the students represent the future of the kingdom. What makes them think you will target the White Griffin? Lith asked. Lady Ernest shook her head, sighing. No one thinks the god of death will target the White Griffin. We think he will target all the academies. The first 5 years are just the appetizer. He used them to perfect his creations while putting to test the magical defenses of the most powerful families, succeeding most of the times. Then, he targeted both the Crown and the Mage Association, attacking all of their most notable members. He is the reason that lead the Griffin Kingdom to hasten the reform of the nobility and academy system, leading to the current crisis. The existence of the God of Death is a secret to the public, but every major power of the country knows about him and lives in fear of his return. Chapter 2:10. Lith pondered for a while over Lady Ernest's words, trying to understand the reason behind Linjos's decision. Then what's the point of having the students move out of the academy? Isn't the castle one of the safest places in the kingdom? He asked. It is, but not against the God of Death. Lady Ernest explained. All the ancient noble families, just like House Ernest, have several arrays defending them. We have contributed to building and nurturing the kingdom, so you can think of our houses as smaller versions of the academies. The defense mechanisms are similar, but weaker. Balkier didn't just hunt us, he used every single attack to collect data and improve his thralls. Every year, they became stronger and more resilient, able even to bypass the basic arrays like they don't even exist. For your information, both the Royal Palace and the Mage Association headquarters have defenses on par with the academies. Some say they are even better. Yet Balkier's creatures managed to break in every single year. We knew they were coming, we were prepared, and armed to the teeth. None of that mattered. The number of casualties only increased over time. Probably Linjos is thinking of relying on the protection of the Lord of the Forest. Monsters like a Scorpicore only grow stronger with the passing of time. Thank the gods those beasts' talent for magic is second only to their indifference toward the outside world. As long as you don't mess with their turf, they don't mess with you. What's a Scorpicore? Floria asked. A genius magical beast that further evolved. Orion explained. They are invaluable allies and merciless enemies. Be careful of never antagonize one unless it's strictly necessary. While they're still beasts, they're much more intelligent than normal animals. Lith was amazed by the time and effort magical beasts had spent to keep humans underestimating them. Even before his evolution, Lith would have never considered Ryman stupid. Also, the God of Death is not the only one that has learned from the past attacks. Journey continued. Once the pattern was clear, the old noble families would scatter their members and go into hiding during the anniversary. It was a cowardly but effective move. Many of them managed to survive the onslaught. Linjos's plan is very smart. First, he is changing the battlefield, making Balkier's preparations useless. Magical beast arrays work differently from ours, so the creatures should get affected by them. Second, by moving the students to the forest, finding them will be much harder, exploiting the undead's greatest weak point. To give them so much power, skill, and magic, Balkier had to sacrifice their lifespan. They never last much longer after sunrise, so by turning an assassination attempt into a hide-and-seek game, Linjos has already gained an advantage. I only wish the other headmasters did the same thing. Some of those old coots want to make a stand against Balkier and Linjos. Journey sighed. Call the other kids here. I'll teach you whatever I can. Orion said. When Freya, Quilla, and Uriel arrived, they were still shaken up by the news received from their respective parents. First thing, do not fight them unless you are cornered. Those monsters are incredibly fast and strong. Even the Mage Knight spell Full Guard barely allows a veteran to fight them on equal footing. You are no veterans, just kids. Running away should always be your priority. Never underestimate greater undead. They have a high degree of intelligence, can plan ahead, and coordinate their attacks. They never get tired, do not feel pain, and every hit sucks away a bit of your life force, using it to heal their wounds. If you're forced to engage the enemy, Mage Knights should resort to guerrilla warfare, combining Blink and Full Guard. Orion said, looking at the two girls. As for you guys, you're only useful as long-range attackers and life force batteries. Wardens are useless. Their spells are too slow, and even if they manage to cast one, Balkier's creations can shrug off most of their effects. That's why I brought these. Orion waved his hand, and 5 weapons came out of his dimensional ring. An estoc, a rapier, a short sword, and 2 curved blades resembling shot-ells. Each one had 2 magic gemstones embedded in the hilt. I prepared them based on the knowledge we have accumulated so far. They are specifically designed to deal greatly increased damage to undead. I'm only loaning them to you. He looked straight at Lith and Uriel. These are not weapons for kids. I expect you to return them once the crisis is over. Lith gratefully took his shodel, deeply bowing to Orion. I'll make use of this time to thoroughly study this weapon and take note of every detail in my notebooks. It's like already having a Forge Mastering 5th yearbook at hand. He inwardly smiled. One more thing. This time it was Lith talking. If an undead ever comes close to you, only use darkness magic. It's their bane. They are not afraid of cuts, burns, or cold. The other elements can damage their bodies, but unless it's enough to cripple them, they will barely notice it. Never use light magic instead. It would only give them more power. How do you know it? Orion was flabbergasted. Necromancy being one of the rarest mystical arts, only those who serve the crown, the Mage Association, and veterans in fighting undead knew such things. He was about to teach them about the elements, but Lith took the words out of his mouth. I have a lot of free time during the necromancy classes. I do not spend it by idly waiting for the lesson to end. I raise undead and experiment on them instead. To truly master any discipline, I need to understand its flaws and limitations, becoming capable of exploiting them when it will be used against me. Litha's reply made Floria's and Journey's heart flutter. To the former, he sounded like a cool hero always one step ahead of his enemies. To the latter, he sounded like the perfect son-in-law and an excellent royal constable candidate. Journey and Orion stayed for dinner, and with them a lot of other parents. The canteen had never been so full and noisy before. The hall was split into 2 sides, one with the noble families warning their heirs, giving them advice and equipment. The other where commoners were grouped up, still unaware of the imminent threat. Lith was sitting at the Ernez's table, while Uriel was at the table next to them with his parents and fiancé. She was as cute as a button blonde girl, around 15 years old, and definitely overdressed. She seemed to be attending a gala rather than an academy. That and the scornful glances she threw at the other side of the canteen made her obnoxious at first sight to Lith. The following day, the morning gong resounded early, and after a quick breakfast, all the students were assembled in front of the academy's gates. Dozens of warp steps were open, allowing the staff to go back to their homes. Linjos's plan included leaving the academy empty and locked from the inside, so that even if Balkir's undead managed to break in, the number of casualties would be 0. Not having anyone to interrogate, finding their new location would hopefully require more time than the creature's lifespan allowed. So the White Griffin would win the battle without even moving a finger. When only the students and professors remained, Linjos closed the warp steps, opening new ones leading to their refuge. It looked like a medium-sized mining town, composed by 100 of small houses entirely made out of wood. Doubting that Linjos would make such a blunder, underestimating Balkir's fury to that extent, Lith activated Life Vision while Solus used her Mana Sense to scan their surroundings. The whole area had a mana flow vigorous enough to put to shame even the Academy's one. The houses, the ground, even the flowers glowed like a Christmas tree. Aside from the shabby look, it seemed Linjos had spared no efforts in his creation. Lith noticed that the youngest students were terrified by the presence of their seniors, staying as far as possible from them. Magical beasts could be seen everywhere in the town, some perched on the nearby trees, others leisurely walking along the streets. Lith was searching for a professor to know which was his accommodation, when a strong hand grabbed his shoulder. "Hey, you are Lith from Lusha, right?" Lith pushed the hand away like it was an annoying fly before answering. "Depends. Who's asking?" He found himself staring at a 16-year-old boy, probably a 5th-year student. He was very tall, around 1.85 meters, 6 feet 1 inch, high, with chestnut hair and eyes that gave him an oddly familiar look. "You are that commoner SHT that had my brother and cousins expelled. All because you and the F-King stick up your ass can't take a practical joke. Viner Pontus was seething with anger. His family was already on the verge of disaster. The expulsion and arrest of 3 of their most promising talents had been the final straw that broke the camel's back. Their reputation was ruined. It would take them decades to recover from all the recent blows and rebuild their good name from scratch. Lith looked around for a professor, finding only Mrook the Ree that was staring at the scene with interest, wagging its tail in anticipation. 3 men ambushing a girl at night can hardly be called a practical joke, unless one is a pervert and a degenerate. You Pontus guys seem to perfectly fit the bill. It's no surprise that Balkier wants you morons dead. Idiots with more power than brain are the perfect recipe for disaster. Just Balkier's name was enough to make most of those present shudder, but not Viner Pontus. He had been looking for a pretext to attack Lith. Insulting him and his whole family in front of so many witnesses was more than enough. Viner raised his arms, pretending to be just shrugging before throwing a straight at Lith with all the strength he was capable of. Lith reacted accordingly, raising a single finger and stopping the punch a dozen centimeters from his face. He had used first magic to generate an air cushion, giving Viner the impression of hitting an invisible pillow. Before he could pull back the punch, the air cushion exploded. It released many air blades, strong enough to pierce the uniform's protection. They scratched his face, giving him the look of someone that had fought and lost against a stray cat. Lith snapped his fingers, conjuring an air wave that sent Viner tumbling on the ground. The students watching the scene burst into laughter, making Viner's blood boil. He got back on his feet with one fluid movement, releasing a spell from one of his rings. It conjured an icicle as long and thick as an arm, aimed at Lith's heart. Before Lith could react, the icicle turned to dust, while a strong grip was squeezing Viner's hand, to the point of almost breaking his fingers. What the heck do you think you are doing? Professor Will Ironhelm was in charge of the battle magic class and the Forge Master specialization for the 5th year. He was muscular as a bull and almost as patient. He started at Professor. He attacked me with magic for no reason. Viner whined while twisting and lowering his body, trying to relieve the pressure on his fingers. Is it true? He asked, staring at Lith with his ice blue eyes. No, I'm Lith from Lucia, and he is a member of the Pontus family. Lith replied like it explained everything. That Lith from Lucia? Ironhelm threw Viner back on the ground with a flick of the wrist, while rushing towards Lith with his extended hand. It's an honor to meet you. I have heard a lot about you from Leica Wainmeyer. The gods know why she got the talent, the looks, and a promising student, while all I got is this shirt and a bunch of morons. He cursed, shaking his fist against the heavens. Minus 100 points for assaulting a junior, and minus another 100 for getting your ass kicked despite attacking first. How can you believe him instead of me? This isn't fair. Viner whined. 2 of his still charged rings had permanently shut down because of the points deficit. You need proof. Everyone here is my witness. The younger students stepped away, while the others started to turn around and leave. Proof, Well, let's do this your way. Is he speaking the truth? Ironhelm asked Mrook, who promptly shook its head. No, the dumb oaf attacked the young wolf for no reason. After his defeat, the oaf attacked with magic. You know the rest. It speaks. The whole crowd of students went into an uproar. Chapter 211. Viner almost choked from the surprise. Many students stared at Mrook like they were seeing a magical beast for the first time in their lives. Yeah, he can. Ironhelm corrected Viner. Minus 200 points for lying to a teacher. The rest of Viner's rings turned gray. How can you believe to stupid beast instead of student? Are you even human? What side are you on? Viner whined, jumping away after hearing a snarl right beside his head. Who are you calling stupid? Mrook was so close that Viner could smell his pungent breath. His lips were curled up, revealing fangs the size of a small dagger. Minus 500 points for offending our protectors. Viner's uniform turned from white to gray, losing all of its magical properties. Listen up, you idiots. Professor Ironhelm's voice roared. For the next 3 days, we are guests in this forest. Magical beasts are our landlords, protectors, and first line of defense. Whoever dares to attack another student or disrespects them will have all of their points null and void. It's time for you to learn that if a magical beast lives long enough, it develops mystical wisdom. They can talk, reason, and read, just like us humans. Before opening your stuck-up mouths, remember where you are if you want to live. If they refuse to protect us because of your behavior, I'll gladly sacrifice an idiot or two to save everyone else. Is it clear? The students from the 4th and 5th year looked around, finally seeing that the town had no blind spots. Magical beasts could be seen soaring the skies, patrolling the streets, and even felt while tunneling underground. Unlike inside the academy, every single move they made was watched, every word heard. Now they also knew that magical beasts could talk, making them a living security system with heightened senses. Lith walked away after giving Rook a polite bow, starting to look out for Floria and the rest of the group. If they live long enough. That's a good joke. Lith inwardly laughed at the charade magical beasts had put up for humans. Yeah, even Nock could talk, and he was just a BYK cub. Solus smiled, remembering their little friend. Meanwhile, Professor Ironhelm's curiosity had been piqued. Why didn't you intervene? If I hadn't stopped that icicle, nothing would have happened. Rook cut him short. The oaf was a threat only to himself. I would kill him if I were you. He's a bad apple. He will bring only harm to your pack. The Ree's words made another question arise. Why are you calling the big one oaf and the other one young wolf? The big one is one of you. The small one is one of us. Rook snorted like someone had asked him if the water was wet. One of us. Ironhelm was getting more confused by the second. The oaf is a human. Sees food, wants food. Sees female, wants female. Sees things, wants things. No matter if he needs them, he takes them with violence. That is human nature. We don't eat unless hungry. We have a mate for life. We don't need useless trinkets. He is one of us. Professor Ironhelm felt slightly offended by Maruk's words. They sounded a lot like racism. His problem was that he couldn't argue with them. Without law and order, the world of men would take days at most to plunge into chaos, while magical beasts lived according to unwritten rules that every one of them adhered to. Lith was amazed by the total number of people the White Griffin hosted. The first 3 years were composed of at least 1,000 students, making him doubt that the mining town could accommodate them all. Damn, I'm here for less than 5 minutes, and I am already lost. I hate crowded places. They give me a headache. Lith thought, we need to find a professor and fast. Or you could call them and ask them where they are. Solus suggested, making Lith sneer. My sweet, innocent Solus. If after carrying out this monumental work Linjos has left the communications open, he would be too much of an idiot to be the headmaster. As Lith predicted, the communication amulet was as dead as a doornail. Lith, nice to meet you again. I wish our circumstances were better. Lith turned around, meeting the eyes of Colonel Vergrave. Colonel, this is an unexpected surprise. Is the army involved too? Lith replied, giving him a small bow. Yes, of course. We cannot take any chances. I assume you already know everything. Lith nodded, asking him for help in finding his teammates. Not a problem. The colonel touched his communication earpiece, requesting information. While waiting for the reply, he and Lith talked about the situation at hand. Can the small world be used here? Sadly, no. Vergrave sighed. It works with principles similar to the Academy's arrays. It's just more powerful. Those creatures would barely be slowed down, while we would be powerless. Follow me. The show is about to begin. Vergrave lead Lith to the town's outskirts where students and professors were still waiting. Suddenly, the earth started to tremble and a rock plateau 4 meters, 14 feet, high emerged from the ground. Linjos had chosen a spot that allowed all those present to have a clear view and listen to his magically amplified voice. My dear students, this will be our home for the following days. The rules here are the same as the Academy, but without lessons, at least for the 4th and 5th year students. At those words, most of the crowd erupted into groans, which Linjos ignored. You need to keep your hands and minds busy to avoid the stress from our current situation to eating you up from the inside. For this reason, 4th and 5th year students have two choices. Help the professors teaching their juniors the basics of magic or mine magic crystals. Both the endeavors will be awarded with magic crystals or points according to your contributions. I have assigned you your housing based on your social status and age, but don't misunderstand. I did it only to prevent the seniors from harassing the younger students. All houses are identical and have the same comforts. More groans filled the air. Many students spit on the ground, disgusted by Linjos's words. They had hoped to get some fun at the expenses of the commoners. As Professor Ironhelm already pointed out, remember we are guests here. Allow me to introduce you to our Lord. Scarlet the Scorpicore plunged from the skies, right beside Linjos, its landing as soft as a plume. I'll be brief, humans. Its voice was harsh but feminine, allowing the students to understand she was a female. Respect my rules, and you won't even notice our presence. My rules are simple. 1. Do as Linjos says. 2. Never harm a cub, human or otherwise, in my presence. One of the reasons the Scorpicore had decided to help the Academy was that, having lost many of her offspring before turning into a Scorpicore, Scarlet had a soft spot for children. The other was that, according to Linjos's words, the undead had too many abilities that reminded her of abominations. She wanted to use that opportunity to check if the so-called God of Death and her mysterious enemy were somehow related. 3rd, respect my underlings. They are risking their lives for you. Those who do not appreciate their sacrifice can as well as die for what I care. If any of you needs help, whatever the reason, you can go to any of the magical beasts surrounding the city or my seconds in command. Another monster descended from the skies on Scarlet's left side. It was a giant wolf with 2 curved horns coming out of its forehead, right in front of the ears. Eagle-like feathered wings came out from his back, and the tail seemed to be made out of dancing flames. Rhyme. Lith was shocked by his friend's arrival. He is Protector the Skull. He will lead my troops in battle, since I am forced to maintain all the protective arrays by myself. It was actually a lie. Many had contributed to securing the zone. Scarlet said that because she knew humans needed to be impressed to obtain their respect. Also, it would make it easier to find out traitors since she had just made herself a target, pretending that her energies were all directed at the arrays. A second creature appeared, this time slowly emerging from the ground. It was a huge mass of shadows as big as a small house, which kept shape-shifting until it resembled a bear. Its only distinctive features were the glowing red eyes and its massive skeleton that glimpses could be caught from time to time underneath the ever-changing darkness composing its body. This is Kala the Wraith, our resident expert in the field of undead. She'll secure the perimeter in case things go south. Goodbye, Kala. Her new appearance had shocked Lith, who was now fearing the worst. Is that an evolution, or has she turned into an undead? An evolution, Solus replied. She now has a blue mana core, not a blood core. Yet, judging from the red eyes and the black smoke exuding from her body, I'd say she's somehow related to them. The 3 monsters disappeared as fast as they had arrived, leaving the center of the scene to Linjos again. With a clap of his hands, several boards materialized from thin air. Each one of them was a huge list of names in alphabetical order. Beside each name, there was a number associated with one of the houses indicated on the map. Much to his surprise, Lith discovered that his housing was marked as one of an old noble family. The Ernest couple had threatened the poor headmaster, each one their own way, leaving him still pondering if to find Orion's yells or Journey's subtle insinuations more menacing. Having faced and lost against both in the past, he had made no objection to their request to keep together the 5 youths despite their different social status. When Archmage Dyrus had also pressed Linjos towards such accommodation, there was very little he could do. Putting together 3 members of an old noble family, albeit one in name only, one a young noble family, and a commoner was something that he would never allow if not for their excellent relationship. The hours passed until evening arrived. Lith worked in the mines, preferring to avoid both nobles and kids. Quilla and Uriel chose to help the professors to teach the basics of magic. Quilla was considering pursuing an academic career. All the dangers she was going through were making her understand how much she loved her peaceful life inside the academy, away from bloodsheds and fights. Those things made her feel out of place. Uriel's situation was different, though. After having dined with his fiancée, his mind was a mess. Libya has grown even more arrogant and stuck up than I remembered her. Thank the gods I didn't introduce her to Lith or Quilla, or we would have quarreled until her departure. I wish there was a way out of this engagement, he thought. The idea of spending his life with a girl he could barely stand, forced to search for his happiness in the arms of a mistress that he would be forced to keep hidden from the rest of the world, made him feel miserable. Uriel had always known how caged his existence would be, but now that he could see its bars up close, he couldn't avoid searching for a loophole. Between spending his day alone in a dark mine and nurturing youths, he chose the second option. I need to enjoy the sun as much as I can. Also, it will be a good practice for when I'll have children of my own. He sighed. Freya too went to the mines. Refining crystals required focus and isolation, allowing her to have a respite from the constant struggles with her inner demons. She was a noble, but didn't feel like one. She had a family, but it wasn't her own. Her life was changing too fast, and for the first time in her life, her future was a blur. Abandoning House Erna's would be a despicable act after all the attentions Orion had poured into her, treating Freya like she was his own. It would also mean abandoning Quilla, the closest thing to a family she had left. Now, with the threat of the god of death, she didn't know if to be more afraid of her future or of her present. Floria followed Lith into the mines, spending most of her time watching him. Unlike the others, he didn't seem scared. Not even bulkier Shadow seemed capable of snuffing out the greed in his eyes whenever he met a high-quality crystal. She found it shallow and insensitive of him, yet incredibly soothing for her heart. This is so stupid of me, but I don't know what else to do. My hands tremble too much at the idea of what is going to happen 2 nights from now to handle a crystal. Teaching is also useless. I don't want to grow fond of people that could die anytime soon. I just wanted to quietly spend the rest of my time at the academy, trying not to think about death. Yet it comes looking for me instead. Floria felt on the verge of tears, so she sat right next to Lith, putting her head on his shoulder. His steady heartbeat was like a lullaby to her ears. Her hands stopped shaking. The fear faded away. Do you mind if I remain like this? No, be my guest. Lith managed to kiss the top of her head without needing to stop the cutting process, making her giggle. At this point, you should put the crystal down and hold me, you jerk. Lith was about to joke about how he would have never expected her to be a high-maintenance girlfriend when his ears perceived something. Do you hear that? He asked, suddenly tensing up. Floria, try to listen. They weren't very deep in the mine, but there were still a lot of echoes. No what? Screams. Chapter 2:12. Suddenly, all the communication amulets that were supposed to be offline projected the image of Headmaster Linjos, repeating the same message over and over. To all students, we are under attack. Return to your housing immediately. If that's not possible, seek shelter in the nearest building. To all students. While the others were still staring at the headmaster's hologram, Lith grabbed Floria's hand and made a rush for the exit. Wait, there are still people in the mine. Floria blurted, out trying to keep up with his pace. So what? Do you really think we can protect everyone? If they're stupid enough to freeze out of panic, they would not last long anyway. Floria was about to reply, but while squeezing Lith's fingers, she remembered she didn't want to die. Once outside, the scene in front of them seemed out of a post-apocalyptic movie. People were screaming and running, trampling over all those that fell on the ground or moved too slow, hindering their escape. The whole town was enveloped by a golden spherical barrier that was now visible to the naked eye. The mine entrance was a wide tunnel that opened in the ground near the outskirts, so it was covered by the array. The sun was still visible above the horizon, yet black things were swarming the camp, attacking from all directions. Their bodies were naked, resembling only a human figure because they had arms and legs. They had no facial feature, body hair, or reproductive organs, moving on all four with insect-like movements. Some had remained near the mine, ambushing those that were coming out of it. A couple of undead jumped towards Lith and Floria, emitting a humming sound. "Stand be," Lith tried to say. "Stand behind me." Floria cut him short, pulling him back and slamming her conjured tower shield in the face of the first creature. The blue aura from Full Guard was already gushing all around her body, allowing Floria to perceive every movement around her, leaving no blind spots. After spending so much time with her father and Lith, she had learned to always expect the worst. Despite the run at breakneck speed, she had managed to cast all her best spells, just in case. Her Estoc made short work of a second creature. The gemstones in the hilt emitted a bright light while releasing their power, allowing the blade to cut through their stone-hard skin like it was paper. How can a girl that's always so afraid of dying charge forward like that? Lith thought. Probably because she has someone important to protect. Solus pointed out, "There's something wrong with our assailants. Their movements are sloppy and predictable, far from what Orion described to us." Lith didn't remain idle either. His eyes were checking out the surroundings while studying the creatures and Orion's blades at the same time. There were no more undead targeting the couple, but Lith didn't miss how all of them had some kind of mystical ropes wrapped around their limbs, limiting their movements. The first barrier makes them weak. "Let's go." Floria was about to move when Lith pulled her back. "Watch out." Several plague arrows, Lith's fastest darkness spell, struck the two undead laying on the ground. Floria only noticed then that each piece, no matter the size, was exuding black tendrils that allowed it to reattach itself to the rest of the body, making all the damage she had inflicted to them meaningless. Even with their limbs and heads only connected by the tendrils, the creatures were already back at their peak condition. They had simply laid in ambush waiting for their prey. The darkness contained in the bolts fought against the one reanimating the corpses, making their humming turn into a shrill sound. Lith barely pretended to chant and form hand signs, quickly unleashing a barrage of plague arrows on the still, writhing creatures. Never lower your guard until the enemy turns to dust. Never. Lith took out the shodel Orion had entrusted him from his pocket dimension. The death cries of the undead had caused the other creatures to stop their attacks, hissing with hate at the sight of the two running away. They moved to intercept them, only to be cut down like ripe wheat. Floria's movements were small and precise. Years of practice allowed her swordplay to be shapeless, like water. Her form relentlessly changed according to the situation, switching from close combat shield bashing to quick stabs to exploit the range advantage the sword gave her. With every strike, she released a pulse of darkness magic that was greatly amplified by the blade's magic, causing the small puncture wounds to turn into gaping holes. The lingering energy ate away the surrounding flesh, shortening the creature's lifespan and making their regeneration slower. Lith's movements were rough and amateurish. He only knew a few techniques learned on Earth alongside the basics that Floria had taught him months ago. Yet he moved like a storm. To the trained eye, his moves were too big, with lots of unnecessary movements, making them telegraphed. The undead were no experts, though. Being short-lived like butterflies, they relied on their superior physical prowess to overpower the opponent. Thanks to the array restricting their movements, Lith was already faster and stronger than them in his natural state. Once he infused himself with fusion magic, the creatures could barely follow his movements. A thick layer of darkness magic engulfed his shotel, and it only grew stronger with each strike. Solus had linked herself to the blade, keeping an eye on its pseudo-core, preventing the sword's controlled gemstones from overloading from the massive amount of mana Lith was pouring into it. Each creature that barred his way received at least 10 slashes, their bodies turning to ashes before they could even notice having been hit. Floria was too busy handling her share of undead to pay too much attention to him, throwing only the occasional glance to be sure Lith was all right. His technique was a mess, but the results left her in awe every time. If the enemy closed in, the sword would mow them down in a flash. If they retreated, bolts of darkness would send them sprawling on the ground, shrieking in agony. How the heck does he manage to cast that fast, even while wielding a sword? His magic storing rings should already be depleted. Her confusion didn't make Floria lose focus. More and more creatures were coming out of the forest, closing any gap in the encirclement as soon as it formed. There's no end to them. She barely had the time to yell that hell broke loose. Professor Ironhelm appeared while riding Mrook the Ree, followed by a pack of magical beasts. He was wielding a sword and a shield, but with the Ree protecting him, he could focus on the attack, wiping out dozens of undead in a matter of seconds. Run away, kids. Don't look back. I'll take care of the survivors. Lith sprinted forward, storing the sword back in the pocket dimension and taking Floria's hand to be certain of not losing her amid the chaos. The closer they got to the town, the more magical beasts they encountered. Past a certain point, the bindings grew so strong that the undead became even slower than an average human, making it child's play for beasts and professors alike to turn them into mincemeat. Floria regretted leaving behind her fellow students, but Lith didn't allow her to slow down for even a second. They reached their house, stopping only to open the door, and ran inside as soon as the magic lock recognized them. Even under the adrenaline rush, they couldn't help but stare at their new surroundings. The inside was much bigger than the outside. The hallway they were in was at least 100 meters, 328 feet, long and 16.4 feet, wide. It was a dimensional magic masterpiece, stretching the space enough to turn the small cottage into a single-floor hotel. Each side of the corridor had 10 doors, leading to as many apartments. The furniture was rustic. Aside from a long carpet on the floor and magical stones to light it, the hallway was empty. They couldn't care less, starting to search for their name tags on the doors. They would have been quicker if they checked one side each, but their hands seemed to be glued together. Their room was almost a replica of the one they lived in at the academy, just 5 times bigger. The furniture consisted of 5 beds with as many nightstands and closets. There were only 2 bathrooms, though. One for the girls, one for the boys. What took you so long? Freya asked them with a tired expression on her face. An unbearable sense of guilt gripped Floria's stomach. She had completely forgotten that her sister was with them in the mine. She hugged Freya so hard she squeezed the air out of her lungs. I'm so sorry, sis. I didn't mean to leave you behind. I'm so glad you're all right. Please forgive me. Floria sobbed, leaving Freya flabbergasted. Lith instead was amazed by how she was still without a scratch, just like them, but had managed to beat them to the house without even breaking a sweat. Even he was still panting from a mad rush. What are you talking about? You'll cry later. Quilla and Uriel need our help. She pointed at the 2 youths laying on their beds. Their uniforms were torn up in multiple spots, showing the signs of a lost fight. Their skin was deadly pale. Their breath was short and shallow. Those idiots actually ran to get to the house, almost getting killed. They should have blinked, just like us. At those words, Lith and Floria became beet red from embarrassment. In the heat of the moment, they had completely forgotten about the spell, relying by instinct on much cruder methods to escape. I already closed their wounds, but I can't give them any more life force without endangering myself. They need your help, Lith. Lith nodded, chanting the spell and using invigoration at the same time to check his companion's conditions. The situation was more dire than Freya believed. Not only was their life force fading away, but also some kind of toxin was attacking their mana cores. Lith was shocked by the discovery. The god of death was supposed to be a fake mage. He neutralized the toxin, extracting it from their bodies before injecting part of his life force. Their breathing immediately became regular, their complexion healthy. Freya was about to ask about the liquid floating over Lith's hand when someone knocked on the door. Is there any injured here? I'm Professor Vaster. Let me in, please. Professor Vaster was still as round and bald as an egg. His waxed handlebar mustaches were still flawless despite the sweat running from his head. Oh gods, not my precious stars. He rushed to the beds as soon as he recognized his students. Only after performing a complete checkup, Vaster sighed in relief, sitting on a bed to catch his breath. Great job removing the toxins, guys. Most people would miss it until it's too late. Those goddamned undead freaks. Only a madman would create such creatures. Too dangerous and wasteful. His comments left them speechless, but only for a second. Who cares for their efficiency? Floria yelled. Are Quilla and Uriel going to be all right? What the heck happened? Freya joined the fray. Wasn't the attack supposed to happen only during the anniversary? Can I keep the toxin? Lith chimed in, storing half of it in his pocket dimension, just in case. I would only use it for research purposes. I promise. I wish I had a body to bash your head right now. Solus scolded him. The girls glared at him, clearly sharing Solus's outrage. Vasta laughed out loud, dissolving the tension. Yes, of course they're all right. Otherwise I wouldn't be so calm. As for your other questions, I only have bad news. First, every time the god of death changes his target, he launches probing attacks before the anniversary. Consider today's invasion as a rehearsal. Otherwise, we wouldn't have moved so far in advance. I wonder how he managed to find us that quickly. That was just probing. Floria felt weak in the knees. Vasta nodded. Well, yeah, those are hardly greater undead. No magical powers, limited intelligence, no strategy at all. They simply swarm the camp to test our defenses and reaction time. As for you, Mr. Lith, my answer is a no. 100 points for extracting the toxin in such an unaltered state. The alchemists will wet themselves in excitement when they see it. Vaster's eyes shined like a kid unwrapping his Christmas present while storing the toxin in an alchemic vial. It was a group effort, Lith said, hoping to quench the three girls' anger. Nice try, Scrooge. I don't buy it. Solus pouted. Then 100 points to each of you. Vaster said, too happy to even bother to remember that Floria wasn't part of the healer specialization. Floria and Freya smiled, accompanying the professor to the door. One could never get enough points. 2 out of 3 is still a good result. Lith thought. Jerk, they said to Lith in unison as soon as the door was closed. Girls, the rooms aren't soundproof for security reasons. Wait for me to get away before beating him. Vasta yelled. Or not. Chapter 213. Griffin Kingdom, Royal Palace. After the attack, King Marone had sought an audience with Tyrus for weeks, but her private chambers had always remained sealed. After returning from the Blood Desert, she had been too busy dismantling the secret lab first and checking the records about who had studied Arthan's madness later to bother with his yearly worries. Finding clues about the identity of the mastermind behind the abominations was her priority, especially since the council had washed their hands of the matter. She only yielded because of his unrelenting pestering of her 24/7. King Marone couldn't help but think about Count Lark and how he must have felt after being rejected over and over by the court just a few months prior. Tyrus's throne room was a perfect replica of the one the royal family used during social events, except for the fact that every piece of furniture was made of stone. Even the throne itself was no exception. Carpets, tapestries, even the ceremonial armors along the hallway seemed to have been carved down to the finest detail. More than once, the king had wondered if there was a secret behind the second throne room and which one of them was sitting on the real throne. First Queen, forgive my insistence, but I bring dire news. Marone knelt on the ground, even though he knew that formalities were meaningless to her. Yet in his desperation, he wasn't willing to leave a single stone unturned. Let me guess, someone has died today. She snorted without stopping to look at the archives. The god of death. A furious glance from Tyrus stopped him. There are no gods. I know that all too well. Use his real name instead of that pompous title. The First Queen hated how easily men handed out godhood. The Great Mother, as humans and beasts alike refer to the planet's will, was the closest thing to a god she had ever met. At the same time, it was the most indifferent and uncaring being she had ever interacted with, only thinking about the bigger picture and ignoring the single individuals, even the guardians, unless they serve to its purpose. This evening, Ilium Balkier has attacked all the 6 great academies at once. Thank the G. Another glare made Marone curse at his own stupid tongue. Thank heavens the number of casualties is low, at least for those that followed Linjos's protocol. The Earth and Crystal Griffin didn't, though. Almost all the professors died during the attack. Why should I care? Tyrus snorted, making the room tremble. I told you royal idiots centuries ago to follow Legain's advice and reform the nobility and academy system, but it was never the right time. Famine, internal strife, the royal baby. Any excuse was good to postpone your duties. You and your ancestors have made your bed, now lie in it. Your Majesty, your subjects, innocent kids at that, are dying at the hand of a madman. You must do something. He stood up, hurt by her indifference, and most of all, by the truth behind her words. A madman? What if it was your family to have died for a practical joke? What if everything and everyone you loved had been defiled, gutted and left to be burned alive? What would have you done in his shoes? Her eyes were reduced to two fiery slits brimming with mana. Marone didn't reply. The only way not to prove her point was lying, but she would notice, making his effort useless. Please think of the children. They are innocent. He played his last card. Innocent? Rotten apples from rotten trees. Wasn't Balkier a child too? What about all those that died that day and keep dying up to date because nobles value their status more than human life? My answer is still no. I will not solve the problems that you created by ignoring my advice. Otherwise, I might as well take back the throne and do your job for you. By letting so many monstrous acts slide, you have created a monster. Think about it the next time someone asks for a royal pardon. Before King Marone could reply, he found himself back in his bedroom. His sudden appearance almost made Silpha stab him out of surprise. The first day has yet to pass, and so many died already. King Marone sobbed, seeking comfort in his wife's embrace. We are alone. Our goddess has forsaken us. Let's spend an awkward supper. All of his companions are having a hard time letting his blunder slide. Thanks for saving my life, man. Yet I would have appreciated more concern for my well-being and less for academic research. Uriel sighed, knowing it was like talking to a wall. You guys are blowing this story out of proportions. I wasn't concerned because there was no need to. I'm the best diagnostician I know, besides Manohar. I had triple-checked you two from head to toe and removed every single drop of poison. What was I supposed to be worried about? The softness of your pillows. Being scolded by his friends didn't bother him as much as Solas's mind pouting did. She was supposed to be on his side, not theirs. Believe me, no one appreciates your professionalism as much as I do. But if you don't want to end up like Manohar, you must learn to shut up from time to time. Floria kept playing with her food. The near-death experience had made her lose her appetite. Floria, do you realize we are at war? Lith stared intently at her. That poison could save our lives in the future. I had to try to butter up Vaster while I still had the chance. Now everything is lost. Sorry if I prioritize keeping you guys alive rather than coddle your feelings. He snarled loud enough for everyone to hear. They looked at him, realizing that maybe Lith was a jerk, but a jerk with a damn good reason. You really sound like Mother. His words reminded Quilla of the creepy lesson Lady Ernest had imparted her before leaving, about how and where to strike humans and beast alike to inflict the maximum pain. Your bedside manners are terrible, but thanks for saving my life. Thank Freya instead. She almost fainted to keep you two alive until our arrival. Thanks, Freya. You're the best sister I could hope for. Quilla embraced Freya, relieving the cold grip she always felt clenching her soul and making Floria's gut twist in a knot at the same time. She still couldn't forgive herself for forgetting about Freya when they were still in the mine. She felt like the worst sister ever. The mood in the makeshift canteen was gloomy. A few students that had ignored Linjos's orders and got out of the town had died during the attack. Many others had been gravely injured, and because the poison hadn't been promptly cleansed, their lives were hanging on a thread. A sudden wail followed by sobbing coming from the infirmary told them that another one didn't make it. A small boy ran from the field hospital, hugging Maruk and hiding his face into the thick fur. The reel let the kid be, gently stroking his head with his muzzle. Poor kid. His friend must have succumbed to the poison. Sola said, Yeah, something that damages the mana core is unheard of since we faced those parasites. Now you understand why we need a sample of that poison? We cannot trust anyone for our survival. Lith was still angry at her. Did you really have to bargain over your friends' still recovering bodies? Why didn't you store all the poison instead of half if it's so important? Solus knew he was right, but she didn't want for Lith to keep trampling the feelings of his companions without even a tinge of remorse. Because Vaster knows of the plague and the role I played in it. Because by giving him that half, I once again proved my value and showed my alleged loyalty to the kingdom. It will earn me merits and points. As simple as that. Solus sighed. In times of peace, I would be right. Right now, we are at war with death itself, though. My mindset is a liability. I hope that Floria manages to help Lith keep his humanity. It's in moments like this that I feel he is slipping away. Unlike the others, Lith wasn't scared. On the contrary, he was very calm. In his mind, the other students were just tools. He planned to use them to raise his status or as sacrificial pawns. He only cared for those at his table. Some of his plans creeped Solus out. Long time no see, Scourge. Kala appeared beside them, making the group flinch. You have changed a lot from our last encounter, Kala. Lith replied without stopping to eat. Yes, and so have you. When this is over, we have much to talk about. Kala disappeared after fusing with the shadow of their table, leaving Lith eager for a new lesson about true necromancy. Scourge. Uriel asked. Yeah, it's a long story. Lith sighed, suddenly not so happy anymore. He hated being forced to share bits of his past. After returning to their room, Lith told them about his first encounter with Kala and how magical beasts had named him Scourge. He told them only the truth, but omitted all the parts about true magic and learning necromancy from the BYK before her evolution. Why have you never told us magical beasts can talk? Floria felt a little hurt by his lack of trust. Because they trusted me not to. He replied. Also, because you wouldn't have believed me. Unlike Philid, usually they are very careful about who they talk to. They probably would have kept silent, if not for the emergency. The memory of the Croxy made them shudder. Everyone was dead tired, so they decided to go to sleep early. They needed all of their strength for the attack that would come the following day. Everyone was flabbergasted at Lith's pajamas. Are you really going to sleep with your uniform on? Because of the mixed accommodation, Uriel had brought a thick nightgown. It's more practical this way. If anything happens, I don't have to waste time changing. Also, thanks to its magic, the uniform is always spotless, so why not? You really are like my dad. Floria laughed. Every time he comes back from the battlefield, Mom always complains about how hard it is to make him sleep without his uniform on and the sword on the bedside. After everyone had their turn mocking Lith for his paranoia, they turned off the lights. Lith had waited all day for that moment. He took the Shoto out of the pocket dimension, using invigoration to start collecting data about its pseudo-core and how the mana crystals interacted with the spell matrix structure. He had just started taking notes, after testing and probing the internal structure, when Solus warned him. Watch out, someone is getting up. Cursing his bad luck, Lith put everything back in the pocket dimension, pretending to be asleep. There was almost no light in the room, but he was still able to see. False alarm. Quilla went to free his bed. Probably she is too scared to sleep alone tonight. Lith was still sighing in relief when everything went crazy. Someone was pulling the blankets, cuddling up to him. Make a little room for me, jerk. Floria's whisper sounded like thunder to his ears. He quickly used hush to prevent the others from noticing what was happening. Are you crazy? What do you think you were doing? Keeping his hands under control was a mammoth task. He couldn't stop his mind from picturing her naked body that, for some reason, he had never managed to forget. Don't worry. I used all the spells you taught me to move unnoticed. It happened during the mock exam. Do you remember it? Her hands caressed his hair, causing his hand to tremble and his nether regions to go into an uproar. Of course I do, but I don't think you should be here. He kept whispering despite both of them knowing of the hush spell. Then when would be the right moment? So many people died today. Quilla and Uriel barely escaped death. What if I died tomorrow? Solus was so envious of Floria. Even if she had a body, she would never be so decisive. Floria's words made sense. So Lith embraced her while trying to kiss her, finding two unexpected surprises. After mocking me for it, are you wearing your uniform too? He said with her hand pressing against his mouth. Your reasoning was flawless. Also, what did you expect? That I would jump on you in my birthday suit? You really have a perverted mind. Lith didn't reply, stopping his attempts for intimacy. Sorry, but no kisses. I don't know if I would be able to hold myself back if we start. She blushed violently, searching for his embrace again. I'm not ready for that. I just want to sleep beside you, not with you. Is it fine with you? The sweet scent of her hair was driving him insane. No problem. He lied through his teeth, counting backward from 100 while reminding himself of their age gap. Contrary to his expectations, Floria fell asleep almost instantly. Hours passed. Lith had constantly to keep himself in check while whining for all the lost time. There was no way he could study Orion's sword in that situation. Then, a loud explosion shook the house to its foundations. Inhuman and human screams filled the air. Everyone got up in a rush. Something was clawing through the walls and the ceiling at the same time. Chapter 2:14. Something was swarming the house from all directions, making it tremble like during an earthquake. They're disrupting the dimensional spell that keeps the house together. Quilla yelled, running along with Freya to the bathroom to change their clothes. If it keeps like this, the place will either implode or explode. We need to get out of here and fast. Ready when you are. Floria, like Lith, only had to take out her shoes from the dimensional amulet to be ready for action. I really hate being the fifth wheel. Uriel rushed to the other bathroom, cursing his own bad luck. He knew that Freya and Quilla weren't romantically involved, but after seeing Lith and Floria sleeping together, he would have paid his weight in gold to switch places with Quilla. His blood was boiling to the point that he craved to kill some undead just to blow off some steam. Every time Floria makes a move on me, something happens. If it wasn't for Balkier being on a schedule, I'd say the universe is blocking me. Lith thought, checking the outside hallway. It was full of students. Some were panicking so much they were running around while still wearing nightgowns. The communication amulets came back to life once again. To all students, we are under attack. Return to your rooms immediately. If the necessity arises, a warp step will lead you to safety. Please be ready to defend yourselves. To all students, Linjos's hologram was the wake-up call they needed. They all went back to their rooms, dressing up as fast as possible. When the tremors intensified, a warp steps appeared in the middle of the room as promised, leading them to the town plaza. The moon was still high and the sky was clear, allowing them to witness the horror unfolding around them. The black creatures were back, but this time their numbers were beyond calculation. Thanks to his heightened sense, Lith could see that they were not the same as the last time. They had a lipless mouth filled with multiple rows of fang-like teeth and a single red eye shining in the middle of the forehead. The mystical bindings were still restricting them, but they were simply too many compared to the defenders. Each beast and professor would kill dozens of undead and hold back twice as much, yet many still managed to bypass them. They were getting closer to the students by the second. FCK waiting. Philid the Croxy yelled in outrage. You hatchlings wait here and prepare to fight. I'll try to slow them down as long as I can. Those present were panicking to the point that even a humanoid alligator 2.5 meters, 8 feet 2 inches, high had managed to go unnoticed. Philid took his axes and charged forward. His fighting style was crude but effective. Each swing of his weapons would cleave several creatures in half at the same time. Those that managed to regenerate would have their head bitten off and gulped down. After that, the corpses would quickly fade away. Man, you taste like SHT, but I had worse and lived to tell the tale. The Croxy laughed merrily while slaughtering everything that dared to come close to him. Even when he missed a target, his weapons would make spikes of earth or ice erupt from the ground, impaling those that had managed to dodge, making them easy marks for the following attacks. Lit didn't like that situation at all. Linjos had clearly placed all the students at the center of the arrays to better protect them. But at the same time, if the enemy managed to get past all the defensive lines, they would be trapped without a way out. Something isn't right. Solus, can you spot where Scarlet, Ryman, and Callow are? Why are they not taking part in the battle? They are supposed to be our heavy artillery. Lith thought. Sorry, I can't. Either they're hiding or they're too far away. Solus replied. Countless creatures kept swarming out of the forest surrounding the mining town. Lith noticed Colonel Vergrave standing on a roof with Captain Killian right next to him. When they finished chanting, several dozen fireballs with a radius of 10 meters, 33 feet, rained from the sky like falling stars. Each of them produced a loud explosion, turning the army of creatures into chunks of meat and black gas. When the smoke from the explosions dissipated, a new wave of undead entered the array. How are we supposed to fight against so many of them? Where's the Scorpicore? Where's Linjos? Vergrave yelled in desperation. Scarlet, Linjos, and the most powerful individuals of both the forest and the academy were watching the fight from a distance. Linjos and Scarlet were deep in a coded conversation that made sense only to the two of them. Why are we still here? Protector growled. The cubs need us. Patience, Protector. Scarlet's tone was calm and confident. If we rush in, we would just follow the enemy's script. Remember that this is still the first day. What do you think of the enemy's plan? What plan? He is trying to beat us with sheer numbers. Those creatures are mindless. Protector snarled. My point exactly. Scarlet nodded. They would make a great vanguard to exhaust us before the final attack. Yet he is sending them out now. Our enemy is supposed to be a genius. Yet his plan is apparently idiotic. Scarlet is right. Linjos chimed in, seeing that most of the professors didn't seem to trust the Scorpicore's wisdom. If Balkier keeps his cards hidden, we must do the same. At least until we understand his endgame. None liked the idea of using the students as bait, but it was the only option they had to force the god of death to reveal his hand. Watching the battle unfolding in front of his eyes, Lith felt helpless. He had a very limited number of options. Joining the fight would be his last resort. Because of the witnesses, he couldn't go all out. Even if he did, the enemies were just too many. The second option was to provide cover fire for his allies. The last one was running away. FCK Linjos. He yelled, making the group huddle up. We need a contingency plan. Freya, you are the best dimensional mage among us. How far can you warp us away? Freya pondered for a while before answering. I could get us back to the academy, but it's too risky. There's a zone of the forest I'm the most familiar with since I spent most of my mock exam there. It's about 10 kilometers from here. Is it okay? It's perfect. Remember to close the portal right behind us. What about the others? Quilla shuddered at the idea of leaving their juniors behind. First, Freya can't hold it that long. Second, what's the point of that? The creatures would follow us, and the battle would just change location. I'm talking about saving our lives, not playing heroes. Litha's tone was harsh, like he was scolding a pampered child. No one made further objections, but the mood became even more gloomy. Solus, there's something wrong with Balkier's plan. I can't put my finger on it, but I'm sure there's a catch. Lith took out his staff from his dimensional pocket, unleashing a barrage of ice shards that once they hit a target, they would expand, locking it into place. Once paralyzed, the undead were easily dispatched by the beasts or the professors fighting in the front line. It was just a way of stalling for time, but it allowed him to notice that something was wrong. Every time he cast a spell, more and more ice shards would miss their target. What the heck? Lith blurted. A crazy idea was taking form in his mind. Suddenly, he dashed outside the town square, going shoulder to shoulder with Philid. What are you doing here? This is no place for hatchlings. The Croxy was panting heavily, his body covered in injuries. The creatures were capable of spitting a toxic substance that was seeping through his wounds, slowly sapping his strength. To make things worse, they were also capable of storing and compressing their life force in the forehead, shooting it out like a laser. Doing it made them weaker and shortened their lifespan, but with each strike, their enemy was more and more debilitated. Soon a new wave of undead would come, and Philid would be too weak to stop them. The creatures had no survival instinct. They were just obeying a single order: kill. For conquest. Lith heard one of the creatures say right before jumping on Philid and self-detonating, using the last of its darkness magic to cripple the enemy. For revenge. Another said, shooting a beam of darkness magic before turning to smoke. For bulkier, the undead chanted together before rushing in for the finishing strike. Lith touched Philid, removing the toxin while healing his wounds and filling him with life force at the same time. He could give him only 2 invigoration breaths worth of energy, but it was all that it needed. I take back everything I said, but now take cover. Between the arrays weakening them and the Croxy's renewed strength, the undead were no match for him again. Lith kept close to him, using air magic to deflect the toxic spits and earth magic to shield Philid from the darkness rays from time to time. His real aim was studying the fight up close. Meanwhile, the rest of his group was worried to death. Freya could use force to prevent Quilla from helping Lith, but Uriel could only talk Floria out of it. She was way taller and stronger than him. If he ticked her off, Floria was likely to send him flying. If he needs our help, he'll ask for it. Uriel tried to block her line of sight to the battlefield with his body. If you go out there, you'll only become a burden to him. Are you saying I should just stay here like a damsel in distress? She roared. We all are. In distress, I mean. Not damsels. Uriel shrugged. Worst case scenario, Lith will blink here and Freya will take us away. Floria snorted. Suddenly death wasn't so scary anymore. What meaning can life possibly have if I have to spend alone? I can't back off every time I'm not sure of winning. Not when that crazy head is fighting for us all. Lith was actually fighting for himself. With the contingency plan already in motion, he was certain to be able to leave any time he wanted. The god of death was the strongest fake mage he had ever met. Even by fighting his proxies, Lith had already learned a lot about necromancy's true potential and was now eager to see if his idea about Balkir's plan was correct. Floria's feelings were clouding her judgment, but at the same time, they were helping her to realize that the only thing she had to fear was fear itself. Uriel noticed her inner conflict, so he played his last card. Look, sometimes the most difficult thing to do is doing nothing. We are just children caught up in a war we didn't even know about, while Lith is Lith. If you remain here and something bad happens, you can blink in and out and take him to safety. If you go there, well, we'll have to save both of you before getting out of here. Floria nodded, moving her hand away from the hilt of her sword while flexing her fingers. She had to be ready to step in. By the Great Mother, Scarlet blurted out after finally uncovering the last piece of the puzzle. She quickly explained everything to those present, leaving them in awe. This god of death is too dangerous. Protector said, we need to end this battle fast. My thought exactly. Scarlet nodded. We must resolve everything before he can suspect that we are aware of his endgame. How do you plan to do it exactly? Linjos asked. I mean, without revealing our hand. It's actually quite simple. Scarlet grinned. Balkir is not the only one that can think outside of the box. Meanwhile, Lith needed only a final test to prove his theory. He asked Philid to let through one undead at a time, and the Croxy delivered. Lith used one of the basic forms Floria had taught him, easily killing the enemy with a few strikes. He used the same form, again and again, noticing how the next one would manage to dodge his strikes and ignore his feints, gaining the upper hand until he added a new set of movements. Son of ABTCH. He yelled after destroying the 10th undead in a row. He pretended to use one of his rings, cutting it to pieces with air magic before bombarding it with darkness magic from his free hand. Philid, stop. There's something you need to know. Oh gods, no. Scarlet's enhanced hearing had allowed her to listen to Lith swearing, moving her surveillance mirror just in time to see the results of his latest experiment. Calla, go, before the cub ruins everything. Calla nodded, disappearing in the shadows. I told you that Scourge was not to be underestimated. Her voice faded away along with her body. What Scourge is she talking about? The undead. Linjos had been talking with the professors, so he was unaware of the latest events. Wish I knew the answer. Scarlet replied, pondering about what Lith's real nature could possibly be. Chapter 215. Calla's arrival was loud like thunder and fast like lightning. Rise, my legions. A command from her voice and 2 taps on the ground was all that it took for the undead army buried under the mining town to awake and fight for their master. The bulk of her force was made up of skeletal knights, a class of undead that was not only physically superior to normal skeletons, but also could be imparted skills and techniques their maker was capable of executing. Their strongest point was the ability to wield and use equipment properly. The Academy had provided a huge number of enchanted weapons and armors, making them a force to be reckoned with. Kala's elite forces were the Whites, black hooded figures molded out of darkness, magic, and hatred. They would either fly or float midair. Aside from their hands and heads, they had no body. Whatever they touched, it would wither and die. Because of the unforgiving nature of the arrays, Kala's thralls were weakened as well while under the mystical dome. Both armies were fearless and unrelenting, but only one was backed by its own master. While Balkir's troops grew weaker with every passing second, Kala's army was constantly fueled with new energy, thanks to her constant use of invigoration. Every time one of her soldiers fell, she would simply raise it again after fixing the damage it had sustained. Her mastery of necromancy also allowed her to possess the bodies of her undead, making them use darkness magic like she was among them. Balkir's minions were designed to fight humans. Hence, they were ineffective against other undead who weren't affected by their aura of fear, the toxic spit, or the venom in their claws. The battle ended as quickly as it had begun, with a one-sided slaughter. Scarlet's plan had been a complete success. There had been no casualties. Only a few among the beasts and the soldiers had been injured, but they were promptly cured and brought back to their peak condition. Kala threw Lith a very meaningful glance, freezing him on the spot. What a dirty son of a gun, Lith thought, realizing the blunder he had almost made. Not only his creatures share a hive mind, learning about all of our tactics and security measures each time they force us to employ a new one, but they all also act as Balkir's eyes and ears. Blood Desert, Balkir's secret lab. What in the Great Mother's name has just happened? Ilium Balkir couldn't believe his own eyes. That bear thing seems to be a necromancer too, but none of its work makes sense. Only greater undead can use magic, yet its creatures defied such basic principle time and time again. Also, how could it possibly raise so many corpses at once? It takes me a whole year to prepare this many troops. Not to mention, I need to put them into stasis to prevent them from burning out of energy. Things couldn't get any worse. Balkir warped out of the lab, inwardly listing all the setbacks he had met so far. First, there were those arrays that limited the strength of his troops, but that was a secondary issue. He had long learned how to adjust his thralls' defenses to ignore most of those annoying warden formations. Second, he had never taken into account that magical beasts could meddle in human squabbles. There was only a limited number of modifications he could apply to his creatures between each attack. Now he was forced to split his focus into three. Anti-human undead were easy prey for a magical beast and sitting ducks against other undead. Last but not least, the battle had ended before he could collect any data about his opponent's real capabilities. They had one relying on basic military strategies and on the hidden undead army, not letting him catch even a glimpse of the White Griffin's Archmage's strongest spells. The secret of Balkir's success had always been his meticulous preparation and data collection, but this time he had come back empty-handed. Walking back to his home in the Forgotten Plume tribe, he couldn't help but smile seeing his kids running towards him with their little arms spread in the air. Dad, where have you been?" CYRL wanted his father to hold him, and Balkir was happy to comply. "I was paying my respects to your grandparents, but now I'm all yours. Let's see what Mom has prepared for dinner." He walked inside his tent, holding the child in his arms. Ilium Balkir had many things to be happy about. After the first raid, the students of the Crystal and Earth Griffin had fled, leaving the academies empty. Balkir had an easy time butchering the remaining defense forces and destroying the power cores with minimal losses. 2 out of the 6 great academies were now just a bunch of stones, unable to nurture mages anymore. The remaining academies were proving to be a tough cookie, but he still had 2 days to complete his life's work. Capturing and studying abominations had been a mammoth task. Fusing part of them with his undead had proved to be even more difficult. Balkier wasn't new to pain and was more than willing to make some personal sacrifices. Controlling all those undead at once, spying on his enemies' every move, using so many warping arrays to move his troops was too much for a single man. Each attack took away years of Balkier's lifespan, but he didn't care. His job was almost done. After that, he would forget about the accursed Griffin Kingdom and spend the time he had left watching his children grow. After the end of the battle, all the students rejoiced together, chanting Kala's name like it was a good luck charm. At that moment, no one cared about her being a wraith-like monster, nor about her army being quite similar to the enemy one. For a few hours, nobles and commoners alike loved her like a hero, setting aside differences concerning social status, humans, or beasts. The only thing that mattered was being alive and well. The students returned to their apartments, discovering that while some houses had been heavily damaged, they were already self-repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The damage sustained hadn't compromised the structural integrity of the houses nor of the dimensional magic, allowing everyone to go back to the safety of their rooms. The night was still very young. Only an hour had passed since the start of the attack. Litha's group had tried more than once to question him about what he was going to yell earlier, but he refused to speak until they arrived at their destination. Solus, it's impossible for Balkier to hear us while we are in here, right? Lith asked. Based on what we know about dimensional magic, I'd say yes. Even if you are right and every undead thrall is a recording device, we are alone now. This room is enveloped in the dimensional and the protective enchantments. It's like being in a parallel dimension. My thought exactly. Lith chanted the hush spell anyway, just to be safe. He and Solus could still be wrong, but even if that wasn't the case, he didn't trust anyone outside the room. Not after how Kala had looked at him. Lith sighed, taking away his shoes and lying on his bed while trying to put together all the pieces of the puzzle. He was searching for the right words to make the others understand his intuition without freaking out. At least not too much. He was still thinking about it, drumming with his fingers on the nearby wall, when Floria coddled up to him, drawing the gazes of all those present. What are you staring at? She rebuked them. You already saw that I was sleeping beside him. There's no reason to wait for the lights to be turned off again. I want to spend all the time that I can with my boyfriend, whether you like it or not. I guess I'm not going to study my shotel anytime soon. Lith sighed again, while his hand moved like it had a life of its own, caressing Floria's back and hair. She snuggled even tighter to him, emitting a purring sound of delight. So, what's all this secrecy about? Uriel was having a hard time taking the edge off of his voice. He had never felt so envious and alone in his whole life. Lith explained to them how he was certain that Balkier's so-called lesser undead weren't mindless creatures. Each of them was part of a hive mind that had collected data about all the spells and techniques used during both assaults. I also noticed that this time the array was less effective. The creatures were still very nimble and strong despite being so close to the town square. My hypothesis is that during the third attack, the array will be mostly useless, and that when Balkier will use his real ace in the hole, his undead will have the collective memories of all the previous attacks, making most of our strategies obsolete. Good gods, how did you notice that? Not even such a frightening piece of news managed to stop Freya from staring at Floria in envy. Not because of Lith. Unlike the others, she still had a hard time accepting his switch-like personality. One second he was a caring friend, the next one he turned into a murdering machine. The jury was still out on which one was his real face. The reason for her envy was that she had never been that close to anyone. After so many near-death experiences, she was starting to long for someone she could blindly trust, just like Floria did. Because I suck as a swordsman, and I completely fell for Balkier's mindless creature charade. Lith explained. Even during my first clash with the undead, I noticed that hitting them became harder with each one I killed. I didn't think much of it until tonight when they started to dodge my ice shards simply because I was too conceited to bother changing their pattern. So, Quilla soldiered up without averting her gaze, despite being reduced to a lump of envy and hindsight about her lack of decisiveness. So while people like Floria, Freya, or Philid are so good with their weapons that the skill gap between them and the lesser undead is insurmountable, I suck so bad at it that I could notice it closing every time I used one of the few forms I know. Where does that leave us? Floria mumbled with a sleepy voice that was in heavy contrast with the mood of the room. During the last attack, she had truly feared if she might lose Lith for good, so she was determined to make her move once the others went to sleep. Yet everyone could soon hear a soft snoring coming from her. In a very rough patch, Lith replied to the sleeping Floria, casting hush on her ears to prevent her from waking up because of the conversation. We have only two options. 1. Linjos and Scarlet have a very good plan that will save us all with a minimum contribution on our side. 2. We run away as soon as option 1 turns out to be wishful thinking. There are very few things I'm not confident to be able to kill, but sadly a whole army of lesser undead or a few greater ones crafted by a mad genius are among them. The room's occupants sighed in unison. They had hoped for another one of Litha's miracles, but it seemed he was out of stock. They decided to go back to bed to catch some sleep before the next attack. The following morning, despite being the only one that had slept like a log until the breakfast call, Floria was in a bad mood. I can't believe I missed my chance like that. Now I have to wait until after the next attack to get him in the right mood. I can't jump on Lith in the middle of the day like any Uriel would, she thought. Suddenly, the communication amulets lit up in unison, projecting Linjos's image. Good morning, dear students. Today's activities will take place just like yesterday, with only one difference. We cannot risk another surprise attack, so I instruct you to go back to your housing after the afternoon call, while the sun is still high. Please, do not go out of town as your fallen companions did. I already lost enough students. After the headmaster's hologram disappeared, the dining room resounded with morons. The students were growing closer to each other and now had a hard time believing that the day before, so many had thrown away their lives just to spite Linjos's orders. Lith, Floria, and Freya were going back to the mine when Kala approached them. I'm sorry, Scourge, but there's little time left. We need to talk. Now. Chapter 216. Without waiting for a reply, Kala warped Lith to Scarlet's headquarters. It was located in a secret building underground the mining town, kept out of phase with the outside world thanks to dimensional magic. I'm sorry for the rush, but there are many things I have to explain to you and a favor to ask. Kala explained. What are you talking about? Lith replied, being still a bit shocked by the sudden turn of events. I know from your smell that you have become a necromancer too. Also, I learned from Protector about the changes you experienced. I have yet to completely master higher necromancy, but my teachings could still benefit you greatly, at least to avoid repeating my mistakes. Power comes with a price and responsibilities, though. Are you willing to pay it? She stared at him, waiting for a reply. What do you mean? After yesterday's attack, I'm pretty sure that this bulkier guy will make me his primary target. My skills are the perfect counter to his own, and now he's aware of my existence. I trust Scarlet. Her strategy is sound. Yet I want a contingency plan in case something happens to me. I want you to teach to my children in my stead. I'm entrusting to you the core of my knowledge for it to be passed down to them. Do you mean Nock? Lith still couldn't make heads or tails of her request. I have more than one, but yes. I'm worried about Nock too. Sure, okay. I like that furball, and teaching one or two of them makes no difference. Lith was glad to accept her deal. He couldn't even imagine a fake mage defeating an awakened one as strong as Kala. There was little he wouldn't do for power and knowledge. Helping the young BYK was nothing to him. First, I have captured and experimented on the thralls of the god of death. Judging by her sneer, Kala seemed to find the moniker quite hilarious, and discovered a great flaw in his creations. A flaw that proves he is a fake mage, not one of us. By waving her paw, she opened a dimensional vortex, conjuring one of Balkir's undead between them. It was completely bound and blinded like a pig ready to be roasted. Unlike true mages that mix light and darkness magic when they raise undead, fake mages need a mark to control them. Kala touched the undead, making several runes made of light appear on its forehead. Yes, Lith nodded. Have you ever tried to add your mark on a creature that already bears one? No. Lith cursed at his own stupidity for not having thought of it by himself. Try it. Either the fake spell or the one I taught you. Both work just fine. Lith did as instructed. Using the fake spell to check such knowledge could be useful also to Tista and the other non-awakened. As soon as the second mark appeared, Kala let go of the creature, which started to shiver uncontrollably until it turned into smoke. Undead created with human magic can bear more than one mark. That makes them unable to attack both the new and the old master. Since their nature is to blindly serve, the inner conflict kills them. Kala explained. Does it work on greater undead too? Litha's eyes shined with hope. Maybe he had found a way out in case bulkier creatures managed to reach him. Sadly, no. This applies only on creatures without an ego. A greater undead can use its will to refuse the second mark, sorry. Kala shook her head. Don't underestimate this knowledge just because you are strong. Imagine if you were weak, alone, against one of those creatures. Do you realize you would still come out victorious? There's no need to destroy them with sword or magic, just a single spell. Lith pondered about her words, recognizing their truth. Now I will teach you how to create a greater undead. What? He couldn't believe his ears. He could solve Solus's problem and his own in one fell swoop. Scarlet told me about the friend you carry in your ring. I'm afraid you will not like what I'm going to tell you. Don't make the same mistake I did. Never create a greater undead. Please, I beg of you. Then why teach me how to do it? Kala was not making any sense to him. Because if you don't know how to create them, you can't learn how to destroy them if the necessity arises. Knowledge is power. You and I are similar. We never get tired of accumulating both, but I digress. Kala shook her muzzle, putting her paws close to Lith. First, you need a corpse. The fresher it is, the better. You can even use it on a live subject, but the only difference will be inflicting them an enormous and useless amount of pain. Then, you need to infuse darkness magic, as you have already done the first time we met. But as soon as the blood core starts to form, you must stop using darkness magic and inject light magic until the balance is reached. Her right paw generated a small sphere of darkness that became grayer the more light magic the left one infused until the color became uniform. Only then you'll make the blood core grow using both the elements at the same time until the undead comes to life. She held the sphere between both her paws, growing it until it was as big as an apple. That's it. Lith was incredulous. Yes, but it's an incredibly delicate process. One mistake, and either you'll create a crazy beast that needs to be put down or destroy the corpse. It took me several tries before succeeding, and I spent weeks with greater undead, studying their rituals and cores. Do you think you can do any better? Her tone wasn't angry or sarcastic. Kala reminded him of Alina when she was teaching him how to take care of Tista. Considering that unlike you, I'm not attuned with any element, no. Lith admitted. Do not feel ashamed. Acknowledging your limits is the first step to overcome them. The more Kala talked, the more she reminded him of his mother. As for the why you shouldn't raise greater undead, you deserve an explanation. During my travels, after I evolved, I met a clan of vampires. I stayed with them for a while, learning as much as I could from them about necromancy and darkness magic. After witnessing how they turn a human into one of their own kind, I decided to replicate the process, just like I have shown you. After several attempts on the corpses of a group of hunters that had been chasing me, I finally succeeded. My test subject was a horrible person, a deranged human that only brought misery to others. Only one death wasn't enough, so I raised it back. Imagine my surprise when I discovered that unlike vampires, when a necromancer creates a vampire, it's not the same person it was when it was alive. My hypothesis is that vampires turn living humans into undead while I raised a corpse. Maybe the soul had already left its shell, or maybe my magic summoned another one with a stronger will to live. Whatever the reason, I immediately understood my mistake. I'm a mother, so when she came back to life, I recognized that feeling. She was naive, innocent like a baby. Her mind was a blank slate, completely dependent on my life force to survive. Creating a greater undead is like giving birth. It's a new life form entirely, completely unrelated to the corpse's previous existence. I'm bound to her like she is to me. I couldn't hurt or kill her anymore. What did you do with it? Lith shrugged. I adopted her. It's the other child I told you about. What? Lith was flabbergasted. That's why I advise you not to use that spell, and why higher necromancy will not help your friend. The corpses you would raise will already have a soul of their own. You can't just create an empty vessel. Nature abhors the void in all of its forms. Lith sighed. Suddenly lesser necromancy was much more alluring. Mindless thralls were much easier to handle compared to sentient undead that would look at him as a father. The idea of nurturing such creatures just to dispose of them like trash was cruel even for him. I'm so sorry, Solus. Lith thought. I really hope to give you a body through necromancy. Kala hasn't evolved from long, though. She might be wrong. Maybe there's a way to give you a physical form. Are you sure you don't want to try a construct or something? Solus didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Lith's stubbornness. I told you countless times. I already feel like a monster. I have the body of a construct. I feed off your mana like an undead or a construct would. I want to get out of my cage, not exchange it for a new one. Seeing that Lith was even more disappointed than she was, Solus embraced his soul with her own. A warm sensation invaded Lith's being. Stop worrying about me. I'm fine, I really am. You're already giving me so much, sharing your life with me, your joy, sadness, and tears. My tower form is slowly recovering. Who knows if sooner or later my wisp form will evolve into something more. If you really want to make me happy, live your life to its fullest. Enjoy what you now have with Floria. It should be most precious to you because it's completely unexpected. That girl is rushing a little too much, but she really cares about you. She's a keeper. Lith could agree on the rushing part, but the rest? He had never discussed his love life, even with Carl, let alone with another girl. He found most embarrassing that his hormones and loneliness were making him crave for intimacy with Floria. I guess that not being with a woman for 13 years and a few months, it's really taking a toll on me. I even keep counting. Maybe Floria is right. I do have a perverted mind. Scourge, Kala called him, noticing he was spacing out. Please continue. Another thing I discovered during my travels is that greater undead can actually be harmed by light magic, but not in the way that you may think. If used directly, light magic works on them like it would on lesser undead. It would feed their hunger, making them stronger. But if you use it on their blood cores instead, you can temporarily fix the unbalance that is their existence. When a ghoul eats living flesh, a vampire drinks blood, or a wraith drains life force with its touch, they're all doing the same thing. Consuming the light energy that living beings possess to keep their blood cores from collapsing. Even if it's an oversimplification, let's just say that undeath at its core is a condition where the body becomes incapable of producing light magic. Without its counterpart, the darkness magic that's naturally produced keeps eroding both the core and the body, needing constant transfusions of light magic from an external source to survive. Are you saying that? Litha's hopes were almost restored. Yes, I am. If you use light magic on their blood core, they regain most of their emotions, lose their hunger, and can even eat normally for a while, be they beasts or humans. Yet it comes with a price. As long as their blood core is balanced, they also lose most of their powers, becoming vulnerable and mortal again. Why are you researching this field? It's almost impossible to direct mana to a core in battle. We need to use invigoration to find it first, and then send the light energy. It's not like you can ask the enemy to stay still for a minute or two. Lith was fascinated by the theoretical implications, but at the moment he found all that chat useless. He desperately needed an edge against bulkier creatures if he wanted to survive. Because for some undeath is a blessing, for others it's a curse. I don't want my child to live forever in the shadows, hiding from the living like a rabid beast. My goal is to find a way to turn her back to human, giving her a chance to a normal life. Why are you telling me all this? Lith could understand Kala being grateful to him for saving Nock. He could also appreciate her seeing a kindred spirit in him, but the knowledge and the burden she was imparting him were too much. Because, just like me, you are different from the others. I'm one of the few magical beasts whose evolution borders with undeath, yet you treat me no differently from before, unlike even those of my own kind. I don't care if you're a human like your friends think, a beast like Protector says, or a new kind of monster like Scarlet fears. You are someone capable of befriending magical beasts without looking down on us, of carrying an unknown life form at your finger and calling her a friend. That's why I trust you to teach and care for my offspring like I would. Chapter 217. Kala interrupted her lesson briefly, to allow Lith to have lunch, and resuming immediately after he had finished. Lith filled several notebooks with his notes, describing all the spells she was teaching him, the feeling it gave when she used them on him or on a test subject, and the differences with his own performance. Learning from true magic was both harder and easier compared to fake magic. Lith hadn't to memorize any magical word, accent, or hand sign, but he needed a deep understanding of the how and why the mana had to flow in a certain way rather than another. Kala knew that she couldn't possibly teach him in a day what she had learned in months during her travels or thanks to Scarlet mentoring her. So she imparted him the most solid foundations she could about her work, hoping he could achieve the same results through study and effort. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters, Scarlet was teaching Protector how to use his newfound powers. Unlike Kala, he lacked an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. After evolving, he had been content enjoying his life with Celia, studying magic only during his free time. Damn, this country bumpkin of a skull is like the proverbial frog in the well. Scarlet inwardly cursed. If after discovering the outside world the frog decided to not give a damn about it, of course. He is by far the weakest of us three. I need to bring him up to speed and fast. Scarlet was dissecting one of Balkir's thralls they had captured, using her enchanted pants Nez to better understand the structure of the spells that kept the undead together along with its abnormal blood core. She would pass it to Protector from time to time, showing him how to recognize a spell's keystones. I knew there was something wrong with Balkir the moment Linjos described to me his creations. Scarlet explained, lesser undead that requires flesh and blood to work, able to regenerate and ignore arrays. None of it made sense. Necromancy doesn't work like that. Do you see that? Scarlet pointed to a black piece of flesh right beside where the blood core was. Yes, Protector replied while wearing the pants Nez. It smells like an abomination, because it is one, or at last a fragment of it. This madman must have found an abomination naturally resistant to magic, captured it, and integrated its abilities with his thralls. Abominations constantly need life force to survive, while undead bear the spark of their maker as a mark. He used his own life force to keep together the blood core and the abomination's unique abilities. This is the secret behind their powers and limited lifespan. As soon as Balkir's life force runs out, the abomination fragment goes wild, destroying the undead and making impossible a full examination like the one we are performing right now. Whoever he is, this guy is insane. Don't you mean a genius? Protector was barely understanding half of what Scarlet was saying. Also, why is this thing still intact? Shouldn't have already self-destructed? He is definitely insane. He didn't use light magic, but his own life force. It means that with each undead he makes, his life gets shorter. As for your second question, it should, but Kala's array slowed down the decay process enough for us to collect all the data we need. The good news is that Balkir isn't the one I'm looking for. He isn't looking for immortality. Rather, he seeks the death of his enemies, even if it costs him his own life. The bad news is that now I must add him to my to-do list. Scarlet sighed. Blood Desert, Balkir's secret lab. Despite what Scarlet thought, Balkir didn't consider integrating undead and abominations as his masterpiece. Finding the array-resistant creature had just been a fluke. He viewed it as a sign that the heavens sought justice as much as he did. What he considered his magnum opus, the only thing that he deeply regretted not being able to share with the rest of the world, was turning magic crystals into memory crystals. They allowed his creations to act as one, learn from each other's experiences, and pass that knowledge to others. With each wave he sent, there would be a few undead embedded with a memory crystal, the controllers, that would keep themselves away from the fight while collecting and sharing the data. Without the memory crystals, he would have never managed to give his thralls a hive mind, nor to be so successful in his endeavor. The first wave had been composed of crawlers, whose purpose was testing the defenders' reaction speed and teamwork. He had never expected the Crystal and Earth Griffin's headmasters to be so stupid to hold themselves up in a confined space, making the number advantage overwhelming and letting themselves get butchered right off the bat. The tox spitters of the second wave were supposed to do the heavy lifting, weakening the defense forces during the 2 following nights and making them reveal their aces in the hole. Alas, the remaining 4 academies had foiled his plans by allying themselves with the beasts. It was still the second act, yet Balkier was already forced to employ his strongest soldiers, the Valors. The silver lining was that after the fall of the 2 academies, he had a lot of tox spitters left that had almost half of their lifespan left. He placed the memory crystals in the center of the array, awakening the sleeping warriors from their stasis and infusing them with all the techniques and spells learned during the first 2 waves, plus a little something of his own. All Valors had human appearance. They had been crafted to resemble Balkier, were animated by his very life force, and now shared with him all of his hatred for the Griffin Kingdom. The undead knelt to their master, eager to carry out his revenge. Let the spitters be your meat shield. Do not risk your lives. Tonight is just a rehearsal for tomorrow's grand finale. Balkier instructed them while handing them the best equipment money could buy. Your goal is to force our enemies to reveal their hand and get rid of that annoying bear wraith. His voice was feeble. Empowering them had added another gray streak to his hair. He had no idea how much life was left in him, but it couldn't be much. If the task proves to be too dangerous, do not hesitate to retreat. There is just 10 of you for each academy, and I'm at the end of my rope. If you fail, there will be no second chance. Now go. The Valors nodded in unison, walking in the warp arrays, ready to inflict to others the pain that was ravaging their hearts. I'm sorry, Scourge. We have to end the lesson here. We'll continue it tomorrow, if both of us are still alive. Kala tapped her paw, making the shadows swirl into a portal. Wait, why you didn't teach me how to do that? Lith had been so engrossed by his first lesson of true magic to almost forget about the shadow gates. Teach you what, exactly? Kala was confused by his words. How to merge with the shadows and use them to move across space. Kala laughed out loud, almost scaring Lith to death. It was the first time that he had ever seen her expressing any emotion. That's just a warp steps. I just mix it with light and darkness magic to make impossible to predict my exit point with life vision. Only a non-awakened one can afford not to. Otherwise, it would mean to throw yourself in the opponent's maws. Lith lowered his eyes in embarrassment. He had only recently mastered warp steps and blink. He had yet to find the time to convert them into true magic. Also, he had never even considered the possibility of covering his tracks while using dimensional magic. Damn, I forgot that. Unlike me, you had no mentor. Kala sighed. I'll teach you dimensional magic first thing tomorrow morning. Now go. I have much work to do before dusk. After Lith left, Kala started modifying her Deathbane array. She was certain that Balkier expected her tricks to not work anymore on his thralls, but he was in for a surprise. Kala's warp step brought Lith back in the middle of the group, making them flinch. Kala is right. It's dumb to always open a warp step vertically. I should have thought about it by myself, but I always have too much on my plate. I'll think about it as soon the crisis is over. Lith thought. By my maker! Solus was brimming with joy. Finally, you're accepting your limits instead of whining for not being perfect. Today is a red-letter day for you. She wasn't even being sarcastic, which made her remark even more annoying. Where the heck have you been all day? Uriel grabbed Lith by the shoulders, shaking him like a maraca. Uriel, have you lost it or what? Lith angrily pushed him away. After your disappearance, Floria almost drove us all insane with her nagging. I don't nag. Floria's embarrassed look made her retort sound fake like a $3 bill. Yes, you do. Freya sneered. We resisted the temptation to knock you out only because none of us is strong enough to carry you around in case the enemy attacked while you were still unconscious. The group started quarreling, giving Lith the time to think of an excuse for his sudden leave. I'm sorry to have made you worry, but Kala and I had some unfinished business. Lith lied through his teeth. She confirmed my hypothesis. He winked to them, referring to the undead's hive mind, hoping it wasn't all in his head. Also, she told me that Balkier is likely to target her from now on, so she asked me to take care of her children in case something happens to her. Why you of all people? Quilla asked. She is afraid that because of her evolved form, other beasts could ostracize them, and I'm the only human she trusts. Once again, he chose to mix together truth and lies to make his story easy to remember and play their feelings like a fiddle. The always lingering fear of death and the sobbing story Lith made up about the cruel fate that would await Nock without his help prevented them from asking questions he wouldn't know how to answer. The mood turned gloomy, but even Solus agreed it was a small price to pay for lessons about true magic. They had barely finished eating when the alarm resounded, prompting the students to go back to the town plaza. Soon the array was visible again, making them realize that Balkier's undead had already entered its perimeter. Lith trusted Kala's judgment about Scarlet's strategy, but he reminded everyone about their contingency plan, just in case. I don't know what the master plan is, and honestly, I don't care. Lith said, if anything happens to Kala, that's our cue. It's better to run away to live and fight another day than dying an idiot's death. Everyone nodded, agreeing with the plan. The seconds turned into minutes, but nothing happened. This time, instead of simply swarming the place, the Tox Spitters slowly marched into the town under the Valor's supervision. Back in his lab, Balkier was amazed discovering that despite the modifications he had applied to his creatures, the array was back to full force. Yet it was within his calculations. The Valors had the Spitters positioning themselves in the key points of the array before forcing them to self-detonate. Kala's Deathbane array crumbled, plunging the town into darkness. Back at full strength, the undead attacked with unparalleled vigor, easily cutting through the enemy lines. Without support from the array, beasts and professors quickly found themselves on the back foot. A single spitter was nothing compared to their strength, but they were outnumbered over 10 to 1, and every wound they suffered required specialized medical attention. "Rise, my legions!" Kala roared, calling forth his undead army once again. Two Valors approached her, moving so fast that none of the lesser undead at her command could react quickly enough to even slow them down. "Filthy beast, your time has come," said the first Valor. "Filthy beast, your time is now." They both unsheathed their swords, moving in unison. The Valors attacked her at the same time from opposite directions, leaving Kala no chance to defend herself. Two deep wounds opened on Kala's front shoulder and her back. Kala laughed bitterly, admitting her defeat. If she stayed, she would definitely die. Even if created with fake magic, those creatures were greater undead. Kala had only recently become an awakened one. She was still too weak to fight them and control her army at the same time. If she left, her army would crumble, leaving her allies without any hope of victory. Whatever choice she made, without her guidance, the lesser undead she had reanimated would attack indiscriminately friend or foes. "Well, plague creatures." Kala's tone was sad, but devoid of despair. "You have destroyed my array and turned my carefully prepared army into a liability in one fell swoop. It seems I have underestimated Balkier's ingenuity, but alas, he made my same mistake. Your master should have known that a cornered beast is the most dangerous one. I'm really curious to see if his plan can survive losing two of you right off the bat." Having her army become useless, Kala recalled all the darkness magic she had infused into it back to her body, causing her mana core to overload. It resulted in a silent but massive explosion that engulfed all the nearby undead and briefly managed to cover the sky. The collective death throes of the fallen threw both armies into chaos. Chapter 218. Gods, no. Scarlet and Balkier screamed in unison, watching the scene unfold. Everything had happened in just a few seconds from the moment the array had been destroyed, not leaving the Scorpicore the time to even think about sending reinforcements. Losing Calla was a huge blow for Scarlet's army. Despite the fact that she had only recently evolved, she was still the most talented necromancer they had at hand. Balkier had the advantage of experience and careful preparation. Their best counter was true magic surprise effect, and the versatility Calla's true necromancy had displayed earlier. She had been able to reinforce her troops and change strategy according to the situation, while Balkier's thralls, without their master's supervision, could only follow a script. The presence of greater undead had completely upset the balance. Damn you and your information, Linjos. The Valors weren't supposed to come out until the last day. Scarlet roared. She has only recently evolved, and close combat has never been her specialty. I only let her go alone because you guaranteed us that tonight we would face those black things again. How I was supposed to know that Balkier would change his plans so much? Linjos tried to defend himself. Look on the bright side. It means he is desperate. By butchering all of his talk spitters during the first day, you must have forced his hand. The Valors are his trump card. If we defeat them, the battle should be over. He shouldn't have stronger troops. What if he does? What if? Scarlet stopped herself halfway. There was no time for recriminations. We can't afford to keep our cards hidden anymore. We can only go all out and pray that you are right. Unbeknownst to Scarlet, Balkier's situation was even worse. Calla's final move had been devastating to his plans. The massive release of darkness magic had destroyed all the spitters attacking the north side along with the two Valors. Unlike the lesser undead that required only a small spark of his life force, each Valor was empowered by a huge amount of it. It was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it allowed Balkier to share their senses and directly control them telepathically despite the distance. On the other one, he would feel their lives slowly slipping away like they were his own. The sudden disappearance of so much of his life force further damaged his already compromised body. Balkier fell to the ground, convulsing and spitting blood non-stop. With their mind link temporarily broken, the Valors were unaware of the huge blow their army had sustained. They continued to follow the original plan, going deeper and deeper into the enemy lines until retreating became almost impossible. The same thing was happening on all 4 Academy battlefields. The invaders were getting bolder, mistaking Balkier's sudden silence for approval. Despite their high intelligence and extensive combat expertise derived from the memory crystals, the Valors were still newborns. By giving them his memories, Balkier had also infected them with his rage, a feeling they were incapable of controlling without their master's supervision. Trask, Nailier, Ironhelm, Linjos, and all the professors with the richest combat experience finally came out of the headquarters, aiding the royal army and the magical beasts in holding their ground against the swarming enemies. Only 8 Valors remained, but each had strength on par with Protector, making them extremely dangerous. They looked exactly like Balkier did the day his family died. Red-haired youths, barely 16 years old with a naive visage. They were about 1.67 meters, 5 feet 6 inches, high with a skeletal build like they had long suffered from malnutrition. The red light burning inside their eyes, and their savage visage revealed their true nature, though. Thank the gods that Wraith warned us. Otherwise I would be dead already. Professor Trask had barely dodged the darkness bullet that the Valor had conjured at point-blank range. Greater undead were naturally attuned with darkness magic, allowing them to use its true magic form even without being awakened ones. That Wraith had a name. Couldn't you at least respect Calla's memory, you oaf? Ironhelm scolded him. He had always considered magical beasts as inferior beings, but after witnessing their bravery and willingness to sacrifice themselves in a battle that wasn't their own, he now harbored a deep respect for them. If you have the strength to quarrel like an old couple, use it to destroy that thing. Nailier scolded them both. They were 3 against 1, and under the effect of the best potions the White Griffin's alchemists could provide. Yet they were still on the back foot. The Valor displayed all the swordplay he had inherited thanks to the memory crystal using dozens of techniques with such mastery that it was like he had practiced them for years. To make things worse, he was still faster and stronger than them. He was capable of shooting rays of darkness from his free hand, eyes, and mouth with barely a split-second notice, easily interrupting their casting whenever they attempted a spell. The only reason they were still alive was because of their teamwork. Resistance is futile, humans. Surrender and die. The Valor spread the fingers of his free hand, which turned into a mass of tendrils that whipped towards the trio to immobilize them. Nailier preferred to dodge, while Ironhelm and Trask cut them down with their weapons. Each amputated tendril emitted a shrill sound, like it was alive, spurting a purple liquid with a pungent smell. Ironhelm managed to block the liquid with a shield, but Trask wasn't so lucky. He was wielding dual sabers, so part of the liquid reached his face, turning out to be a powerful acid. Trask screamed in pain, suddenly full of openings that the Valor didn't miss, focusing all the tendrils on him and piercing his lungs, heart, and stomach in multiple points. "Vasta, where are you? We need help. Man down!" Nailier yelled into her communication earpiece, making Vaster blink to the rescue and bringing what was left of Trask to safety. Without Trask, their formation collapsed quickly to the point that their efforts barely slowed the Valor from reaching the students. "Where are the reinforcements?" Ironhelm yelled in his earpiece, his body covered in wounds. "Sorry for the delay, folks." Protector swooped down from the sky, hitting the Valor with his full weight. Protector was engulfed by flames, his body infused with enough air magic to turn him into a living meteor. The hit was supposed to blow the undead away, maybe even injure it. Yet the frost aura the Valor had conjured to weaken his human enemies easily snuffed out the flames. The Valor didn't even attempt to dodge. The strike was too fast for him. The impact only managed to push the creature several meters away, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Protector felt the opponent's bones cracking and reforming almost at the same time. The regeneration speed of the enemy was so fast it was hard to believe. "Filthy beast!" The Valor struck Protector with a fist, making his head turn abruptly to the side with a cracking noise. "Damn, I should have really paid attention to Scarlet when she tried to teach me how to blink." Protector realized in hindsight. If that isn't our cue, I don't know what it is. First Kala had disappeared, then Professor Trask had been severely wounded, and now a creature the size of a skull was faltering after a single punch. Freya had every reason to be scared, and so did her group. She focused on the place where she wanted to go, bending space to her will and materializing a warp steps. "Quick, get in. I have to go last, or the gate will close behind me." The group nodded, but before they could start moving, another Valor reached the town square. "There is no escape for you, vermin." He unleashed several streams of lightning from his hand that struck everyone but Lith, who managed to dodge thanks to his enhanced reflexes. With Freya convulsing on the ground, the warp steps quickly disappeared, destroying their hope for survival. "Relinquish your useless lives and join us. At least your death will be meaningful." The undead's voice was oozing spite. Lith could see, thanks to life vision, that darkness magic was focusing on his fingertips. "Thanks, but no thanks," he yelled, trying to draw the Valor's attention on himself. Lith took his Shodel out of his pocket dimension, going all out right off the bat to cut down the Valor's extended arm. The undead reacted quickly, but not quickly enough. Infused to the brim with air magic, Lith managed to cleave the arm a few centimeters below the elbow. The limb fell to the ground, while the accumulated darkness magic faded away. "How did you do that?" The Valor raised an eyebrow, curious rather than worried. Despite Lith's slash having been infused with darkness magic, black tendrils came out of the amputated limb, reattaching itself as if nothing had happened. "That hurt. I'll kill you first then," the Valor promised, rushing for the kill. Lith soon found himself in the opposite situation compared to his professors. The skill gap in swordplay between them was enormous, making him consider for dropping the Shodel and fighting barehanded. Thanks to fusion magic, the Valor was slower than him, making him vulnerable to the martial arts that Lith had learned on Earth. According to Life Vision and Mana Sense, the Valor's blade glowed like a Christmas tree, though. That, and the purple liquid dripping from the undead's fingers, made Lith realize that such plan was beyond stupid. That thing is almost as fast and strong as me under the effects of fusion magic. Lith thought, I can't allow myself to get tired, get hit, or get poisoned. I need a distraction to... His planning was interrupted by the terrified screams of the students that were scattering in all directions to get as far as possible from the undead monster. I said there is no escape. Seeing his prey getting away filled the Valor with rage, to the point of ignoring Lith to shoot them in the back. Lith inwardly smiled, grateful for their stupid sacrifice. He exploited that moment to blink right behind the creature, cutting off his head and piercing his heart. Before Lith could completely engulf the corpse in darkness magic, the Valor kicked violently towards his head, forcing him to block and cracking both of his arms. The pain was nothing compared to his surprise. Despite the amount of darkness magic he had infused in his sword, the hole in the chest was already closed. The head was taking its sweet time to reattach itself, still showing a wolfish smile. Where are you exactly? For the first time in his life, the undead experienced the feeling of amusement. Protector's fight wasn't going much better either. Even with Nailier's and Ironhelm's help, they were barely on equal footing. Protector was unable to use dimensional magic, and his favorite elements, fire and air, were almost useless against the undead. The initial advantage due to fusion magic combined with his superior physical prowess had been quickly countered by the Valor's acid blood that returned each wound Protector inflicted twofold. Several of his teeth had melted, and his paws were bleeding profusely. Nailier and Ironhelm blinked around, searching for an opening to unleash their spells, but somehow the Valor always knew where they would appear. He didn't react fast enough to counterattack, but enough to move out of their line of fire in time. How the heck can he know our every move? Nailier cursed, getting away from the undead and hoping to lure him away from the town square. Alas, the Valor wasn't interested in fighting the professors. His only aim was the students a few hundred meters behind them. As soon as Nailier's position was left open, the Valor rushed forward, ignoring both Protector and Ironhelm. Releasing a barrage of darkness projectiles from his fingers, aimed toward the youths amassed in front of him like lambs waiting for the slaughter. While the duo bombarded the undead with their best spells, Nailier cursed again. She blinked in front of the death wave and using one of her artifacts to block most of the attacks. Coward, stop using children as a shield and fight us. She yelled despite the ragged breath caused by the massive mana consumption from the artifact. In battle, there is no bravery or cowardice. The Valor mocked her. Only victory and defeat. Stop me if you can. He had already been hit by over 100 of spells during the fight, but taken separately, they were barely able to make him falter. Thanks to his abomination powers, the Valor would take little damage from all elements except darkness, but such spells were too slow, and the creature would dodge them every time with ease. Physical attacks and spells had proven to be useless. Any damage sustained would regenerate so fast that the undead was able to keep his full mobility. Protector cursed at himself for his stupidity, not studying the books Lith had left for him, and spending most of his time nurturing his newfound family life with Celia. His only remaining option was to use his physical prowess to block the Valor in place long enough for the professors to strike him down with darkness magic. However, the undead was well aware of their plan, so he employed a vicious hit-and-run tactic that the crawlers had learned from Ironhelm himself during the first day to wear out the skull. Protector's fur was already covered in cuts, some shallow, some deep. He had suffered most of the hits while trying to defend the students and the professors behind him. The Valor had exploited his good heart to poison him multiple times and was now waiting for the inevitable to happen. Chapter 219. You are too fast to be human, the Valor said to Lith, using a childish voice that matched his face for the first time. Lith let him blabber on, using the idiotic bad guy monologue to activate invigoration to mend his wounds and replenish his strength. You don't care for the young ones. The Valor shot another student in the back, pleasantly surprised to see that Lith didn't even flinch. Do you care for the older ones? By using their hive mind, the Valor didn't even need to turn around to shoot Nailier in the back. What any Valor saw, every Valor knew. That was the reason why Blink had been of no use to the professors so far. Thanks to the hive mind, by watching each other's backs, the undead had no blind spots. The darkness bullet was deflected by Nailier's armor, but still managed to pierce her shoulder, making her yell in pain and surprise. Their already weakened formation fell apart. No, you don't. The Valor nodded. Do you care for those ones? He pointed his fingers to the 4 youths still laying on the ground, finally obtaining a reaction. Lith stopped using invigoration, dashing forward to intercept the spell and deflect it with his blade. This is going to be fun. The Valor laughed heartily. Not for you, though, Lith replied with a wolfish smile. He blinked in front of the enemy and activated Death Zone and Death Call at the same time. Several tentacles erupted from Lith's body, while a dense fog surrounded both him and the Valor. Lith had used that time to also cast his 2 most powerful darkness spells. The dark tentacles wrapped themselves around the Valor's limbs, draining his strength and making it impossible for him to run away. Meanwhile, the highly concentrated darkness magic summoned by Death Zone was eating away the Valor's lifespan like a starving man at an all-you-can-eat buffet. No, you can't do it. I'm not allowed to die. Balkier's orders were absolute. The Valor struggled with all his might, trying to get away like his master had instructed him to do in case of danger. Lith was done talking. He only focused on dodging and parrying the enemy's attacks, while the undead withered more with every passing second. Soon the physical gap between the two was so wide that Lith could afford to go on the offensive, slashing the Valor's body over and over with his darkness-infused blade. Despite being an undead, the Valor experienced blinding pain and desperation. Each hit would eat away a good chunk of his master's life force, making the abomination inside him go wild and inflicting on him an agony that every Valor would share. Back in his lab, Balkier's convulsions rose in intensity until he bled from his ears, eyes, and mouth. Feeling their companion's imminent death sent the other Valors into a frenzy. Because of the hive mind, they shared more than just their senses. They also shared their rage, joy, and fear. Protector exploited the enemy's sudden madness to bite the Valor's chest hard and pin him to the ground, trapping the Valor's sword and tendrils inside his own body. Quick, finish him, he yelled to Ironhelm. His eyes were sad, but unwavering. Ironhelm understood his intentions, casting his strongest darkness spell, Dark Star. Ironhelm wanted to cry, but his voice remained steady and his hands firm for all the duration of the spell. Dark Star generated a pillar of darkness with a radius of 10 meters, 33 feet, that engulfed both the warriors until the Valor was no more. Protector remained true to his name until the end, standing proud even in defeat. Meanwhile, Linjos and Rudd were mercilessly taking down 2 Valors at once. Linjos was the strongest archmage of his academy. His personal spells were fast and deadly. There was only so much the undead's magical resistance could do against them. To make things worse for the undead, although Rudd lacked his firepower, he had plenty of ingenuity and talent for dimensional magic. Whenever one of Linjos' spells were about to miss, a warp steps would open, redirecting it right into the back of a Valor. Even trying to escape was useless. Rudd would simply switch their positions with his own and Linjos', who always took care to leave them a darkness-based nasty surprise. Come on, that's all you can do, Rudd sneered, opening many warp steps at a time, making the new barrage of Linjos' spells appear and disappear from thin air. When the Valors tried to escape in different directions, Linjos switched their position, making them clash one against the other. Rudd exploited that moment to redirect the spells, which hit the Valors all at once and turned them to dust. Excellent work, Rudd, Linjos said. I'm glad to have you on my side. 2 down, still 6 to go. The 2 archmages warped to the rescue of their colleagues, hoping the battle could be still won. As soon as she came out of the headquarters, Scarlet hunted down the Valors one by one. Even with the hive mind supporting them, the other undead weren't much of a threat. She hadn't missed how the destruction of the two valors by the hand of Kala had made the lesser undead revert to their frenzied fighting style and lose any semblance of order or discipline. Of the 8 remaining greater undead, 2 were keeping themselves at the outskirts of the mining town. Scarlet suspected that their refusal to budge, even after losing 2 of their generals, could depend on their role in keeping the hive mind active. She blinked behind their backs, infusing her roar with air magic, making them tumble on the ground like rag dolls. If I'm right, they will attempt to run rather than fight. I must keep them away from their escape route and kill them as fast as I can. Scarlet thought. As she had predicted, the 2 attempted to cast a flying spell to get away from the Scorpicore, but she only needed another roar to send them tumbling again and interrupting their cast. "Filthy beast, your time has come," said the first Valor, unsheathing his sword. "Filthy beast, your time is in." "Shut your trap." Scarlet cut the second Valor short, ripping the creature's head off with her claws. Her rage peaked when she heard those words again. She wasn't sure if Kala was dead or alive, only that if she had lost and awakened because of humans squabbling between themselves, she would never forgive herself. A sudden sharp pain forced her to focus back on her enemies. A big chunk of her paw was now missing, her flesh and bones melted by the powerful acid that ran inside the Valor's bodies instead of blood. "Nice trick," she said, watching the bits of the undead's head reassemble themselves until no injury remained. "Want to see a better one?" Her paw exuded a white brilliance, and in less than a second, she was healed too. As for my final act, Scarlet weaved the blink spell, but instead of blinking herself, she forced one of the Valors to appear right in front of her. Her paw pinned him down, while she used invigoration to find the blood core and flood it with darkness magic. It was something that only her overwhelming strength and over 300 years of experience in manipulating cores allowed her to do. The undead experienced pain as if its very soul was being ripped to shreds, pulverized, turned into a bucket someone used as a chamber pot, and then turned to shreds again. Its agony spread to all the remaining Valors, making them easy targets. While the first one was still turning to ashes, Scarlet repeated the procedure on the second one, making bulkier's mind fall into a coma to escape from that torture. Damn you all. For bulkier, Lith didn't know why the Valor had started convulsing, nor did he care. What worried him was that now the creature was willingly burning his life force to break free from the restraints. Lith focused even more, increasing the density of darkness magic surrounding them to put an end to the fight. He didn't know how long he could still hold the Valor in place. Keeping both the spells active while trading blows with the undead was quickly draining his strength. The Valor shot several rays of darkness from his eyes until he slowly turned to smoke and ashes. "At least I will not die aloe." Lith didn't stop the attack until the Valor's blood core was no more. He never trusted monsters to stay dead, so besides confirming it with life vision, he also asked Solus to double-check with mana sense. "By my maker, Lith behind you." Despite being on the verge of exhaustion, Lith followed Solus's instructions, ready to fight with the last bits of power he had. He only then realized that what Solus was referring to wasn't an enemy, but the members of his group. They had yet to wake up from the lightning bolts, so unlike the other students, they had remained on the attack site. Suddenly the Valor's words made sense. They could be the only reason why the undead had wasted his life force to cast spells that he knew Lith could dodge with his eyes closed. After a quick inspection, he discovered that only Uriel and Floria had been hit. The creature had shot blind, so most of the rays had just hit the ground. Uriel had been grazed on a leg while Floria on a shoulder. The wounds were superficial, barely bleeding, but the flesh surrounding them was turning blue and the veins were bulging out. Lith used invigoration to understand what was happening. A mass made of darkness magic was ravaging their bodies while advancing towards their mana cores. Damn beast-starred, Lith thought. He invaded them with his life force. If I don't stop it immediately, they are either going to die or turn into undead. Lith saw several students that had been killed earlier by the Valor groggily stand up with their eyes shining with the red light of undeath. Damn! I hate always being right. Lith opened to warp steps, but he was too weak to go far from the battlefield. His destination was their room in the mining town. He threw Freya and Quilla inside and onto their beds, more or less. Then he picked Floria and Uriel up and ran away from the undead mob that was chasing them, closing the gate right behind him. The monsters were fast enough to compete with Lith in his exhausted state while burdened by his companions. Some of them were already crossing the gate when it disappeared. A few heads and limbs fell on the floor, emitting a screeching sound before turning into black smoke and ashes. Just Balkier style. He sacrifices undeath's eternal life in exchange for explosive power. The fallen students turning so fast can only be a bad omen. Lith lay Floria and Uriel on the floor, discovering that the black matter was already halfway towards their cores. The corruption was spreading at an alarming rate. Almost half of their bodies had turned blue, with black veins bulging all over them. Cursing Balkier's name, Lith had no choice but to activate invigoration and wait until he had regained enough strength to make his blurred eyesight return to normal before attempting a treatment. He used that time to call for help with his communication amulet. This wasn't the Academy's healer's first rodeo. The light magic department was bound to know a cure for their affliction after 10 years of fighting the same kind of undead. Alas, the amulet was once again offline. FCK Linjos and his idiotic plan. FCK Manohar. He's nowhere to be found when you really need him. Litha's rage was almost out of control. In that moment, he hated everyone. The Academy for failing to protect them, the nobles and the crown for having caused the crisis, and Balkier for messing with his turf. Calm down. Lith Solus did her best, using their symbiotic bond to quell his anger. Healing is a delicate process. You can't brute force your way to save someone. Letting yourself go can only do more harm to your friends. Lith still rejected that word, friends. Yet denying his attachment to them was hypocritical, especially his fondness towards Floria. Aside from Solus, no one outside of his family had ever made him feel so special since his rebirth in the New World. Lith swallowed his anger, studying the black matter only to discover it was some kind of darkness magic he had never met before. Light magic would be useless, while invigoration wasn't able to purge it because of its immaterial nature. Solus, please help me. What can I do? Their bodies kept turning, their breathing had almost stopped. You can only brute force your way. Solus sighed. It was a gamble, but also the only thing she could improvise with so little time at hand. Use your own darkness magic to stall and destroy the Valor's One, while using light magic to immediately heal the damages the conflicting energies will cause. That kind of power isn't made to last. If you resist long enough, it should self-destruct. Lith commenced the procedure even before Solus had finished her explanation. He had already understood her idea from the first sentence. First, he attacked the black veins, preventing the affliction from spreading further. Then he focused on the black mass. Chapter 220. Handling two kinds of mana at once on two different patients was the hardest thing Lith had ever done. He had to repair all the injuries in a timely manner, using darkness magic against the wounds the Valor's life force caused. Otherwise, his companions would die of shock or organ failure. At the same time, he couldn't relieve the pressure on the black mass, not even for a second. It was already only centimeters away from their cores. A single slip up, and everything would be lost. The memory of the kid dying in his arms during the plague was still etched into Litha's mind. There was no way to repair a broken core. Lith only had one chance, and had to make it count. His energy reserves were constantly depleted by his endeavor and replenished by invigoration. But with every cycle, his breathing technique would lose part of its effectiveness. Lith needed Solus's help from time to time, letting her take control of his mana flow whenever he felt his focus was slipping. Soon it became a battle of will, Balkier's against Lith's. Ironhelm would have liked to let himself fall on the ground and rest, but Nalier was getting worse by the second. He placed his hand on the fallen skull's neck, caressing his soft fur for the first and last time before leaving. Then he felt a pulse. He immediately activated his communication earpiece. Manohar, Marth, get your as ES over here. Otherwise, I swear to the gods that I will kill you. Blood Desert, Balkir's secret lab. When Ilium Balkir finally regained his senses, everything was already over. Kala's opening move had caused a domino effect, making months of careful planning go to waste. The shock from the sudden death of the Valors had taken him out of the picture long enough for the battle to be lost. Without his supervision, the Valors had let themselves be blinded by the hatred Balkir had infected them with, making them conceited and reckless. Each time one of them fell, all the others would become weaker, making it easier for the enemies to kill another one. Rinse and repeat. While trying to get up, he coughed blood again and again. Not only was almost all of his life force gone, but also most of his magic. It would take him years to recover, if that was even possible. Mother, father, my siblings, please forgive me. He wept uncontrollably. I have failed you. Tomorrow, no blood will be shed. Your deaths will be forgotten because of my incompetence. The lords of the forest had proven to be way stronger than he anticipated, and so too were their minions. Many professors had fallen. Even the lightning griffin headmaster had died during the attack, but only a few students had been harmed. The 4 remaining academies had survived. All of Balkir's efforts had been for naught. Following Linjos's protocol, the other headmasters had removed the academy's power cores, entrusting them to the crown. When Balkir's minions had stormed the academy's gates, the castles were empty shells. I only have one choice left. I can't activate my last prototype. I would die in the process, and without my control, it wouldn't be able to distinguish friend from foe. It could even harm my family. That accursed bear has ruined everything. In the end, even the god of death dies. Before warping out of his lab, Balkir activated the self-destruct mechanism. The memory crystals, his method to fuse abominations and undead, his whole life work. All of it was too dangerous to allow humans to ever get their hands on it. It all ends now. Watching the small mound collapse from afar, Balkir found himself sighing in relief. Even if things hadn't gone as planned, he still had his closure. 2 of the 6 great academies were lost. Several archmages had died. His legend would live on, instilling fear in the accursed old nobles' households for years to come. They would never know what had happened to him, or why he had stopped his attacks. For all they knew, the god of death would be biding his time, waiting for his enemies to lower their guard while building an even stronger army. Also, I would pay my weight in gold to see their terrified faces. Tomorrow night, nothing will happen, yet their fear will make it the worst day of their lives. Balkir laughed heartily, cleaning the blood from his clothes before returning home. His children deserved to finally have a full-time father. When Lith regained his senses, he had no idea how much time had passed. His body ached with every movement due to the strain of prolonged, excessive mana use. He barely had the mental energy to open his eyes. His vision was blurred from physical exhaustion, and he had a splitting headache caused by the severe lack of mana. Human figures seemed to be moving around him, but because of the haze, he wasn't able to recognize any of them. Ow, how long was I out? Even in his own thoughts, Lith couldn't avoid stuttering. Thinking was a heavy burden. He just wanted to close his eyes and sleep. A few minutes. Solus replied. Just enough time for Freya and Quilla to wake up and infuse you with some of their life force. Try not to speak much. Your core is almost empty. We already know what happens when someone forcefully goes beyond their limits. Solus was worried too. This time Lith had gone too far, treating his companion's condition until he had lost consciousness. She wanted him to be more human and compassionate, but not if the price was his life. She had even given him part of her mana without him noticing. She didn't care about her own hunger or the weakness that was numbing her senses. She wanted for him to be all right. Lith nodded, using invigoration once again. His mana core was still empty and his body exhausted, but at least now he was able to see and talk properly. Lith, what happened? Both Freya and Quilla were worried to death. Why won't Uriel and Floria wake up? No matter what spell we use, their condition does not improve, nor do we understand what's wrong with them. Also, how did you get so exhausted? Freya asked. So nice of you to think about me too, even if only at the end. Lith rubbed his temples, trying to ease the pain. Freya opened her mouth to reply in kind to his sarcastic remark, but remained silent. Telling him that I can't help but see him as more of a monster than a human would be too cruel of a joke. Lith may be a bit scary sometimes, but he has always been nothing but a good friend to me. Thank the gods I can hold my stupid tongue. Freya thought. Lith used that respite to tell them about how he had escaped from the Valor, bringing them with him. He also told them how the creature had infected their companions and his attempts to cure them. Even if she meant it as a bad joke, Freya felt terrible for thinking those words. Please go find a professor. I don't know if I saved them or just bought them some more time. They need someone that knows what we are dealing with. Freya nodded, leaving Quilla to take care of her friends while she blinked right above their house, her rapier ready at hand. From the higher ground, she noticed that the battle seemed to be over. The town plaza was empty. Some skirmishes were still going on between beasts, professors, and lesser undead, but the black creatures were reduced to a few handfuls. From the moment Scarlet had killed the controllers, the hive mind had collapsed. Without it, the Tox Spitters had no combat awareness. They had reverted to mindless blank slates. It was only a matter of minutes before they got completely wiped out. Freya identified a group of professors and went to ask for their help, too late to notice that what they were battling against, students that were turned into undead. Her rapier cut and stabbed the reanimated corpses mercilessly. Her hand didn't even hesitate when she recognized some of them as her classmates. The only things Freya felt were the urgency to prevent her sister and friend from suffering the same fate and gratitude towards Orion. The blade he had crafted for her fitted her hand like a glove, while the multiple enchantments he had forged mastered it with made short work of her enemies, turning them into dust and smoke. I swear that if I get back home alive, I'll start calling Orion Dad, Freya thought, realizing the depth of care and love her adoptive father held. Please, I need a healer. My friends have been hurt. Realizing what was affecting her friends, Freya's worry increased tenfold. Professor Wainmeyer nodded, activating her communication earpiece. There isn't a second to lose. Tell me where to find them. It took less than a second for Professor Marth to join them and open a warp steps back to Litha's room. How long ago have they been struck? Marth knew that once the dark energy entered the bloodstream, it was only a matter of minutes before the victim died, almost instantly resurrecting as a lesser undead. I don't know. Freya pointed to him, the two youths lying on their beds. Marth cursed their bad luck, casting a diagnostic spell to see how severe their condition was, only to discover that their system was completely cleansed. The two students were simply exhausted beyond reason, like they had fought and won the battle of a lifetime. Marth had no idea what could have possibly happened, and he was simply too happy to care. His joy was short-lived, though. As soon as he saw Lith, sadness gripped Marth's heart. Lith seemed exhausted, too. He barely had the strength to eat the medical provisions Quilla was handing him. Marth didn't want to burden him further, but time was of the essence. Lith, I'm really sorry. Marth placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. One of your friends has been gravely injured. He doesn't have much time left, and he is asking for you. A friend. Litha's sleepy eyes were suddenly wide open, checking his surroundings. What's wrong with Uriel? He couldn't help but be surprised by the worry he recognized in his own voice. Uriel is fine. Whatever you did, it worked. You don't know how proud I am of you. Marth smiled gently. He would have liked to ask him many things, but questions had to wait. I'm talking about Protector. He has something to say to you. I've never seen someone with such strong willpower. He is literally refusing to die before speaking with you one last time. Please follow me. Something inside Lith snapped, making all of his exhaustion disappear. Solus knew it was only a placebo effect, caused by Litha's desire to cry, clashing with his firm denial that something might have happened to his old friend. Take me to him. Marth opened a warp steps, seeing ill-concealed pain in Litha's eyes. Protector's body was too big to fit in the field hospital, and his condition was too severe to move him from the spot he had fallen. Litha's heart ached to see the flaming red fur blackened all over. The flames that made up the tails were reduced to embers. Protector's chest raised and lowered slowly, accompanied by heavy pants. Manohar had done his best. arriving as soon as he had been summoned. He had used all his expertise to cleanse the toxin, close the wounds, and defuse the lethal effects that such a prolonged exposure to the Dark Star spell would induce. He was called the God of Healing, but he was no god, just a gifted man that loved his job. There were things even he was helpless against. "It's all your fault," Manohar roared to Ironhelm. "You should have called me earlier. I could have saved him. I never, ever fail." Manohar didn't care much for the Skull's fate, nevertheless. He had done the best that he could. His work was his life. It defined what and who he was. Lith pushed Manohar away, touching Protector to use invigoration and check his condition. What he saw made his heart skip a beat. Protector's core was deeply cracked. His mana was slowly seeping out. It had already turned back to green and was losing strength with each passing second. "Glad to see you before the end, Lith." Protector's voice was still calm and serene like the first time they had met. "Don't be sad for me. I had a great life, a loving mate, and many offspring. If it wasn't for Scarlet, I would already be dead. I was living on borrowed time. I am really happy to get the opportunity to return her favor." Every one of his words was supposed to console Lith, to make him feel better. Yet every time he spoke, Lith felt a dagger piercing his heart. Tears started to stream from his eyes, but his voice was stone cold. "This is all your fault." He roared to Scarlet and Linjos that were standing at Protector's side after trying every single spell they knew to save his life. "You screw up everything you touch. Who the FCK is that dumb son of a BTCH that made you headmaster?" Linjos could expel him for all he cared. If something happened to Protector, Balkier would have to get in line to get his turn with the headmaster. Chapter 221. Why did you ask for his help? Lith yelled to Scarlet while his fury was peaking. You knew he had never traveled outside the Tron Woods. This was too big for him. Why didn't you leave him alone? Scarlet's guilt was already eating at her from the inside. She couldn't reply to Lith because she was thinking the same things. However, when she felt a slight tremor in the ground, she was forced to speak. "You are right, it's all my fault. Now, please, try to calm down." "Calm down." Lith's roar was accompanied by another tremor, this time strong enough for everyone to feel it. All of his mana was seething with anger. Darkness magic exuded from every inch of Lith's body, spreading the killing intent of a mad beast desperate enough to throw away its life for a single chance to bite back its enemy. All the professors could feel it on their skin. The ones that were too injured from the recent fight to stand their ground found themselves covered in cold sweat, retreating one step at a time. Even Linjos's body reacted instinctively, a spell ready at hand to counter the imminent death threat. I read the reports speaking about his ferocity, but this is unheard of for someone so young. His mana exudes such a powerful pressure that a normal man would have already run away out of fear. With a wave of her paw, Scarlet warped all the humans back to their apartments and sealed the space around the mining town to prevent the use of dimensional magic. Being the Lord of the Forest was much more than a mere title. Like an academy empowered its headmaster, a forest empowered its lord. It was similar to being a guardian, but instead of being recognized by the planet's will, the Lord had a very limited area of influence and much lesser powers. Otherwise, Scarlet would have faced and destroyed Balkier's army alone. "You can ask me to calm down only after I have ripped off your tail and forced you to eat it." A mass of clouds started gathering in the sky. Scarlet knew a world tribulation was about to happen. That was the reason why she had sent all the humans away. While she had no idea what was causing the tribulation, the one responsible had to be protected, even if he was a young human abomination hybrid on the verge of madness. "Lith, please stop." Protector coughed. Hearing his voice turned Lith's anger to pain, a pain he hadn't experienced since Carl's death. "What do you think you're doing? I didn't ask for you because I want you to turn into the new Balkier. Revenge solves nothing. Did you ever pay attention when I spoke to you?" Protector attempted to laugh, but it soon turned into a dry cough that made him spit black blood. "I just wanted to say goodbye and ask you for a favor. Please tell Celia that I'm sorry. Also, make up one of your ridiculous lies to explain to her how I died. Tell her that I would have never abandoned her like this." A few tears streamed from the skull's eyes, before disappearing under his fur. Please, take care of our child. I never had one with a human. I don't know if they end up resembling their mother or father more. Male or female, they'll need your help. Why does everyone want me to take care of their offspring? Litha's scream caused several bolts of lightning to light the sky. I don't want to. I hate children. Live, and take care of them by yourself. Lith hugged Protector's body, bawling his eyes out. You're the first friend I ever had. You may be a magical beast, but you have always been like a brother to me. You always treated me as an adult, annoying me with your words of wisdom and trying to make me into a better person. Why are you leaving me? What? It's not that I want to. Protector's panting worsened. Every breath was a struggle. It's just that sometimes you can't win. Death is a part of life. I'm sick and tired of life, trying to snatch away what's mine. Lith ignored Protector, focusing only on invigoration and the bleeding mana core. First, I wasn't old enough to protect my brother. Then, I wasn't rich and powerful enough to even give him the justice he deserved. After that, I was too weak to heal Tista, forcing me to watch her suffering for years. By remembering each of the people he loved, the hatred he felt towards everyone else increased without limit. His body started to reshape itself according to the burning wrath that was consuming him. Black scales replaced Litha's exposed skin up to his neck, leaving only his face uncovered. His fingers grew longer and were now ending in razor-sharp claws. Litha's eyes were now inhuman. They had no pupil, iris, or sclera, only a burning blue light remained. Now I'm strong enough. Lith used invigoration to call upon the world energy, not using it to strengthen himself, but to surround Protector's mana core and stop the leak. He had just realized that, unlike the kid's core during the plague, Protector's had yet to turn gray. Its bright yellow color gave Lith hope and the strength to attempt a desperate gamble. After doing his best to prevent the damaged core from weakening any further, he started to shape an artificial core like Kala had shown him a few hours before. Instead of crafting it out of light and darkness, he used the surrounding world energy and of all of Protector's mana that Lith was unable to contain. It was something incredibly difficult to achieve. He couldn't force the mana to do anything without running the risk of contaminating it with his own, making Protector's core reject it. Lith could only slowly and gently guide it to its destination, making sure it didn't fade away by protecting it from all external influences. The world energy was naturally shapeless, like water. It assumed the signature of whoever managed to call forth its power. As more and more of Protector's mana reached the fake core, it started to mutate until the two energy signatures perfectly matched. Lith was experiencing an unbelievable amount of pain, not only because his body was already battered and his mana core running on fumes, but also because he had to take all of the impurities the world energy contained into himself to shape the fake core, allowing only the purest and strongest mana to become part of his creation. Lith accepted the pain with joy. It was still nothing compared to what the void had done to him in the years following his brother's death. The last step was the most dangerous one. Lith knew that light magic wasn't enough to allow Protector's core and the fake one to merge. Just like during Forge Mastering, he needed something to connect the spell with the item. Having nothing left, he used his own life force as a tool to achieve his goal. When Litha's energy rekindled Protector's soul spark, Lith was able to experience the skull's life from the moment of his birth. The joy of meeting his first mate and having pups together, followed by the pain of losing them to disease, hunger, or the hand of hunters. Lith could feel how happy Protector had been when he encountered Celia, how strong his desire for a new family was. Such happiness was something that Lith firmly believed he would never have, so he pushed forward. He consumed more and more energy despite his whole body screaming in pain, begging him to stop, and his core began to crack. Scarlet watched the whole process in awe. Part of her hoped for him to succeed. Another part of her hoped for him to fail, to get rid of the dangerous, unknown factor Lith represented. Yet all of Scarlet's being hated the worlds well because once again it was just standing there doing nothing. I have been through my fair share of tribulations, and I have yet to understand why they are called so. It's not like the world puts you to the test or something. It just watches you while the worst SHT happens to your life. Either you live or die. It never interferes, like our lives are nothing but a two-bit sideshow. She thought. From her throne in the underground dungeon, Tyrus felt the second tribulation advent. That anomaly again. She thought out loud. It's better if I go check on it, before the others start pestering me about the lack of information. She stood up, appearing right before Scarlet. It was easy for a guardian to ignore the Scorpicore's dimensional magic seal. What does this mean, Forest Lord? She asked. Scarlet instinctively knelt to her, explaining to Tyrus all that had happened that night. I see. Another abomination hybrid, it seems. But this one isn't a man-made, fake abomination. More like a jigsaw made of different pieces. He's already at the second tribulation. I wouldn't worry if I were you. Tyrus shrugged, preparing to leave. Wait, my lady. What do you mean? Scarlet was shocked by her indifference. Unlike Calla and Protector, she had no affection toward Lith, but he still was a child trying to save a precious friend. After witnessing so much death in a single night, she couldn't understand how the Guardian could leave without moving a finger. It would be easy for Tyrus to save them both. You really don't know? Tyrus turned back, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Tribulations happen constantly to beasts, humans, plants, and undead alike. Every single day. They happen whenever Mogur, the world we live in, thinks that someone could be useful for its purposes. During every tribulation, Mogur evaluates the candidate's worth through their actions. Success or failure depends entirely on the candidate, though. The first tribulation is usually about the skill the world is interested in. The second, and usually last one, is about self-control. What's self-control? Scarlet was flabbergasted. The kid is killing himself, burning his own life as we speak. Shouldn't the tribulation be failed already? You completely misunderstood the nature of tribulations. Tyrus chuckled in amusement. A talent is worthless if someone lets it control their life, as most living beings do. My talent is to inspire the change, but it could be easily subverted into bringing chaos if I was never content with the status quo and I did not give the changes the time to prove their worth. Ligane's talent is knowledge and preservation. Yet imagine how easy it would be for him to turn it into greed, hoarding everything and every life form for himself, turning from the keeper of the world into its warden. Salark embodies the desire to rule and lead by example, but she could just as easily become a tyrant obsessed with world domination. The self-control I'm talking about is the will to resist the urges your talent pushes you towards and do the opposite. Take the kid, for example. Judging from his first two tribulations, the world seems to have chosen him to kill a lot of people. Yet it's checking if he's just a soulless monster or if he has the will to choose the hard path and grant life instead. We all serve the balance. There would be no need for a guardian of destruction. The races do an excellent job by themselves already. That's why you don't need to worry. If he ever succeeds in passing all the tribulations, we'll just have another guardian. What if he fails? The prolonged exposure to the worlds will has already altered him that much. Scarlet rebuked, pointing at Lith's scales-covered body. Aren't you afraid of what he could do if he manages to control that kind of power? No. Tyrus shook her head. That's just a promise of payment, barely cosmetic. As far as I know, you have passed all of your tribulations. Have you gotten any stronger? No. I've learned how to shape-shift, but my strength is always the same, no matter the form I take. Exactly, until he becomes a guardian. Tyrus giggled at the idea. He will just remain whatever he is, while if he fails, he will die. As simple as that. There is no do-over with tribulations. The number of tribulations varies from person to person, but most fail at the second one. Even if he succeeds, he could fail at the next one, or at the one after that. Tyrus disappeared, leaving Scarlet more nervous than ever. This is great. Now, I not only have to worry about Scourge and Protector, but also about myself. I never imagined tribulations were so dangerous. Gods, I wish Calla were here. She would know what to do. She would say to move your stinger-equipped AS and help the child. You always whine about the worlds while being indifferent, yet you stand there doing nothing. What's the difference between the two of you? A limping Calla pointed out. Scarlet flinched at her appearance, but recovered quickly and did as instructed. Lith had already consumed several years of his lifespan to keep Protector alive, and his core was about to crack too. However, he had managed to fix Protector's core enough to allow Scarlet to finish the job. She saved both their lives at once, before questioning the Wraith. How did you survive that blast? First, as you should know, no one could be harmed by their own mana. So the only damage I took was from overloading my mana core. It was a calculated risk. My odds of survival were pretty good since my undead nature makes it really hard to kill me with both conventional and unconventional means. Unlike you, I never trusted the men's words or underestimated a fellow necromancer's madness. I had a contingency plan in case I was cornered and another one in the eventuality of my death. Calla was referring to Litha's promise. Don't you mean your partial undead nature? Scarlet corrected her friend. Have I already mentioned all necromancers are a bit insane? Calla used invigoration to further her healing process, revealing to the shocked Scorpicore that her body held both a mana and a blood core. Chapter 222. I don't understand. What is that thing? How did you manage to survive the explosion? Scarlet was happy to see Calla alive, even if she was heavily injured. Most of the shadow that usually covered her massive skeleton was gone, leaving it completely exposed. Only a faint mist covered the zone where her internal organs were supposed to be. One of her front paws was missing, and the red light that usually burned inside her eyes was almost gone. When it started blinking, Calla collapsed on the ground. Survive is a strong word. Let's just say I'm not completely dead. As for your questions, it's a bit complicated to explain. After my evolution, I have been shunned by humans and magical beasts alike. They don't see beyond my physical appearance. That's why I started spending so much time with the various tribes of higher undead. I felt like I didn't belong in the forest anymore, so I was searching for a new family. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? I would have taught them a lesson. Scarlet roared in outrage. To what end? Calla sneered. Nothing would have changed. They would behave in front of you and keep ostracizing me as soon as you turned your back. I don't need anyone's pity nor protection. Her voice was feeble, but filled with determination. However, greater undead always treated me with respect. After I adopted my daughter, I was seriously considering turning myself into a true undead instead of being stuck in this half-baked form. So, I started researching the blood cores, experimenting on myself to see how they interact with a living body with an intact mana core. Worst case scenario, I would have become a real undead. Nothing would have changed for me. I would still be an awakened one, and Nock would follow me even if I had 3 heads. The actual result was quite underwhelming. The second core does nothing except take enough energy from me to sustain itself. Since it didn't seem to have any side effects, I kept it as a study subject for my research on how to cure Mina. It pains me to admit that I hope the same cure will help me too. It's so frustrating always being alone. Calla paused. The shadow inside her body kept getting thinner. It's only thanks to my experiments that, when I recalled the darkness magic animating my undead, I was able to avoid the overload by splitting the energy between both cores. That way, even if one shattered, the other would remain. The problem is that now that they have almost the same strength, I don't know which will prevail. How can I help you? Scarlet asked, wishing she could do the same thing Lith had done for Protector. Not much. Just wait for me to come back and be my friend no matter what the result is. Also, I would greatly appreciate if you help me find a safe place for me and Mina to live. Your forest doesn't suit any of us. Calla finally succumbed to exhaustion. The light in her eyes went out completely. If not for some shreds of darkness still lingering over her, it would have been impossible to distinguish her from an old carcass. Scarlet felt a deep pain inside of her. By choosing to help the humans, she had endangered the lives of her underlings, causing the death of many of them. Maruk had died fighting the Valors, leaving her without a second in command, and many more had been gravely injured or maimed. As long as they were alive, she could heal them, but it would take a long time for the forest to recover from its wounds. In just 2 days, the combat prowess of her turf had been halved. Her dear friend Kala was now on the brink of death. Protector had almost died, and she couldn't help but consider it as her fault. Her arrogance had blinded her. She had been so confident in her strength that she almost lost everything she had. Now I understand why the members of the council are so detached. The longer you live, the more painful it is when you lose someone. I've known Maruk and Kala since they were just cubs, and I raised them both like they were my own. Now Maruk is dead. Kala will survive or turn into a true undead. Either way, she will leave the forest forever. I've been so obsessed with the abomination threat by pursuing my master plan and always thinking big picture that I've disregarded the details. Those small, precious details that make my life worth living. I've neglected both the lives of my subjects and their happiness. Maybe I have become too old to be a lord of the forest. Maybe Lee Gain is right. I should leave my turf to someone better than me and strive to become a guardian. By the Great Mother, I never thought the day I would get tired of living could ever come. Scarlet was lost in thought when she heard a movement from her right. Protector was getting up, and for the first time since they had known each other, he seemed to be out of his mind with rage. Don't worry, Protector. Your friend is fine. I made sure of that myself. Scarlet tried to calm him down. Fina, how dare you to call losing decades of his life being fine? Why the heck didn't you stop him? He pointed his muzzle to Lith's shriveled body. He had lost so much of his body weight before losing consciousness that he was unrecognizable. Protector was still as weak as a baby, his life hanging by a thread while his core could never recover completely from the damage it had suffered. Yet his rage was stronger than all that. You wanted him to die, you crazy F. cur. Did you think I've gone deaf? I heard your whole conversation with that pompous AS, whoever she was. You can forget me helping you again in the future. If you don't want to make an enemy out of me, you'd better do as I say. Scarlet nodded. Her guilt prevented her from even trying to defend her foolish actions. As soon as Lith wakes up, you'll tell him that I'm dead. What? Scarlet didn't see that coming. What he did was stupid, reckless, and immature. He may act all wise and mighty, but his earlier actions were those of a child throwing a tantrum. By sharing their life forces, Protector had been able to see Lith's life just like Lith had seen his. He still couldn't believe his friend was actually older than himself, and an alien from a god's-forsaken world at that. Yet the revelation hadn't changed the feelings Protector harbored toward Lith. Quite to the contrary, it made them even deeper. He has gone through a lot of pain, maybe too much, but that's not justification enough to put an end to his own life in a mad attempt to save me. If Lith learns about my survival, he will not hesitate to repeat the same mistake. I would have died, leaving my mate alone, but so what? He didn't stop for a second to think about what he was throwing away. All he cared about was keeping life and death in his own hands, like it was all a game, and he refused to accept defeat. His obsession with control will sooner or later kill him. He needs to experience the pain of loss again to appreciate what he has. His family, his friends, the little female, and you, Solus. Protector said to the ring at Lith's finger, leaving Solus shocked. Solus, Scarlet asked. The female that inhabits the ring. That's her name. Scarlet pondered for a while. The name didn't ring any bells. She had no idea it was something Lith had come up with years ago, so all of her knowledge was useless in solving the mystery behind her existence. You two must keep my survival secret from him, otherwise he'll never change. So far, he has lived pushing everyone away, never letting people come close to him and making up one excuse after another to justify his actions. He has lost years before appreciating even his own family. If he keeps acting like this, he will understand how much he cares for those around him only after he has lost them for good, and then he will turn into another Balkir. Is this what you want for him, Solus? A life of self-inflicted isolation followed by killing sprees with no care for the consequences. Even if Scarlet had allowed her to respond via a mind link, Solus didn't know what to say. Earlier she had tried to stop Lith, but she was too exhausted to push through the barrier the worlds will had put him into to prevent her from interfering. Please, Solus, listen to me. Protector continued. This is the only way to help him. By telling him of his success, you would be enabling his obsession. It would only be a matter of time before he does it again. He will suffer from my loss, yes, but it should act as a wake-up call. He needs to stop indulging in his obsession. We exist to pass down our hopes and dreams for the future through our actions. Our lives are like rivers that cross paths, sometimes briefly, sometimes for a long time, creating a bond. Those bonds are what allows us to leave a part of ourselves behind. Our legacy is not limited to our offspring. Every person we meet changes us, as we change them. I know he will suffer for my loss, but it's not the end of the world. Either he learns to open himself up to others, instead of trapping himself into plans and preparations for what may or may not happen, or he will end up cutting his ties with everyone to avoid getting hurt. Whatever he decides, at least he will find his way in life. What we're going to offer him is a chance to understand every day is precious and it should not be wasted on revenge and recrimination. Solus didn't say a word, crying the whole time. Solus, these are my last words, so please find a way to pass them to Lith. Hate is a double-edged sword. It can give you the strength to face your enemies and protect those you love. Yet if it becomes your reason for living instead of just a tool for survival, it will turn into a venom that will consume you. Even if we met late in my life, even we aren't even of the same race, know this. I've always loved him as a son, and I always will. Solus was still hesitant. Lying to Lith was something she had never thought about before. She didn't even know if she was capable of doing it. How many people has he ever called a friend? Protector's voice resounded in her mind. Just you and me, she replied. Then you know that I'm right. Scarlet, send me back to Lucia. I'll move away with my mate to not let him discover the truth. Scarlet dispelled the dimensional seal, sending Lith to the field hospital through a warp steps before opening another one for Protector. She decided that if she managed to survive the third and final night, as soon as her force was restored, she would hunt Balkier down like the monster he was. Just as Balkier had predicted, the anniversary of the day his family died was the worst day that everyone in the 4 remaining academies had ever lived. The professor spent the morning treating the injured, counting the dead, and notifying the families of the victims. After the events of the last night, the survivors felt hopeless. Several professors, including Trask, had died. Others, like Nailier, were so badly injured that they were not able to take part in the final stand. The White Griffin Academy had suffered the fewest casualties during the first day, but now its occupants felt like they had got the short end of the stick. Their academy was the only one to have lost all of its evolved monsters except the Lord of the Forest. Without Kala, there would be no protective arrays to weaken the enemy or her undead army to take the brunt of the damage. Without Protector running like lightning through the battlefield, any delay in sending reinforcements could prove to be lethal. Lith, Floria, and Uriel were hospitalized and kept away from the battle. Floria woke up around noon. Aside from crippling exhaustion, she felt fine. She had no idea what had happened after she had been struck by the lightning. When she saw Lith laying in a bed nearby her own, her heart skipped a beat. He was deadly pale, and he looked like a 60-year-old man. His hair had become completely gray, and some spots of his head were bald. With skin pulled tight over his bones, he appeared skeletal. His entire body burned with fever, drenching the bed with sweat. Chapter 223. What happened to Lith? Floria needed to lean against the walls or the beds to avoid falling on the ground. Every step she took towards his bed felt like she was trying to uproot a tree, making her sweat bullets. Yet she didn't stop until someone finally noticed her struggle. Good grief, you shouldn't strain yourself anymore, young lady. You're lucky to still be alive. Professor Vaster rushed to her aid, taking out a chair from his dimensional amulet to make a rest. Please, Professor, tell me what happened. Floria was on the verge of passing out again, but her tone was determined enough to not leave room for doubts. Vaster could only tell her the truth or sedate her. There was no other way to calm her down. It was likely to be the last day all of them had to live. Vaster decided that forcing such a young girl to spend it unconscious in a bed would be too cruel. There was a reason why they couldn't just send the students back home. They were still Balkier's target. After the Earth and Crystal Griffin Academies fell, their students had been warped to the Royal Palace to keep them out of harm's way. Some of the old noble families had decided to bring them home, only to be attacked during the second night by Balkir's crawlers. Only those that had timely fled to a different region or remained in the palace had been spared from the onslaught. The number of casualties was already in the hundreds and counting. Without the protection of the arrays, a noble house was as safe as a commoner one. I don't know, I really don't, he replied, seeing the concern growing in her eyes. You and Lord Dyrus were tainted by valor, but Lith somehow managed to prevent you from turning into undead. Then a friend of his called Lith on his deathbed. For what I heard, Lith freaked out. Then, all that I know is that he arrived here like that. Is he going to die? Her eyes were watery, but she was unwavering. She would not let Vaster get away with a vague answer. It's unlikely, but possible. He finally admitted after much thought. I've seen a similar condition in patients that had pushed themselves too hard using magic. The only thing we can do is let him rest. He should get back to normal in a couple of weeks. If he doesn't die tonight, either at the hand of Balkir's thralls or from going for broke to save your lives earlier. Vasta inwardly added, Thanks, Professor. He had expected her to cry and whine like the little girl she was, yet Floria smiled. It was something that Vaster hadn't seen in days. Can I stay here, please? She took Litha's hand in her own, hoping he could feel her touch and somehow draw strength from it. Usually Vaster would have scolded her and sent her back to her bed, but the sincerity of Floria's feelings despite her own predicament had moved even his old, shriveled heart. Vasta used magic to rearrange the beds, moving Floria's right beside Litha's. He even gave her blankets large enough to cover both beds, turning them into a makeshift double bed. Just promise me you'll keep your hands where they belong. This is a hospital, after all. She turned beet red, while Vasta laughed at his own joke. A short while later, he finally left them alone. He doubted Lith would wake up to enjoy her company, but if that was going to be her last night on Mogar, Floria had the right to spend it with someone she loved. Without Kala's arrays, there was no reason to keep all the students in one place. They had learned from the previous night that rounding them up like that, without a rock-solid defense, was akin to wrapping them up and offering them as a present to the enemy. This time they kept the students in their own housing, preparing multiple warping arrays ahead of time to scatter them all around the forest in case the last line of defense fell again. When the sun started to set, fear started to spread. When night fell, the fear turned into panic. Many students broke out into hysterics, forcing their roommates to knock them out before they hurt somebody. When the night was about to end, even the professors were drenched in cold sweat. The stress from the prolonged wait had tired them out almost as much actual combat. What the heck is he waiting for? Linjo's was a nervous wreck, pacing nonstop inside the headquarters. Usually Balkir keeps the worst for the precise hour his family was killed, but we are way past that point. When daylight finally came, the whole Griffin kingdom rejoiced. For out of the 6 great academies were still standing, and the anniversary had ended with no further bloodshed. The headmasters contacted the crown, who ordered them to keep waiting and not lower their guard. Balkir's shadow was so deeply etched in their minds that the royals couldn't believe their own luck. It was noon before the king ordered them to send the students back home. The yearly god of death's threat was over, but the wounds he had left behind were deep. Many things had to be done before life could go back to normal. After Balkir's 11th assault was over, the smoldering embers of the Civil War were almost completely extinguished. During the first 5 years of the god of death's reign of terror, the ancient noble households didn't care much for his actions. There were too many of them, hence the odds of being Balkir's victim were low. Most families would secretly pray for the god of death to get rid of their most dangerous competitors in their stead, so they could get hold of their lands and riches. When the god of death started targeting the crown and the mage association, the ancient noble households rejoiced. They even started to consider Balkir as their benefactor. He had kept the crown off their game for years, forcing them to invest more time and resources into defending themselves from the next attack, rather than in investigating the nobles' schemes and illegal trafficking. Balkir was the reason why the crown had been weakened for so long, allowing Luckhart to pursue his dream of becoming the next king. Balkir's anniversary had been a red-letter day for organized crime during the past 5 years. However, when the god of death announced in his own twisted way that he would go after the academies, everything changed. The old noble families didn't need the crown or the Mage Association to thrive, but without their most talented offspring, they were as good as dead. Most of the students of the 6 great academies came from their ranks. They were the future family leaders and the only ones that could ensure their prosperity in a world where magic was the cornerstone for all lucrative business. The ancient household's magical legacies amounted to nothing without heirs talented enough to wield them. The 11th attack had proved to them how weak they actually were. They were completely at the mercy of a madman, capable of destroying years' worth of efforts, nurturing a mage in a single night. The new situation required reprioritization of both their short and long-term goals. Any attempt to overthrow the crown or undermine its authority was now a liability for them too. Only the royal family and the Mage Association had managed to obtain samples from Balkir's creatures over the years. Further, they had been actively researching countermeasures against them. Even the most radical among the old noble families had to be concerned with what Balkir would do next year. Many of them had chosen to send their heirs to the Crystal and Earth Griffin Academies, away from the Queen's pet projects. Not only had those academies fallen, but also more than half their students had perished during the second night. It was enough to bring the old families low, forcing them to have their magicless offspring marry mages and have them take the family name, even if they were of humble origins. Their future had suddenly become an unknown variable. To improve their odds of survival, they were even willing to help the crown with their personal funds to find and neutralize Balkir once and for all. To make things worse for the ancient households, now they were also terrified at the idea that other Balkirs could be born by their own hand. Forbidding the practice of magic to commoners was impossible. Without them, it would take barely a generation for the Griffin Kingdom to lose its military prowess and be conquered by the neighboring countries. The second and almost as important reason was that the survivors of the 11th attack had learned their lesson. Living together, fighting together, and dying together had overturned the noble youth's perspective on life. They had experienced firsthand their own mortality and how their titles were nothing in front of true power. Most of the children stopped pursuing their parents' agenda and dedicated their time to the study of the only thing that mattered: magic. Erna's mansion, the morning after the day of the anniversary. Like all those that were aware of the events taking place at the academies, the Ernas were living in a state of unrelenting terror, barely able to sleep or eat. Journey and Orion had stopped working for the last 3 days. They were off their game, always worrying about the fate of their children. When she learned from the report of the second day that Lith had saved Floria, she was walking on air to the point that she recommended preparing a betrothal gift for Lith to Orion. Orion was so moved by that little monster's care for his daughter that he almost agreed. Both of them remained deeply shocked reading about how critical his condition was and how it was likely to be related to his effort to save Floria's and Uriel's lives. Journey swore that if her daughters survived this hurdle, she would never meddle in their love lives again. They each seemed more than capable of finding a good man by themselves. Orion swore to his wife that he would make no more objections to Litha's relationship with Floria as long as he brought their little flower back home in one piece. When the final report arrived and they learned that all 3 of their daughters were alive and well, the Ernas couple wept with joy for over an hour. Even as a royal constable, Journey would only receive the status reports once a day after sunrise, just like any other royal servant. They were so happy that they decided to take the rest of the week off to welcome their daughters back and spend as much time with them as possible. The royal heralds called them more than once, saying that it was impossible to grant them another leave. Every single civil servant with a child in an academy had had the same idea, either to spend some quality time with their families or to grieve their loss. The Ernas were among the most loyal subjects to the crown, always putting duty above everything else during their long years of service. This time, Journey and Orion replied that the kingdom could go FCK itself off and refused all the following calls. Their move greatly embarrassed the crown, but there was nothing they could do about it. Most of the parents were ready to give their resignation rather than miss their children's homecoming. Journey spent the morning of the third day speaking with her daughters. While they were still in the forest for security reasons, the communicators were finally online again. She was deeply shocked to discover that Floria was in such a pitiful state when she told her everything that had happened and how critical Litha's condition was. Their mother-daughter relationship had been getting better, but such news was still something that Journey would expect Floria to speak about with Orion, not her. Balkier's threat was over, so her concern faded away while a plan took form into her mind. She immediately had the servant prepare the best guest rooms of the house for their future occupants. Journey gave precise instructions to tone down the staff's dress code. She had also prepared clothes that she and Orion usually wore during their vacations to their country cottage, where they dedicated themselves only to their hobbies and were away from the prying eyes and the uncaring nature of the rules and etiquette their usual social life required. It was Orion's and Floria's happiest time of the year, since the former could swear, get dirty, and play with his children like a normal father, while the latter could avoid wearing dresses and act like a tomboy until their departure. Litha's family should still not know anything about what happened. I think it's time I pay them a visit. It's better if the bearer of so much bad news is a mother who went through the same nightmare, rather than a royal messenger that has been forced to repeat the same script hundreds of times. First impressions count, so I need to play this to perfection. If I get his mother on my side, it's game, set, and match. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Journey thought. Chapter 224. Floria, Freya, and Quilla returned home in the early afternoon. Much to their surprise, the Academy had received instructions for the trio to bring Lith along with them. After getting the news, Floria was overjoyed. He had yet to regain his senses, and his condition was still critical. He needed to regularly be forced to drink potions to sustain his life. Solus had been constantly using invigoration to stabilize his mana core and mend the countless internal wounds that overexerting his body had caused. The worst should be over. Lith now needs to rest. Solus would perform a full checkup every hour. What worries me is his mind. He has yet to learn about Protector's alleged death, but I can feel his heart withering away. It's like he has never stopped grieving, even in his unconscious state. I take back most of the bad things I've thought about Mom over the years. Not only did she bring Lith home with us, but she also assigned the best guest room to him. Floria lay him on his bed before wiping off the sweat from his face with a wet cloth. She had learned how to feed him and keep him clean from the medical staff during the third day. Floria wouldn't let anyone else take care of him. She didn't want Lith to be alone when he woke up. For a regular person incapable of using magic, reaching the village of Lucia would prove to be a long and boring journey. The village was in the middle of nowhere, and the nearest branch of the Mage Association, with the warp steps, was hundreds of kilometers away. Journey Erna's wasn't regular, and according to many, barely a person. To accomplish her goal, she contacted Captain Locrias, the leader of the Queen's Corps unit in charge of protecting Litha's family, and had him open a warp steps for her. Journey was officially on leave, but her reputation as royal constable preceded her. Captain Locrias was aware of her amazing, yet gruesome track record. It's much better to be on the good side of such a person, rather than on her blacklist. Captain Locrias knew that he was likely to be forced to pay for the long-range portable gates out of his own pocket, but if it meant Journey Erna's owed him a favor, it was worth the price. Even with her plainest clothes, only someone deaf, dumb, and blind could mistake Journey for a commoner. She was aware of this, so, before knocking at the door, she had already handpicked the most suitable words to introduce herself. "Good evening, my lady. Are you lost?" Raz recognized the woman in front of him as a noble at first sight. He hid his left hand behind his back, alerting Alina to pick a weapon and Tista to ready a spell. "Good evening, good sir." Journey brought out her best smile, creeping Raz out. Despite her small size, he had an eerie feeling just by looking her in the eyes. "My name is Journey Ernest. I'm the mother of Floria, Litha's girlfriend." In her experience, it was better to sandwich the bad news between good news to lessen the impact. Raz looked at her like she was insane. Lith had no girlfriend. He was certain of that. The women of the family kept complaining that even if his 13th birthday was just around the corner, Lith had yet to date or even show interest in any girl. On Mogur, the new world, teenagers' bodies would fully develop around their 13th year of age, but they wouldn't be considered adults until they turned 16. The marrying age for both men and women ranged from 16 to the 25 years of age. After that, it was considered a late marriage, and it would be much harder to find a spouse unless, of course, the betrothal gift was juicy enough to make the age gap irrelevant. Raz was about to rudely send her off when Tista pushed him away, inviting Journey to come in. Lady Ernaz, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you. Lith always talks fondly about you. Tista lied through her teeth, just like her brother had taught her over the years. She had never heard Journey's name before, but Lith had often talked with her about Floria Ernaz. She knew they were dating for a while and didn't want Raz to ruin things for him. Journey recognized the lie, but appreciated the talent and the effort behind it. Thanks, dear Tista. It's better if you all sit down. We have a serious matter to discuss. The whole family turned as pale as a ghost. A mother visiting a young man's family talking about a serious matter could only mean one thing: pregnancy. Raz couldn't believe his ears, staring at Tista as though she had poisoned him. Wait, you knew about the two of them? Yes. Tista nodded, feeling the need to sit down. Suddenly, she had weak knees at the idea of having a nephew from her little brother. Why didn't you tell us about it? Alina was happy and scared at the same time. Happy because her cherished son had finally found someone to love. Scared because there was no way out of that situation but marriage. Becoming a father would turn his life upside down, not to mention becoming part of the wife's family, to preserve their honor and avoid the scandal. Because he told me not to, Lith said he would make a big deal out of this, and he didn't want you to pester him about it. Tista was regretting keeping his secret for so long. The truth was that Lith was worried about Tista. She kept idolizing him and disdaining the company of other boys. So, he had decided to help her grow out of her brother complex by telling her about his girlfriend and exaggerating things a bit. Now his plan was backfiring. Her parents could read Tista like a book. Her panic spread like wildfire during a summer day. Alina tried to prepare some tea for their guest, but her hands trembled so much that she was unable to hold the small pot. Journey had purposely created the misunderstanding to have them all dancing in her palm. Don't worry, dear Alina. Let me take care of it. Journey made them sit while she prepared the hot beverage. She spiked it with a powerful tranquilizer she always carried inside her dimensional ring. Poor souls. After I tell them the truth, they will regret that my visit wasn't about our grandchild. After they took several sips of tea, the tranquilizer kicked in, soothing their nerves. Only then did she explain Balkir's existence and what their son had gone through over the last few days. It took them a few minutes and a lot of spiked tea to recover from the shock. Why didn't he tell us anything? We thought he was taking the Academy's third test. Alina broke into tears. Even knowing that her son was alive and well couldn't stop her from fearing for his fate and feeling hurt by his lies. Journey took Alina's hand between hers, trying to console her. He did it to protect you. There was nothing you could do for him, believe me. I spent the last 3 days crying and worrying I'd never see my little girls again. I had him move to my house to make sure he receives the best treatments available. House Ernest has a private warp steps. It allows the finest healers of the kingdom to reach the estate within a few seconds. I couldn't leave the man who saved my daughter's life in the hands of strangers. Lith and Floria have been dating for over a month, and after all that's happened, we are basically family. While Journey's tone was full of sympathy and her voice almost broken with emotion, she was actually inwardly congratulating herself for her saw performance. By reading the mood in the living room, she decided it was time to land the final blow. Lith has yet to regain his senses, but I'm sure that when he does, he'll need his family to recover from the terrible experience he went through. I have already arranged our transportation. You will be my honored guests for all the time you need. Thank you so much. Alina clenched Journey's hand like it was a lifeline. Lith is so lucky to have a friend like you. We'll never forget your generosity, she said while crying her eyes out. One down, two more to go. Journey thought. When Journey arrived back home, it was almost sundown. Winter was coming and the days were getting shorter. Even with the help of the tranquilizer, Lith's family had required some time before being able to move. After informing Rena, she had insisted on accompanying them. Journey was pleasantly surprised to discover that Floria was still at Lith's bedside, washing his chest and arms with a wet cloth to clean him from his sweat. She knew that Floria was capable of doing it with magic. It meant that, even if Floria herself had yet to realize it, her daughter's affection for him was rooted deeply enough to feel reassured by the physical contact. Journey smiled. Another piece of the puzzle had fallen into place by itself. I love it when a plan comes together. Journey inwardly rejoiced. Floria, my dear, you need a rest, she said. Those bags under your eyes and your dedication will surely win over your mother-in-law. She actually thought, thanks, Mom. I was thinking about taking a nap as soon as I finish here. Floria's smile was tired, yet she appreciated her mother's concern instead of her usual nagging. Since her visit to the academy, her mother had become as thoughtful as Orion. I'll immediately have a warm bath prepared and fresh sheets placed on your bed. You deserve a good night's sleep. Floria tensed up, just like Journey had hoped. Thanks, but I think I will remain here. Floria's voice lacked the earlier kindness and was now filled with the stubborn determination that Journey had learned to love and hate over the years. It's not proper for a lady to sleep in the same room with a young man, even if he is unconscious. Journey faked her disapproval while keeping an ear on the approaching steps. According to her estimations, to take advantage of those unexpected circumstances, she needed to buy a few more seconds and poke Floria once or twice. You have gone through a lot, yet you never left his side for almost 2 days. Journey seemed to be genuinely worried, even making her eyes watery at will. You need to take better care of yourself. Let the medical staff replace you for a few hours. You need some rest. Lith is still going to be here when you wake up. I don't give a damn if it's proper or not. Floria yelled loud enough that even Captain Locria's back and Lucia could almost hear her. I'm not going out of here until he wakes up or his family arrives. I don't want him to wake up in a strange place surrounded by strangers. I know it's just a superstition, but if there's even one chance in a million that having someone close that cares for him may help him recover, I'm willing to stay here as long as it takes. Floria had yet to give her mother a piece of her mind, but Alina's sudden arrival stopped her in her tracks. My little flower, I only meant that you should at least ask for his family's approval first, Journey said with an apologetic tone, like it was all a misunderstanding. When a second later Lith's father and sisters entered the room, Floria realized her mother had played her like a fiddle. She turned pale, emphasizing her bloodshot eyes and the dark bags below them. Alina reached the bed, remaining horrified by her son's condition. His body looked like a dried-up corpse, his hair had turned gray, and wrinkles had appeared on his face and hands. He seemed to have aged a decade from the last time she had seen him. His breathing was ragged but regular. After Tista triple-checked him, reassuring the rest of the family that Lith's life wasn't in danger despite his appearance, Alina turned to Floria and took her hands between hers, kissing them nonstop. Thank you so much for being by my son's side all this time. You have no idea how scared I was of him being alone in a moment like this. He is really a lucky boy to have found such a wonderful and beautiful girlfriend. Then, Alina embraced her, soon followed by the whole family in a long group hug. Floria had become beet red. Not only was she embarrassed to death by what she had said in front of Lith's family, but also because she couldn't help but compare herself with his sisters. Aside from her height, they ran circles around her in every regard. Looks, curves, and even her natural scent were leagues above hers. Tista was the one that crushed her self-esteem the most. Having received Lith's treatments since she was very young, Tista had flawless skin, soft curves in all the right places, and was even almost as tall as Floria. Floria was moved by their gratitude and kind words, but the insecure teenage girl inside her kept nagging at her, quoting Professor Manohar and calling her a flat beanpole. Chapter 225. Griffin Kingdom, Tyrus's Underground Dungeon. Please, Tell me that you found the time to go and check on the anomaly this time. Ligain was burning with curiosity. Yes, I did. Tyrus nodded without moving her eyes from the archive's records of the last 10 years. She was investigating those who had access to the remains of Arthan's madness, hoping to find a clue about the mastermind behind the abomination threat. It was nothing special. It was a male human abomination hybrid, just as we sensed the first time. The only odd thing about it is that he underwent a tribulation similar to our own. The second test was about self-control, like for evolved beasts. What happened then? Ligain was eager to hear the whole story. I don't know. She shrugged. I left while he was in the middle of an elaborate suicide attempt. He chose to trade his life to rescue someone from death. I don't have time to waste with the small stuff. He has failed the tribulation or he managed to save his friend. Either way, he is dead now. What? Ligain jumped in surprise. The combined impact of his four claws on the ground sent a small tremor through the Gorgon Empire's castle. Its inhabitants went into a panic, since floating castles weren't supposed to be affected by quakes. Tyrus, old friend, after hearing your words, I'm almost tempted to rule a country for the first time in my long life. It seems that between civil wars, plagues, gods of death, and internal strife between the nobles and the crown, your life must be really exciting. Otherwise, how the heck could you brush off the existence of a new life form that has already undergone 2 tribulations within such a short time frame? What if he survived? What if he isn't guardian material, but something else entirely? Very few beings manage to pass the second tribulation. Getting a hold on your own desires is one of the hardest things to do. We could likely have a being that could side with the abominations and upset the balance permanently on our hands. If the anomaly is still alive, we must absolutely keep watch on his next tribulations to understand what the heck is going on. A human guardian would already be a shocking enough piece of news, let alone a hybrid. Tyrus froze for a second. Aside from his stupid jokes, Ligain's words always held great significance. Maybe you are right, she replied, trying to cover her blunder. I seem to remember he wore a white Griffin Academy uniform. I'll send someone to keep an eye on him so, in case your fears come true, we can take him out before he becomes too dangerous. During the following days, life was hectic for most of the Griffin Kingdom's upper echelons. Countless scouts were sent to the Blood Desert to search for Balkir's whereabouts. Killing him was the safest way to prevent the next attack from happening. The alchemists of the Mage Association were having a hard time studying the toxins extracted from the undead. With each passing year, the god of death would make them more complex and harder to cleanse. If they didn't keep up with him, their antidotes would become useless. This time, the healers had collected a great number of tissue samples from the captured undead. It had allowed them to discover the abomination fragments mixed with the flesh, causing an uproar in the field of research. Until that moment, abominations had simply been considered another species of monsters, a twisted evolution of magical beasts. However, thanks to Balkir's effort to stabilize them and the 10-year-long experience of the royal healers in preserving the samples, the human scientists managed to gain a deeper understanding of their nature. Researching abominations became the top priority. It would help the wardens to create new defensive arrays capable of weakening, if not killing, Balkir's thralls. The remaining 4 of the 6 great academies were in desperate need of staff. Between the injured, the dead, and those who had resigned to look for a less dangerous job, like hunting dragons or defusing explosive arrays, there were many classes left unattended. Balkir's shadow made serving as professor in an academy less of a prestigious position and more like a death sentence. Among the headmasters, Linjos had gotten the short end of the stick again. Not only did he have to find trustworthy mages to replace the professors he lost during the attack, but he was constantly bothered by the other headmasters. His plan had saved their academies, their careers, and most importantly, their lives. They no longer saw him as a young, arrogant brat that had become the youngest headmaster ever only because he was the Queen's new pet project. They finally recognized his worth and the brilliance of his mind. They were willing to set aside their pride along with the old ways, often asking Linjos for advice about who to hire and how to change their academies for the better. He was really flattered by all their attentions, but he was forced to spend half his time taking care of their academies instead of his own. Yet Lin Zhou's could only grin and bear with it. He knew it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he managed to obtain their trust and cooperation, the academy system could finally be changed for good. Once the Council of the Headmasters made a decision, the nobles could only comply. It would solve one of the most pressing matters that had plagued the kingdom for years. Sure, it would still take decades to iron out all the details and to win over enough of the old noble families to prevent other sabotages from happening, but it would still be a great start. House Ernest, 5 days after the attack. Litha's condition was getting better with each day. The fever was gone, and thanks to the constant care he received from both families and Solus, his shriveled body was slowly returning to normal. Yet he still looked like an old man and gave no sign he would wake up anytime soon. Journey proved to be an amazing host, providing Litha's family with the best rooms and with everything they could need. She had taken her time, showing them around the house little by little and telling them about its history. Floria spent a lot of time with Rena and Tista, since they would either help her take care of Lith or force her to take a break and rest while Alina and Freya would relieve her. When Lith regained his senses in the afternoon, he already knew about his failure. His last memory before fainting was a protector's still-cracked core. Even burning his life force had not been enough to repair such extensive damage, not with his own core already running on fumes and his body on the verge of collapse. Yet he had to ask, "Solus, is Protector?" "Yes, he is gone," she replied, carefully avoiding lying to him. "I'm so sorry for your loss." She wept, remembering Protector's parting words. She had to find a way to pass them to Lith. "I knew it. No matter how hard I work, no matter how much I try, I always fail when it really matters." Tears ran along his cheeks. They were the first sign of life in more than 5 days. "Lith, are you awake?" Normally, he would be surprised hearing Floria's voice, but now he was too tired to care. His mind kept replaying Protector's last moments of life. The grief overwhelmed him again, making him feel like his heart was getting squeezed in a vice. Yes, Lith was unable to recognize his own voice. It was hoarse and feeble like a hiss. He tried to get up, but his arms were too weak for the task. The attempt almost made him pass out from overexertion. Lith took a deep breath, yet even that was too much for his current condition. He felt his lungs burn, and he coughed uncontrollably. He heard the footsteps of someone running away and felt someone helping him lie down comfortably. Lith recognized Tista's scent as soon as she got close. "Don't push yourself, little brother. Your condition is getting better every day, but you need a rest. Dad is going to be here soon." Lith was too sad to ask why Floria was in their home or what had happened to him. The only thing he could think about was finding a way to make the pain stop. Ever since his rebirth, he had made sure to keep everyone and everything under his control. He knew he wouldn't be able to endure what had happened to Carl again. His unquenchable hunger for power had started as a way to escape from the madness his death and rebirth cycle represented. Over time, the love he had developed for his family had changed it into a way to create a small ecosystem where he was God and all those he cared about were bound to be safe. First, he had taken care of the hunger. Then he had cured Tista and got rid of every single threat the new world posed to his family. Magical beasts, wanted felons, abominations, he had taken care of them all, permanently. With every success, Lith had grown more confident of his plan until he had managed to reassure himself that, as long as he followed that pattern, everything would be all right. Protector's death had crushed that illusion, shattering the beliefs on which he had based his whole existence up until that point. He kept weeping, not only for Protector, but also for himself. If someone as strong as Ryman died so easily, there's no way I can keep my family safe. They're all so weak. It's only a matter of time before I lose them all. What's the point of trying so hard if I'm destined to fail? No matter what I do, I can only delay the inevitable. His constant weeping and sobbing were only interrupted by the cough. Raz arrived at his bedside, holding him to his chest to calm him down. "Does it hurt so bad? Do you want some pain medication? Please speak to me. Tell me what's wrong." He was holding back his tears. Raz had never seen Lith so weak, both physically and mentally. He was afraid that his condition could be even more severe than it appeared, but he didn't know what to do. It was the first time that his son needed his help, yet Raz felt completely useless. The only thing he could do was to stay strong in front of him. He didn't want to add himself to the list of Litha's worries. "It's not my body that hurts, Dad. It's the loss. My only true friend died today." Floria felt hurt by those words, but she kept silent. Litha's relationship with the evolved monster seemed to be deep, and he was clearly confused, believing it was still the second day of the attack. Before his brain could realize what he was doing, Lith let everything out, telling Raz about how he and Protector had fought when he was still 4, how they had become friends when he was 8 after he killed Gerda, and how from that moment onward, they had spent more and more time together. He told him about how Protector had taught him to be a better hunter, about all the creatures that they had fought together to keep the Tron Woods and their families safe until Lith had joined the Academy. Even if he managed to leave Solus and the Awakened Ones out of his story, every memory he shared worsened the pain. Lith second-guessed everything he had done to and with Protector. "When we met, I just thought of turning him into warm fur for the winter. After he attempted to befriend me, I belittled him, only considering him as a means for an end. I exploited his kindness to bring food to our table and keep our family safe. When I understood he was much more than a tool, I never told him how important he was to me, how precious it was to have someone I could share my burden with, someone who I could talk about all the things I had to keep secret from you and Mom to keep you from worrying. Now it's too late. I failed him the only time he needed me, and now he is dead. It's all my fault. He wouldn't have left the Tron Woods if I didn't tell him about the Academy. He wouldn't have died if I wasn't too weak to save him. He will never know how sorry I am for all the bad things I thought about him, nor how meeting him has changed my life. All of it happened because of my weakness and cowardice. I should be the one who died." Lith was incapable of accepting that some things were inevitable, that life wasn't a game where he could save and load until he obtained the desired outcome. He needed someone to blame, and his first choice was himself. All those in the room were shocked to the bone. The events that Lith considered as fond memories were a parent's worst nightmare. He had candidly confessed how he had put his life at risk time and time again, revealing that his family's wealth was built on a pile of lies and bones.